It was a dark and stormy night, the kind where the heavens seemed to groan under the weight of thunderclouds. The air was thick, heavy with tension, as if the world itself held its breath. In ancient times, under skies like these, people whispered of a beast lurking just beneath the waters, Leviathan. Its name carried fear, trembling on the lips of those who dared to speak it. The first mention of this monster came not in a quiet moment, but in a place where power met chaos, where man struggled to understand his place in the world. The book of Job, one of the oldest stories in the Bible, held Leviathan within its pages like a secret too terrifying to look at directly. Job, a man tormented by loss and suffering, found himself questioning everything he thought he knew about life, about God. In his despair, he demanded answers. And then, like lightning cracking through the sky, God's voice echoed with a challenge. Can you pull in Leviathan with a fishhook? Or tie down its tongue with a rope? The word struck with the force of a storm. Leviathan wasn't a simple sea creature or a fish. No, it was something else entirely, something beyond human control, something that defied the very limits of man's understanding. It wasn't just an animal, it was an embodiment of chaos, a symbol of forces too wild, too untamable, for any mortal to confront. God's words painted a vivid image. Leviathan, a beast whose scales were like rows of shields, each one impenetrable. Its back, hard as stone, glistened as the waves crashed against it, unable to disturb its monstrous form. Sparks flew from its mouth like a blacksmith's forge, its breath hot enough to ignite flames. Its eyes glowed with the intensity of dawn breaking over the horizon. And yet, it moved silently beneath the waves, an unstoppable force no man could stand against. The fear was real, the kind that grips your heart and doesn't let go. In those ancient days, people didn't have the safety nets we have now, no boat strong enough, no weapons sharp enough, no defenses against such a creature. To them, Leviathan was not just a monster of the sea, it was a threat to life itself, a beast that mocked the fragility of human existence. As God continued speaking, he asked Job, who can strip off its outer coat? Who can penetrate its double coat of armor? The answer was clear, no one. There was no weapon that could pierce its scales, no hand strong enough to grasp its tail. The powerlessness of man before such a beast was crushing. The image of Leviathan stretched across the ocean, a terrifying reminder of forces that lay far beyond human control. But what truly made Leviathan fearsome wasn't just its physical form. It was the way it played with human fear, how it seemed to exist for no reason other than to remind mankind of its limits. It wasn't there to be tamed, to be captured, or to be defeated. It was there to show that some things in life cannot be subdued. The chaos Leviathan represented couldn't be solved or understood, it could only be respected. God's voice boomed once more, no sword can touch it. It laughs at the rattling of spears. The idea of this colossal beast, laughing in the face of weapons, made the blood run cold. How do you fight something that cannot be hurt, cannot be struck down? The hopelessness of the situation clung to Job's every breath. Leviathan was a symbol of raw power, something untouchable, something that even kings would fear. Yet, in that fear, there was also awe. Leviathan wasn't just a mindless force of destruction. It was part of the world, part of God's creation, and that was perhaps the most terrifying part of all. The same God who created the gentle lambs in the fields, who painted the skies with stars, also created Leviathan. It was a reminder that the same hands that brought forth life could also bring forth something so immense and overpowering. Leviathan swam through the ancient stories like a ghost, leaving ripples of fear wherever its name was whispered. The seas, already dangerous and unknown, became a place of even greater terror with the idea that such a creature might be lurking just below the surface, waiting. For the people of that time, the ocean was a vast, uncharted mystery, and Leviathan was the king of that abyss. The Bible didn't describe Leviathan as just another animal, but as something that only God himself could command. Nothing on earth is its equal, God said. That truth hung in the air, heavy and unyielding. Leviathan stood as a reminder that no matter how much mankind might try to control or conquer the world, there would always be forces greater than them. It wasn't just the size or strength of Leviathan that made it so terrifying, it was the untouchable nature of it. It moved through the water with the confidence of a creature that knew it could never be caught, never be harmed. The seas trembled at its presence, waves crashing with its every breath. Its power was unmatched, its existence a constant reminder of humanity's limitations. In the stillness after God's words, Job realized that Leviathan wasn't there to be defeated or understood. It was there to show him that not everything needed to be conquered. Some things, like Leviathan, were beyond human control. And in that realization, there was both fear and peace, a humbling recognition that not all battles were meant to be won. Leviathan's introduction in Scripture was not just the arrival of a monster, but the unveiling of something far more terrifying, the reality that mankind was not the center of the universe. There were forces at play far greater than anything they could ever grasp, and Leviathan, in all its terrible beauty, was the living, breathing proof of that. As the storm continued to rage, Job, humbled by the words of God, realized that Leviathan was a symbol of the mystery and chaos that would always be beyond man's reach. The monster in the deep was a mirror of the unknown, a reminder that not all questions have answers and that sometimes, the most powerful thing one can do is to stand in awe. The name Leviathan stirs something in the soul. It's not just a name, it's a word that carries weight, ancient and powerful. There's a heaviness in the sound, a slow, deep pull, like a wave that drags you under before you even realize what's happening. But where did this name come from? How did it come to hold such fear, awe, and mystery? The word itself feels as if it's been crafted out of the very chaos it represents. Leviathan. It rolls off the tongue like a warning, a whisper from the depths. Long ago, the word found its way into the ancient Hebrew language. It didn't simply emerge from nowhere, it was born from the fears and imaginations of people who looked out at the vast, untamable sea and wondered what could lie beneath. What monster could rule the waters that seemed to stretch forever? They called it Leviathan, Leviathan. The Hebrew word, Leviathan, meant something more than just a sea creature. It carried the idea of something twisted, coiled, like a serpent or dragon. The roots of the word came from lava, meaning to twist or to join. This wasn't a creature of straight lines or simple paths. It was something that wound and coiled, moving in unpredictable ways. There was a sense that Leviathan was always shifting, always changing, its body tangled in itself like the deep currents of the ocean. The idea of a creature that twisted and coiled through the waters struck a chord with the ancient mind. It fit with the way people saw the sea itself, unpredictable, full of life but also of death. The sea was a place of uncertainty, and Leviathan, with its twisting, endless body, was its master. But there was more to Leviathan's name. It wasn't just Hebrew that shaped its identity. As ancient civilizations traded stories and ideas, the name Leviathan began to carry layers of meaning from other cultures. In Ugaritic mythology, there was a creature known as Leviathan, a sea monster who fought against the gods. Leviathan, too, was a twisting, coiling serpent, and its name sounds eerily close to Leviathan. The Ugaritic people told stories of Leviathan, this great serpent of the sea, who had 7 heads and fought the storm god Baal. Their stories echoed across the lands, carried by word of mouth, through songs, through fear. As these tales spread, they merged with the Hebrew stories of Leviathan, weaving together into something larger than life, a name that held the weight of many cultures' fears. Leviathan, Leviathan, they became almost one and the same, a force that spanned across lands and languages. Leviathan wasn't just a Hebrew beast anymore. The name carried with it the ancient fears of many peoples, all of whom lived by the sea, all of whom knew the terror of its depths. The twisting serpent, the coiling dragon, the monster that could not be caught or tamed, its name echoed in the darkest parts of their minds, growing with each retelling. As the stories grew, so did the name's power. Leviathan, the twisted, coiling one. The name became a symbol, not just of a creature, but of chaos itself. It was no longer just a word, it was a force, a name that could almost summon the very beast it described. To speak of Leviathan was to acknowledge the wildness that lived just beyond the shore, the terror that lurked beneath the waves. For the people who lived near the seas, Leviathan was more than just a monster. The name represented something too large for the human mind to fully understand. It was the embodiment of everything they feared, the unknown, the uncontrollable. To them, the sea was not a place of calm or beauty, but a place of death, of loss, of chaos. And in that chaos, Leviathan ruled. Over time, as these stories traveled, Leviathan's name began to evolve. In ancient Greek, the creature became associated with Draken or dragon. The image of the twisting sea serpent merged with the myths of dragons that breathed fire and could lay waste to entire cities. The Greek word didn't just describe a literal dragon, it painted a picture of something monstrous, something that defied nature. Leviathan, once a coiling serpent of the sea, now carried with it the breath of fire, the terror of destruction from above and below. As the centuries passed, Leviathan's name continued to spread, finding its way into Christian theology. Here, the name took on an even more sinister tone. No longer just a creature of chaos, Leviathan was linked to Satan himself, the great dragon who waged war against God. The twisting, coiling serpent became a symbol of evil, of temptation, of everything that stood against the divine order. The name Leviathan became not just the monster of the sea, but the enemy of all that was good and holy. Its name was whispered in fear, in awe, in reverence. It wasn't just a creature anymore, it was a force of nature, of evil, of everything dark and uncontrollable. The very mention of Leviathan's name could send shivers down the spine of the faithful. And yet, through all these transformations, through all these layers of meaning, the name Leviathan held onto its core, *Liwathan*, the twisting, coiling one. The name still carried the weight of the ancient sea, the fear of the unknown, the terror of the deep waters. It still spoke of a creature that could not be caught, could not be controlled, could not be understood. Even today, Leviathan's name echoes through our stories, our minds. It is a name that holds more than just history, it holds the fears of every generation that has looked out at the sea and wondered what might be hiding beneath the surface. The name Leviathan is a reminder that some things, no matter how much time passes, will always remain just out of reach, too vast, too wild to fully understand. And so, the name lives on. The sea was restless, waves crashing against the shore, their force felt even by those far inland. But beneath the surface, where the sunlight no longer touched, something stirred. In the ancient scriptures, this creature had a name, Leviathan. It wasn't just the size of the beast that struck fear into the hearts of men, it was the way it moved, the way it seemed to defy everything they knew about life. Leviathan wasn't just a sea monster. It was a force of nature, an untamed, terrifying creation whose very existence was enough to cause shudders. The Bible describes it in ways that seem almost impossible to comprehend, as if human language was too small to fully capture the immensity of what this creature was. Its body was said to be covered in scales, but not the kind that could be pierced. These scales were armor, a shield that no spear, no sword, no arrow could ever penetrate. Each scale fit together so tightly that not even air could pass between them. It was like a wall of iron that moved with the grace of a serpent. This wasn't just any beast, it was invincible. And yet, it was more than just its skin that made Leviathan horrifying. The fire. The Bible speaks of flames pouring from its mouth, smoke rising from its nostrils as though from a furnace. Its breath, they said, could ignite coals, its very exhale capable of turning the sea itself into a boiling, hissing chaos. The sight of such a thing would freeze any man in his tracks, the heat of its breath as dangerous as the fire itself. There is an ancient passage that describes how Leviathan's eyes glowed, like the first rays of dawn breaking over the horizon. This wasn't just a creature that lurked in the dark, its very gaze lit up the depths. Those eyes, burning with a light not of this world, seemed to stare straight into the soul of anyone unlucky enough to cross its path. To look into those eyes was to be reminded of one's own smallness, of the terrifying power that lay just beneath the surface of the world. And then there was the way it moved. Leviathan didn't thrash wildly like some mindless beast. No, it was deliberate, graceful in a way that only made it more frightening. Its body wound and twisted through the water, its strength evident in every ripple that followed in its wake. It was a master of the sea, and nothing could stand in its way. It made the ocean itself seem small, insignificant compared to the vastness of its presence. There's a part in the scriptures where Leviathan is described as laughing at the threat of weapons. Arrows bounce off its sides, swords shatter against its skin, and spears are useless. No hunter could bring it down, no army could conquer it. It mocked the very idea of man's power, showing that there were forces in the world that humans would never be able to control. In that laughter, there was a terrifying truth: Leviathan didn't fear anything because it had nothing to fear. Its tail, powerful and swift, could churn the waters and leave destruction in its wake. Entire ships could be crushed with a single sweep, their wooden frames splintering like twigs. Sailors who once thought themselves safe on the open waters now found themselves at the mercy of a creature that didn't care for their lives, their ships, or their weapons. The sea became a battlefield, but it was always a battle that men were destined to lose. And then, there were the sounds. Leviathan wasn't a silent creature. Its roars were like thunder, shaking the air and water alike. The ground itself seemed to tremble when it rose from the depths. The noise wasn't just a cry of rage, it was a reminder of its power, a sound that told the world that something far beyond human understanding was nearby. But for all its terror, Leviathan wasn't just destruction. There was something about it that demanded awe. It was raw power, pure and untamed, and that kind of strength, even when terrifying, commanded respect. The Bible doesn't describe Leviathan as evil, but as something that simply existed beyond good or bad, beyond human morality. It was a creature of the wild, of chaos, of the unknown. And it was there to remind people of just how small they really were. As it swam through the waters, its back slicing through the surface, Leviathan left a trail of boiling foam. Its path was marked by waves and chaos, but it moved with purpose, as though the sea itself parted for its coming. The ancient scriptures speak of its size, of its strength, but they also hint at something more. There was a mystery to Leviathan, a sense that it wasn't just a beast but a symbol, something that carried meaning far beyond what the eye could see. To see Leviathan was to understand fear. Not the fear of death, but the fear of something greater, something uncontrollable, something that reminded humans of their place in the universe. This creature was beyond them, beyond their reach, beyond their control. Leviathan was a living reminder of the chaos that lay beneath the order of the world. It was a symbol of the wild, the untamed, the unknowable forces that people could never hope to master. And in that, there was both terror and beauty. For as much as Leviathan inspired fear, it also inspired awe. It was a glimpse into a world far larger and far more powerful than anyone could imagine. And in that moment, when the sea churned and Leviathan's scales glistened beneath the sun or the moon, there was a silence that followed its passing. A silence that spoke louder than any roar or crash of waves. It was the silence of understanding, of realizing that no matter how much humans tried to rule the world, there were forces far greater than themselves. Forces like Leviathan. In the beginning, when the world was formless and empty, darkness covered the face of the waters. There was no light, no sky, no land. Just chaos, an endless abyss. But within that swirling chaos, there was something else, a presence so powerful, so ancient, it was said to have existed before anything else. That presence was Leviathan. Leviathan wasn't just a creature of the seas. It was woven into the very fabric of creation. As the earth was being shaped, Leviathan swam through the primordial waters, its massive body cutting through the depths like a force of nature. The chaotic waters that had no form or order seemed to bow before this being, as though recognizing a power even greater than their own wildness. Leviathan was there, at the very start, as the universe began to take shape. In the ancient scriptures, there are whispers of Leviathan's role in the creation of the world. This creature wasn't simply an observer to the birth of the earth, it was part of the process. Its existence represented the chaotic forces that needed to be tamed, the wildness that had to be brought under control for creation to flourish. And yet, Leviathan itself was untamable, a constant reminder that not all chaos could be fully subdued. As the waters surged and the land began to rise, Leviathan moved through it all, its body winding through the currents, a living force of the ancient world. It wasn't evil, but it wasn't tame either. It was something far older than human understanding, a being that had witnessed the dawn of creation and had a part to play in shaping what was to come. Leviathan didn't submit to the new order of the world. Instead, it represented the wildness that still remained even after the world was formed. There are stories, ancient, mysterious, that speak of Leviathan's battle with the forces of creation. Not a battle of good versus evil, but a clash between order and chaos. The waters of the sea, which once had no boundaries, were now being held back. The skies were separated from the earth, the light from the darkness. The very fabric of existence was changing, and yet Leviathan was still there, a symbol of the chaos that could never be fully extinguished. In some texts, Leviathan is portrayed as a creature that had to be subdued for creation to move forward. Its power was so great, its presence so overwhelming, that the forces of creation had to contain it. But Leviathan was not easily conquered. It thrashed against the attempts to restrain it, its roars echoing through the abyss, shaking the very foundations of the newly formed world. It was as if the creature itself refused to be silenced, reminding creation that chaos would always be a part of life, even in the midst of order. As the sun and moon were set in the sky, as the stars found their places, Leviathan still swam through the waters. Its body twisted and coiled, its scales shimmering beneath the surface, reflecting the light of the new world. And yet, it was not a creature of the light. Leviathan belonged to the waters, to the chaos that still existed beneath the surface. Its role in creation was not one of submission, but of balance. It was a reminder that the world was born from chaos, and that chaos still had a place within it. In the creation myth, there is a sense that Leviathan's presence was necessary. Without it, the world would have been too orderly, too controlled. Leviathan represented the wildness that gave life its unpredictability, its energy. It was the force that ensured creation was never stagnant, that the waters would continue to flow, that life would continue to grow and change. Leviathan was not an obstacle to creation, it was part of what made creation possible. But even as the world settled into its new form, Leviathan remained a force to be reckoned with. Its power could not be denied, its presence could not be ignored. The ancient scriptures speak of Leviathan's role as both a participant in creation and a constant reminder of the chaos that lies just beneath the surface of the world. The oceans, which once had no boundaries, now had their limits, but Leviathan still swam through them, a living embodiment of the wildness that could never be fully tamed. As the creatures of the earth began to roam, as the birds flew through the skies and the fish swam in the seas, Leviathan continued to move through the waters, its presence felt by all who lived near the oceans. It was said that to see Leviathan was to witness the power of creation itself, a reminder that the world was not born from peace, but from a struggle between chaos and order. Leviathan's massive form was a testament to that struggle, its every movement a reminder of the forces that shaped the world. There is an ancient belief that Leviathan was created with a twin, another beast of equal power, but one that roamed the land instead of the sea. This idea, that Leviathan was not alone in its wildness, suggests that the forces of chaos were balanced between the land and the water, between the earth and the sea. But Leviathan was the one that endured, the one that still swam through the waters long after the world had settled into its new form. And so, even as the creation story unfolds, with light and sky and land being formed, Leviathan remains. Its presence is both a threat and a promise, a reminder that chaos is never truly gone, that the wildness of the world still lives on, even in the midst of order. To see Leviathan is to understand the delicate balance that holds the world together, a balance that was forged in the very moment of creation itself. In the shadow of ancient mountains, where the winds howled through the valleys and the stars glittered against the endless night, stories were told, stories of gods, monsters, and battles that shook the very foundations of the earth. Among these tales, one figure emerged again and again, terrifying and awe-inspiring: Leviathan. But Leviathan wasn't just a creature of the Bible. Long before its name was whispered in the Hebrew scriptures, its image had already taken shape in the ancient myths of the Near East. Across the lands of Mesopotamia, Babylon, and Canaan, people believed in the existence of a force so chaotic, so powerful, that even the gods trembled in its presence. This force took many forms: a primordial serpent, a dragon of the seas, a monster born from the untamed waters of creation. It had a name that resonated across civilizations: Tiamat, Rahab, Yam. Yet in every story, no matter the name it was given, the essence of Leviathan remained the same: a creature born from the abyss, the embodiment of chaos itself. One of the most ancient and terrifying tales came from the Babylonians. They spoke of Tiamat, a sea dragon who embodied chaos. Tiamat wasn't just a beast, she was the swirling, raging waters from which all life had sprung. But when the younger gods sought to impose order on the world, they knew that Tiamat could not be allowed to remain free. She represented everything they feared: the wild, uncontrollable forces that could tear apart the fragile world they were building. In the great battle known as the Chaoskampf, Marduk, the warrior god, stepped forward to face her. The clash between Marduk and Tiamat was more than just a fight between a god and a monster. It was a cosmic struggle, a battle for the very soul of creation. As Marduk's arrows pierced the thick, scaly hide of the dragon, the heavens shook. The world held its breath as the beast writhed in pain, its massive body thrashing through the primordial waters. When Tiamat finally fell, her body split open. The chaos that she represented was tamed, but not destroyed. The universe had been saved from her destructive force, but the scars of that battle remained, etched into the hearts of those who heard the story. In the land of Canaan, another legend arose, one that spoke of Yam, the god of the seas and chaos. Yam was a terrifying figure, his power vast and unstoppable. He ruled the waters with an iron grip, and the other gods feared his wrath. But like Tiamat, Yam had to be defeated for order to prevail. Baal, the storm god, took up the challenge. With thunder in the sky and lightning in his hands, Baal met Yam on the shores of the earth, their battle raging across land and sea. When Yam was finally cast down, the waters receded, and the land was formed. But even in defeat, Yam's spirit lingered, always threatening to rise again. These ancient stories of chaos and conflict echoed through the ages, shaping the way people viewed the world. And in these stories, we can see the origins of Leviathan, the untamable force, the creature born of chaos, the monsters that could never truly be defeated. Leviathan was a reminder that, no matter how much order the gods imposed on the world, there would always be something lurking beneath, something wild and terrifying. When Leviathan's name was first written into the Hebrew scriptures, it carried with it the weight of these ancient myths. But Leviathan was more than just a copy of Tiamat or Yam. It was something new, something uniquely powerful. The Bible doesn't describe Leviathan as simply a creature to be defeated. It speaks of Leviathan with a kind of reverence, a sense that this beast, this embodiment of chaos, was part of the world's design. Leviathan wasn't evil, it was part of the balance, a force that could never be fully tamed. But there was still fear. For the ancient people who heard these stories, Leviathan was more than just a symbol. It was a reminder of the darkness that lay beneath the surface of their world. The Chaoskampf, this battle between order and chaos, was not something that had been fought once and for all. It was a battle that continued, every day, every night, in the hearts of men and in the forces of nature that surrounded them. In the rolling of the sea, in the crashing of the waves, they could hear Leviathan's call. In the thunderstorm that swept across the sky, in the lightning that split the heavens, they could feel its power. It was the chaos that could never be fully destroyed, no matter how much they tried to control it. Leviathan was always there, lurking just beyond the edges of their world, a force that could rise at any moment. There are stories in the ancient Near East that speak of the final defeat of chaos, the moment when the gods finally cast down the last of the monsters and established their rule forever. But in the Bible, Leviathan is never truly defeated. Even in the Psalms, when it is written that God will one day slay Leviathan, there is a sense that this creature will always rise again. It is a part of the world, a part of creation itself. Chaos is never fully banished, it is simply held at bay, waiting for the moment when it will rise once more. For the people who lived in the shadow of these myths, Leviathan was a reminder of their own fragility. They lived in a world that could be swept away at any moment, by the sea, by the storm, by the forces they could never control. Leviathan was the embodiment of that fear, the chaos that lay just beneath the surface of their lives. But it was also a reminder of something else. In the chaos, in the wildness, there was power. There was life. Leviathan was a creature of destruction, but it was also a creature of creation. The same forces that tore down could also build up, and in the balance between chaos and order, the world was formed. Leviathan's image, shaped by the myths of the ancient Near East, carried with it the echoes of those ancient battles. But in the Bible, it became something more, a symbol of the ongoing struggle between chaos and order, a reminder that the wildness of the world could never be fully tamed. And even as the people of the ancient world trembled at the thought of Leviathan, they knew, deep down, that they could never truly live without it. The waters stretched endlessly, dark and untamed, before the foundations of the world were even laid. There was nothing to hold them back, no boundaries, no shorelines. The vastness of the primordial ocean was a place of chaos, unpredictable and violent, and in the heart of that deep abyss, something stirred. It wasn't just the shifting currents or the roaring waves that sent shivers through the ancient world. It was Leviathan, the mighty beast that moved with the waters, inseparable from the sea itself. Leviathan and the waters were one. Where the oceans churned, Leviathan was present, a creature that seemed to be born from the very essence of the sea's wild, uncontrollable nature. To understand Leviathan was to understand the chaos that the waters represented. For the ancients, water wasn't just a life-giving source, it was a symbol of power and fear, a reminder of how fragile human existence was in the face of nature's fury. And Leviathan, as a creature of the primordial ocean, embodied all of that and more. The ancient people who lived by the coasts and rivers knew the dangers of the waters. They saw how easily it could destroy, how swiftly it could turn from calm to catastrophe. Leviathan was the spirit of that danger, the living force that surged through the deep, reminding them of the ever-present threat lurking beneath the surface. It was not just a creature of the physical sea, but the living embodiment of chaos, a force that no one could control, not even the gods themselves. There is something deeply unsettling about the way Leviathan is tied to the ocean. It is not a creature that comes from the land, where things are stable and secure. It is born from the water, a place where nothing is fixed, where everything is constantly shifting and changing. The sea is vast, endless, and mysterious. It hides its secrets well, and in those depths, Leviathan thrives. The currents that seem gentle on the surface can suddenly pull a person under, and just as easily, the calmest waters can give rise to monstrous waves. Leviathan is the same, a creature that can go unseen, until it decides to rise from the depths, bringing destruction in its wake. The theological significance of this connection between Leviathan and the ocean is profound. Water, in many traditions, represents the beginning of everything. Before the earth was formed, there were the waters, a swirling, chaotic mass from which creation itself was born. But water also represents the unknown, the uncontrollable, the thing that cannot be tamed. It is in this environment that Leviathan thrives. The creature is not a part of the orderly world that was created, it belongs to the chaos that existed before. It reminds us that no matter how much order is imposed, chaos will always be there, just beneath the surface. In the ancient stories, there is a sense that Leviathan's dominion over the sea is eternal. The waters themselves answer to no one but the beast, and when Leviathan stirs, the oceans respond with fury. Thunderstorms form, waves rise, and the once still waters become a place of terror. The sailors who braved the seas knew this well. They told stories of a beast so large, so powerful, that it could swallow ships whole. It wasn't just the natural forces they feared, it was Leviathan, the embodiment of the sea's unyielding nature. Even the gods, in their power, seemed to acknowledge Leviathan's place in the order of things. In some texts, Leviathan is described as being under divine control, yet there is always a sense of tension. Leviathan is not easily subdued. It represents the chaotic forces that the gods had to overcome during the creation of the world, but its presence in the waters means that chaos is never truly gone. The sea, after all, is a place that cannot be conquered, only respected. Leviathan's connection to the ocean serves as a reminder of this fact. But there is another layer to Leviathan's association with water. In some traditions, water is also a symbol of purification, of life and rebirth. The same waters that can destroy can also give life. Leviathan, for all its ferocity, is part of that cycle. It is a creature of destruction, yes, but it is also a part of the ocean's endless ebb and flow, the process by which life is constantly renewed. The primordial ocean may have been a place of chaos, but it was also the birthplace of everything that followed. Leviathan's role within that ocean is a reminder that chaos and creation are inextricably linked. There is a haunting beauty in the way Leviathan moves through the waters. It is a creature that cannot be fully understood, one that remains elusive, even to the gods. Its scales shimmer in the depths, its eyes glowing like distant stars. It moves with the currents, disappearing into the deep before reappearing in a sudden burst of power. The ocean is its home, and it belongs to no one but itself. To face Leviathan is to face the ocean in all its unpredictable glory, to confront the wildness of the world that lies just beyond the safety of the shore. And yet, despite its terrifying presence, Leviathan is also a creature of wonder. There is something mesmerizing about the thought of such a beast living in the heart of the sea, moving through waters that have existed since the dawn of time. It is a reminder of how small we are, how little we understand about the forces that shape the world. The ocean, with all its mystery and power, is a fitting home for Leviathan, a creature that defies comprehension, just as the sea itself defies control. Leviathan's connection to the primordial ocean speaks to the ancient fear and awe that people had for the waters. It was a place of danger, of chaos, of the unknown, but it was also the place where life began. Leviathan was the force that moved through that chaos, a creature that both terrified and fascinated those who heard its name. And even today, the image of Leviathan rising from the deep still stirs something within us, a reminder that the forces of chaos are never far away, always waiting, always watching from the depths of the primordial sea. In the heart of the ancient world, where myths and legends ruled the minds of people, there were two creatures whispered about in hushed voices, Leviathan and Behemoth. They were not just monsters but forces of nature, two opposing powers that stood on opposite ends of creation. The sea and the land, chaos and stability, destruction and strength. They were the embodiment of tension in the universe, the balance between what could not be tamed and what stood unmovable. Their existence, side by side, told a story far more complex than just beasts. It was a tale of duality, one that echoed in every corner of ancient scripture. Leviathan, the great sea serpent, lived in the endless waters, wild and unpredictable. The ocean was its kingdom, a place where no man could control the waves or understand the depths. Leviathan's very nature was chaos, a force that surged and withdrew, powerful and terrifying. Those who spoke of Leviathan knew that it was not merely a creature, it was a symbol of everything that lay beyond human reach. Its massive body swirled beneath the surface, its presence unseen but always felt, a reminder of the unpredictability of life. On the other hand, there was Behemoth, the colossal beast of the land. Where Leviathan moved with the water's fluidity, Behemoth stood firm, rooted in the earth. It was a creature of raw strength, its limbs like mountains, its presence a force of sheer immovability. Behemoth roamed the lands, but was unshaken by anything around it. Earthquakes and storms could come, but Behemoth would remain standing. It was the very essence of the land itself, a symbol of stability in a world that often felt like it was falling apart. But the story of Leviathan and Behemoth was not one of mere opposition, it was one of balance. These two creatures, though different, were part of the same whole. Without Leviathan, the world would lack the chaos that stirs creation, the force that challenges and reshapes. Without Behemoth, there would be no foundation to stand on, no stability to cling to when the storms of life came crashing down. Together, they formed a duality, one that existed in perfect tension. There is something deeply unsettling about how these creatures exist together, yet so far apart. Leviathan, hidden beneath the waves, ruled a world of uncertainty, its very presence a reminder that there are forces we cannot control. It was a creature of destruction, its serpentine body winding through the waters, capable of swallowing ships and entire nations in a single movement. But there was also a strange beauty in its chaos. Leviathan represented the untamed, the mystery of the unknown, the force that brought about change, even if that change came with destruction. Then, there was Behemoth, standing on solid ground, immovable and unshakable. Where Leviathan was hidden, Behemoth was always in plain sight. Its massive form could not be ignored, towering above everything around it. Behemoth's strength wasn't in its ability to destroy, but in its ability to endure. It didn't lash out or cause chaos. It simply stood, massive and unyielding, a symbol of the land that had existed since the beginning of time. If Leviathan was the storm, then Behemoth was the mountain that the storm could never move. In the biblical symbolism, this balance between Leviathan and Behemoth wasn't just about the physical world. It was a reflection of the spiritual tension that existed within humanity itself. Leviathan was the chaos within us, the part that drives us toward passion, destruction, and transformation. Behemoth was the force of stability, the grounded nature that keeps us rooted, the strength to stand firm in the face of overwhelming forces. The battle between these two creatures wasn't a war for domination but a dance of balance. Neither could exist without the other, just as humans could not exist without both chaos and order within their own lives. The ancient people who heard these stories would have felt this duality within themselves. They lived in a world of unpredictable dangers, where the sea could swallow their ships, and storms could destroy their crops. But they also knew the value of the land beneath their feet, the earth that provided stability, food, and shelter. Leviathan and Behemoth were not just monsters, they were symbols of the very forces that shaped their lives. They understood the chaos of the sea and the stability of the land as reflections of the world they lived in every day. In the scriptures, Leviathan and Behemoth are described in vivid detail, their features almost larger than life. Leviathan's scales are impenetrable, its breath can set coals ablaze, and the very sight of it strikes terror into the hearts of those who behold it. It is a creature that cannot be tamed, its very existence a challenge to order. Behemoth, by contrast, is described as a massive creature that feeds on grass like an ox, its strength in its bones, its power in its muscles. Behemoth doesn't inspire terror in the same way Leviathan does, but it commands a different kind of respect, a respect for its quiet, unshakable strength. And yet, despite their differences, these two creatures are often spoken of together, as if their existence is linked in some profound way. Perhaps it's because, on some level, we all recognize that both chaos and order are necessary forces. Leviathan and Behemoth aren't just enemies, they are complementary forces. One stirs the waters, the other holds the land. One destroys, the other endures. And without both, the world would fall out of balance. There's something haunting about the idea that these two creatures, so different, are bound together in the biblical narrative. It reminds us that life is full of opposites, joy and sorrow, creation and destruction, chaos and stability, and that we must learn to live with both. Leviathan and Behemoth are not just symbols from an ancient text, they are reflections of the world we live in and the struggles we face. Whether we find ourselves swept up in the chaos of the sea or standing firm on the land, the stories of these two creatures remind us that balance is the key to survival. Leviathan and Behemoth may seem like monsters, terrifying and untouchable, but they are also essential. They are the forces that shape our world, the tension that keeps everything in balance. And in their existence, we see a reflection of ourselves, the chaos and order, the destruction and stability that we all carry within. In the stillness of the night, when the world seemed to hold its breath, there was a presence that could not be ignored. It was felt in the trembling of the earth and in the restless waves of the sea. It was not a creature of flesh and blood, but something far more terrifying, a force of chaos that had no form but could tear everything apart. This was Leviathan, the embodiment of disorder, a symbol of everything that terrified the human soul. For those who feared the unknown, Leviathan represented more than just a monster lurking in the waters. It was chaos itself, the thing that threatened to undo the fabric of the world. In biblical texts, Leviathan was not merely a beast to be hunted or destroyed. It was a symbol of evil, of everything that stood against the order that God had created. Its very existence challenged the notion of stability and peace. Where Leviathan moved, disorder followed. The stories of Leviathan echoed across generations, with parents whispering its name to their children as a warning. It wasn't just the sea they feared, but the chaos that Leviathan represented. The creature didn't just live in the water, it brought with it the kind of destruction that left nothing in its wake. Ships disappeared into the depths, storms raged without warning, and lives were lost to the monster that no one could control. It was said that Leviathan breathed fire, that its very gaze could shatter the strongest of hearts. But more terrifying than its physical strength was what it stood for, the chaos that could unravel even the most well-ordered life. In the biblical texts, Leviathan's role as a symbol of chaos and evil became a reflection of everything that people feared about the world. Life was fragile, and stability was often an illusion. Even in moments of peace, there was always the threat that something unseen, something vast and untamable, could sweep it all away. Leviathan was the reminder that chaos was never far, lurking beneath the surface, waiting for its chance to strike. In the book of Job, Leviathan is described in terrifying detail, its body made of impenetrable scales, its jaws capable of crushing anything in its path. But what makes Leviathan truly fearsome isn't just its size or strength. It's the fact that no man could hope to stand against it. It was chaos, and chaos could not be tamed. It was a reminder of the limits of human power, of the fact that no matter how much control people tried to impose on the world, there would always be forces greater than them. Leviathan was not just a symbol of physical destruction, but of moral and spiritual disorder. In a world where people sought to live according to the laws of God, Leviathan represented the forces that worked against that order. It was the embodiment of rebellion, of everything that was dark and evil in the world. Its presence was a reminder that chaos could seep into even the most ordered of lives, that evil could rear its head when least expected. And when it did, it would leave nothing but destruction in its path. The ancient world saw the sea as a place of mystery and danger, a place where human rules did not apply. It was unpredictable, its depths unknown. Leviathan, as the master of the seas, became the ultimate symbol of that unpredictability. It ruled over the waters not as a benevolent creature, but as one that thrived on disorder. Storms, floods, and shipwrecks were seen as signs of its presence, reminders that chaos could strike at any moment. And while people prayed for protection from it, there was always the underlying knowledge that chaos, like Leviathan, could not truly be contained. For the people of the Bible, Leviathan's symbolism went beyond the physical. It was tied to the concept of evil itself. In a world created by God, a world that was meant to be good and orderly, Leviathan represented the opposite, everything that sought to tear down that order. It was a force of destruction, one that worked not only through the sea but through the hearts of men. Chaos was not just something external, it was something that could creep into a person's life, twisting their soul and leading them toward evil. In this way, Leviathan became more than just a monster. It was a symbol of the constant battle between good and evil, between order and chaos. The forces of chaos were always present, always waiting for an opportunity to strike. And when they did, they brought with them not just physical destruction, but spiritual devastation as well. Leviathan's presence in the biblical texts served as a warning, a reminder that no matter how safe or stable life might seem, there was always the potential for chaos to return. The fear of Leviathan was not just fear of the unknown, but fear of the loss of control. To confront Leviathan was to confront the fact that there were things in the world that no one could master, forces that could not be reasoned with or subdued. In many ways, Leviathan represented the ultimate test of faith. It was a reminder that in a world filled with chaos and evil, only faith could provide the strength to endure. But even faith did not promise protection from the storms that Leviathan could bring. There's a certain chill that comes with the thought of Leviathan lurking beneath the waters, waiting to strike. It's the same chill that comes with the realization that life, no matter how much order we try to impose on it, will always be touched by chaos. Leviathan, as a symbol of chaos and evil, is a reminder of the fragility of existence, of how quickly everything can change. It represents the forces that work against us, the ones that we can't always see but always feel. In the end, Leviathan is a symbol that speaks to something deep within us. It represents our deepest fears, of losing control, of facing destruction, of being overwhelmed by forces we cannot understand. It's a reminder that no matter how much we try to hold on to order, chaos is always there, just beneath the surface, waiting. And when it comes with the fury of Leviathan, unstoppable, undeniable, and utterly terrifying. Job stood in silence, his heart heavy, his body trembling under the weight of his suffering. He had lost everything, his children, his wealth, his health, and in the midst of his agony, he sought answers. Why had all of this happened? What had he done to deserve such torment? But then, God spoke, and his voice shattered the silence like thunder. In his speech, he did not offer simple explanations. Instead, he called Job to behold the unimaginable, Leviathan. The description began slowly, like a rumble in the distance, growing in power with every word. Leviathan was no ordinary creature. God spoke of it as if it were something beyond human comprehension, something terrifying yet majestic in its power. Can you pull in Leviathan with a fishhook or tie down its tongue with a rope? God asked. The answer was obvious: no human could control this beast. Leviathan was untouchable, untamable, and to even think otherwise would be foolish. With each word, Job must have felt his heart sink. He had faced many trials, but nothing like this. Leviathan's very existence seemed to challenge everything. It was a force of nature, a creature that no man could subdue, a being that answered only to God himself. Job could have no hope of confronting such a monster, no more than he could hope to challenge the storm that had torn through his life. As God continued, the description of Leviathan became more vivid, more terrifying. Its scales were its pride, sealed together tightly so that no air could pass between them. Each scale was a shield, impenetrable and unbreakable. Who can strip off its outer coat? Who can penetrate its double coat of armor? The sheer strength of Leviathan was overwhelming. It was not just strong, it was invincible. No weapon could pierce its hide, no force could subdue it. Its very body was a fortress. But it wasn't just its physical power that made Leviathan terrifying. It was the fire in its breath, the sparks that flew from its mouth. Its breath sets coals ablaze, and flames dart from its mouth. The image was seared into Job's mind: Leviathan, the beast that breathed fire, a creature whose very breath could set the world aflame. It was no mere animal, it was a force of chaos, of destruction. The sea was its domain, and it ruled with a terror that no man could withstand. And yet, as terrifying as Leviathan was, it was also a symbol of God's unmatched power. In describing Leviathan, God was showing Job something profound. If this creature, with its fire-breathing mouth and impenetrable scales, could not be controlled by man, how much greater was the one who created it? God wasn't merely describing a beast, he was reminding Job of his own sovereignty. Leviathan was fearsome, but it answered to God alone. It was a symbol of the chaotic forces that roamed the earth, but it could never move beyond the boundaries that God had set for it. As the description continued, the overwhelming power of Leviathan grew clearer. Its back has rows of shields tightly sealed together, each is so close to the next that no air can pass between. Its body was a fortress, and it moved with a terrifying grace. Nothing could stand in its path. Even the strongest of warriors would tremble before it. When it rises up, the mighty are terrified, they retreat before its thrashing. Leviathan's presence alone was enough to scatter armies, to break the spirit of even the bravest souls. And then came the final blow: no sword, no spear, no dart could harm it. Leviathan was untouchable, impervious to the weapons of men. The sword that reaches it has no effect, nor does the spear or the dart or the javelin. No matter what man tried, no matter how hard they fought, they could not harm this creature. Leviathan was beyond them, and in its presence, they were powerless. But perhaps the most haunting part of Leviathan's description was not its invincibility, but its laughter. It laughs at the commotion of the javelins. Leviathan did not fear man, it did not fear their weapons or their attempts to subdue it. It laughed in the face of human strength, mocking their efforts. In its world, man was insignificant, a fleeting presence in the vastness of the sea. Leviathan was eternal, untouchable, and in its eyes, man was nothing. As Job listened, he must have felt the weight of these words pressing down on him. Leviathan was everything he feared: chaos, destruction, a force that no man could control. And yet, as terrifying as Leviathan was, there was something strangely comforting in God's words. For all its power, Leviathan was still a creature. It was created by God, and it moved only within the limits that God had set. Leviathan's chaos was part of the world, but it was not beyond God's control. In the midst of Job's suffering, in the midst of his questions and his doubts, Leviathan stood as a reminder of the forces that roamed the earth, forces that seemed to have no purpose or order. But in describing Leviathan, God was showing Job that even the most chaotic forces were part of his creation. They were not beyond his control, and neither was Job's suffering. Leviathan's description, with all its terror and power, was not just a warning to Job. It was a reminder of the vastness of God's creation, of the mystery and majesty that lay beyond human understanding. Leviathan, with its impenetrable scales and fire-breathing mouth, was a symbol of the unknown, of the chaos that humans could never hope to control. But in the end, it was God who held that chaos in check. And that, perhaps, was the greatest lesson of all. As Job stood there, listening to the voice of God, he must have felt his fear give way to awe. Leviathan was terrifying, yes, but it was also a reminder of the power that lay beyond human comprehension. Job's suffering, like Leviathan, was part of a world that he could never fully understand. But in the face of that mystery, there was one thing that Job could hold on to: faith. Faith that, just as God had created Leviathan, he was in control of everything, even the forces of chaos that threatened to tear Job's life apart. The waves crashed violently against the shore, and the sea, in all its mystery and chaos, seemed to stretch endlessly. In ancient times, people feared what lay beneath those waters. In the Psalms, a hymn rose from the heart of the poet, praising the Creator of the heavens and the earth, the one who tamed the wild seas. And in those songs, the name of Leviathan echoed, a creature of terror and majesty, lurking in the dark depths, yet still under the hand of God. The psalmist's words were not just about creation, they were about power and control. You crushed the heads of Leviathan, he sang, speaking of a beast that stirred fear in the hearts of men. Leviathan was not merely an animal, not something to be hunted or tamed by human hands. It was a symbol of chaos, a force that threatened to overturn the order of the world. And yet, in the hands of God, even Leviathan was subdued. The imagery in Psalms painted a scene so vivid, it was almost palpable. This beast, dwelling in the depths of the sea, was no match for the Creator. The world that seemed to tremble beneath the weight of chaos was brought back into order by the hand of the Almighty. Leviathan's many heads, symbols of its overwhelming power, were crushed by the God who controlled the very foundations of the earth. It wasn't just about physical defeat, but about a divine power so great that even the forces of chaos bowed in submission. But Leviathan was not only a creature of terror. In another psalm, the image of Leviathan took on a different light. There the ships go to and fro, and Leviathan, which you formed to frolic there. Here, the beast wasn't the terrifying monster of chaos. It was a creature of God's creation, playing in the vast waters, free and unhindered. The sea, once a symbol of untamed disorder, became a playground for Leviathan under God's watchful eye. The change in tone was striking. What once evoked fear now became an expression of God's creative wonder. Yet, Leviathan remained more than just a creation of the sea. In the prophetic books, particularly in Isaiah, its role took on a darker and more symbolic meaning. The prophet's words rang out with a warning of judgment. In Isaiah's vision, Leviathan was the twisted serpent, the coiling dragon of the sea, representing evil, chaos, and the forces that sought to defy God's will. Isaiah's prophecy was filled with a sense of foreboding. In that day, the Lord will punish with his sword, his fierce, great, and powerful sword, Leviathan the gliding serpent, Leviathan the coiling serpent. He will slay the monster of the sea. Leviathan was no longer a creature simply of the natural world. It became the embodiment of everything that stood against God: pride, rebellion, and the untamed forces of evil. The sea dragon, coiling and twisting, was destined to meet its end by the sword of God himself. As Isaiah spoke of Leviathan, his words resonated with the fears of the people. The serpent, the dragon, represented the nations and powers that sought to oppose God's kingdom. And though they appeared mighty, though they seemed to rule the chaotic waters, they too would be brought low. Leviathan's destruction wasn't just about a creature of the sea, it was about the end of those who would dare to rise against the power of the Almighty. The tension in Isaiah's words could almost be felt in the air. The coiling serpent, twisting beneath the waters, was a force to be reckoned with. But in the face of God's powerful sword, it was doomed. The imagery was clear: no matter how great the forces of evil, no matter how impenetrable the darkness seemed, Leviathan would be slain. The monster of the sea, with all its chaos and power, would be cut down. And yet, beneath the terror and power of Leviathan, there was always the reminder of who was in control. In the Psalms, Leviathan's power was not its own. It existed because God allowed it to exist. The same God who formed the heavens and the earth, who spoke the stars into existence, also formed the creatures that dwelled in the seas. Whether it was the playful beast of the waters or the terrifying dragon of the deep, Leviathan was never beyond God's reach. The psalmist and the prophet both captured the essence of Leviathan in ways that stirred the heart and mind. To speak of Leviathan was to speak of the forces that seemed beyond human control, the powers that threatened to undo everything. But in those same words, there was always a reminder that God's power was greater. He crushed the heads of Leviathan. He tamed the sea. And in the end, even the twisted serpent would be brought low. Leviathan, with all its majesty and terror, became a symbol not just of chaos and evil, but of the God who could control even the most untamable forces. The psalmist's psalm and Isaiah's prophecy both pointed to a truth that was both humbling and comforting. No matter how great the storms of life, no matter how fierce the battles against darkness, Leviathan was never beyond the power of the Creator. The ancient people who heard these words must have felt a mixture of awe and fear. Leviathan was a creature of nightmares, a monster that stirred the imagination with visions of chaos and destruction. But the God they worshipped was far greater. The same God who formed Leviathan could also bring it low. The same hand that created the beast could also crush its many heads. And so, as the sea roared and the winds howled, there was always hope. Hope that the God who tamed Leviathan would tame the chaos in their own lives. Hope that the twisted serpent would not reign forever. For in the end, Leviathan was but a creature, and God was still on the throne. The old stories whispered of a creature so vast, so powerful, that even the strongest men shuddered at the thought of it. It wasn't just a monster that dwelled in the depths of the sea, it was something far more profound. In Jewish tradition, Leviathan wasn't merely a beast to be feared. It carried layers of meaning that reached into the very heart of Jewish mysticism and imagination. The rabbis spoke of Leviathan with both reverence and awe. To them, it wasn't just a physical entity, but something that hinted at the mysteries of the universe. It is said that God created two Leviathans, one male and one female. But fearing that the world wouldn't survive if both of them lived, he killed the female and preserved the male for the end of days. This wasn't just a tale of a battle between humans and beasts, it carried a sense of cosmic purpose. The death of the female Leviathan was a reminder that even the greatest creatures could be brought to their knees by the Creator. But the male Leviathan remained, and its survival had meaning that stretched beyond the surface. In the world to come, when the Messianic era would dawn, the righteous would feast on the flesh of this mighty creature. The very idea of eating the Leviathan was more than just a physical act. It symbolized triumph, a reward for the faithful who had lived their lives in service to God. The rabbis described the Leviathan's skin as being used to create canopies for the righteous, another image of grandeur and divine blessing. It was this duality, Leviathan as both a fearsome monster and a creature of divine purpose, that made the story so captivating. In some versions, Leviathan was a threat that needed to be destroyed, a symbol of the chaos and danger that still existed in the world. Yet, in others, it was part of the divine plan, a creature whose very existence pointed to something greater. Jewish mysticism, too, embraced Leviathan. The great creature became more than a myth, it became a symbol of the deep mysteries of creation. In the Kabbalistic tradition, everything in the world had a deeper meaning, a hidden layer beneath the surface. Leviathan wasn't just a sea creature, it represented something far more profound. Some saw Leviathan as a symbol of unbridled passion, of the chaotic forces that exist within each person. It was a reminder that beneath the surface of order and law, there was always the potential for chaos. But just as Leviathan was ultimately tamed by God, so too could these inner forces be controlled. And there were tales, passed down through generations, that captured the wonder of Leviathan's power. It was said that when the Messiah would come, the battle between good and evil would reach its climax. In this final struggle, Leviathan would play a role. Some stories spoke of Leviathan fighting with another mighty creature, the behemoth. The two would battle fiercely, shaking the very foundations of the earth, until both were destroyed, their flesh providing the feast for the righteous in the world to come. This imagery wasn't just about physical combat, it represented the clash of forces that defined existence, order versus chaos, creation versus destruction. The battle between Leviathan and Behemoth became a symbol of the ultimate reckoning, the moment when everything would be set right, and the forces of chaos would finally be subdued. But even with all this, there was still a sense of wonder. Leviathan wasn't purely evil, nor was it purely good. It stood at the intersection of the known and the unknown, a creature whose existence hinted at the mysteries of the universe itself. And while the rabbis and mystics may have spoken of its destruction, they also marveled at its beauty and power. There are stories that Leviathan's breath could boil the seas, that its scales were so impenetrable that no weapon could pierce them. And yet, there are also tales that speak of Leviathan's joy, its playfulness as it frolics in the ocean, a creature so vast it makes the waves dance at its every move. It was a reminder that even in the most fearsome beings, there was still a hint of God's creativity, a touch of the divine. The Leviathan of Jewish tradition wasn't just a monster. It was a creature of complexity, embodying the very forces that shaped the world. It was both terrifying and awe-inspiring, a force of chaos that could be harnessed for good. And in the end, it served as a reminder that even the most powerful forces in the universe were still under the hand of the Creator. The rabbis spoke of the day when Leviathan's flesh would be served as a meal for the righteous, but they also knew that Leviathan was more than just a feast. It was a symbol of the struggle, the tension between chaos and order, between destruction and creation. In Leviathan's vast, unknowable form, they saw a reflection of the universe itself, a universe filled with both beauty and danger, a universe that, in the end, was always under God's control. Leviathan was not just a story. It was a reminder of the mysteries of life, of the forces that shape the world, and of the ultimate victory of good over evil. It was a creature born of chaos, but destined for a purpose far greater than itself. And in that purpose, it held the promise of something more, something eternal, something divine. It was said that hidden within the words of the Zohar, the ancient mystical text, there was a secret about Leviathan that only the wisest could truly understand. The creature, already terrifying in its size and strength, was more than a beast. In the eyes of the Kabbalists, it was a symbol of forces far beyond what most could comprehend, a symbol of the deepest mysteries of existence itself. Leviathan's power wasn't just physical. The mystics believed it represented a spiritual force, something that moved through the unseen realms, touching the very foundations of creation. In the Zohar, the great book of Kabbalah, Leviathan appeared not as a mere monster, but as a part of the cosmic order. It was tied to the essence of creation, to the balance between light and darkness, order and chaos. The Zohar spoke of two great Leviathans, one male and one female, created on the fifth day. But the female Leviathan, in the tale, was slain to prevent them from multiplying and overwhelming the world. It was a choice made by God Himself, a necessary act to keep the balance. Yet, the male Leviathan remained, and the mystics pondered what this creature's continued existence meant. To the Kabbalists, Leviathan symbolized both destruction and unity. Its presence was linked to the forces that could tear the world apart, yet it also carried the possibility of something higher, of transformation, of the world returning to its original state of perfection. The Zohar described Leviathan as something that encircled the world, much like a serpent biting its own tail, a symbol of infinity and the eternal cycle of life and death. There were moments when the Zohar hinted that Leviathan was not merely a physical creature, but a representation of the deepest mysteries of the universe, mysteries that could never be fully understood by the human mind. Leviathan's appearance and behavior reflected the unseen movements of the cosmos, of how the divine forces worked in ways beyond comprehension. But Leviathan was also seen as a challenge, a test for the soul. Just as it represented chaos and destruction, it also represented the inner turmoil within each person. The Kabbalists believed that Leviathan was the embodiment of the struggles of the soul, the raging waters of desire, the dark currents of doubt and fear. It was a creature that lived not only in the oceans, but within the hearts of people. And just as God could subdue Leviathan, so too could the soul overcome its inner battles, rising above the chaos to find peace. The Zohar suggested that the righteous, those who had spent their lives seeking truth and wisdom, would one day be rewarded with a feast of Leviathan's flesh. This was not merely a physical feast, it was a spiritual one. The eating of Leviathan symbolized the ultimate triumph over chaos, the soul's victory over the forces that sought to destroy it. It was the culmination of a life lived in pursuit of the divine, a moment when the righteous would taste the essence of creation itself. But Leviathan was also something more, something dangerous, something alluring. The Zohar warned that those who were not prepared, who were not righteous, could be overwhelmed by the force of Leviathan. The mystics spoke of Leviathan's eyes, burning with a fierce light, and how anyone who looked into them would be blinded by their intensity. To stare into Leviathan was to face the raw power of creation, the untamed force that could either destroy or uplift. And yet, Leviathan had a beauty that could not be ignored. The Zohar described its scales, glistening in the depths of the sea, reflecting light in ways that no human could fully grasp. The creature moved through the waters with grace and power, a reminder that even the most fearsome forces could possess a kind of majesty. In Leviathan's movements, the Kabbalists saw the dance of the universe itself, chaotic, dangerous, but undeniably beautiful. The mystics believed that Leviathan's ultimate purpose was tied to the end of days, to the Messianic era when the world would be made whole again. In that time, Leviathan would be a key player, a force that had once threatened to undo the world, but that would now be part of its salvation. The Feast of Leviathan wasn't just a meal, it was a moment of transformation, of the world itself being renewed and restored to its original state of harmony. But there was a mystery within Leviathan that even the wisest could not fully understand. The Zohar hinted that Leviathan was tied to the deepest aspects of the divine, to the unknowable aspects of God's creation. Its existence was a reminder that there were things beyond human understanding, things that could never be fully explained or controlled. Leviathan was a symbol of that mystery, of the parts of creation that were still hidden, waiting to be revealed. The Kabbalists saw Leviathan not as an enemy, but as a force that could be harnessed for good. It was a reminder that even the darkest parts of the soul, the most chaotic forces in the world, had a purpose. And just as God had subdued Leviathan, so too could the soul find peace, even in the midst of chaos. In the Zohar's teachings, Leviathan became a symbol of hope, of the promise that the world's chaos would one day be transformed into harmony. It was a reminder that even in the depths of the sea, even in the darkest corners of the soul, there was a spark of the divine, waiting to be brought into the light. Leviathan wasn't just a creature of the sea, it was a reflection of the universe itself, a symbol of the mysteries that lay hidden beneath the surface of reality. And in the end, it was a promise that, no matter how great the chaos, there was always the possibility of redemption, always the hope of something greater. In Christian thought, Leviathan emerges not just as a monstrous figure but as a deeply symbolic presence, its name whispered with both fear and reverence. The Bible had given it life, yet over time, Leviathan had transformed into something far more profound than a creature of the sea. The Christian imagination saw Leviathan as more than a beast. It was chaos personified, a force that embodied evil, darkness, and the weight of sin itself. Leviathan's image struck fear into the hearts of believers, a reminder of the lurking threat that chaos posed to the order of God's creation. Its serpentine form, massive and terrifying, moved through the world like a shadow, waiting for the moment to rise and unleash its destructive power. There was something about Leviathan that touched a deep, primal fear, a fear not just of the unknown, but of forces that could tear apart the very fabric of life. The Christian interpretation of Leviathan became interwoven with the larger battle between good and evil. As Satan took on the role of the great adversary, Leviathan became a symbol of his reign, a creature that thrived in the chaotic waters of sin and rebellion. Its strength, its unpredictability, all mirrored the nature of the evil that sought to undo God's perfect creation. And yet, even in its terrifying power, Leviathan reminded believers that no matter how great the darkness, it could never match the strength of the Creator. Christian thought painted Leviathan as an instrument of divine judgment. It was not just a force of evil, but a tool that God could wield to carry out His will. In some interpretations, Leviathan's chaos was allowed to reign as a punishment for human sinfulness, a reminder that the world could easily descend into disorder when it turned away from righteousness. But even in the midst of this chaos, there was a glimmer of hope. Leviathan could be tamed, subdued, and ultimately destroyed by God's power. There is something deeply haunting about Leviathan's role in Christian eschatology. The creature is often linked to the end times, a harbinger of the final battle between good and evil. Its rise from the depths signals the beginning of the apocalypse, a moment when the world would be shaken to its core. Christians believed that Leviathan's appearance would be one of the signs that the world was reaching its end, a moment both terrifying and inevitable. Yet, with this fear came the promise of God's ultimate triumph. Leviathan, no matter how powerful, was doomed to fall. It was said that at the end of days, Leviathan would be slain, its body offered as a feast to the righteous. This act would symbolize the final victory over chaos and sin, a moment of divine justice where the forces of darkness were completely vanquished. The idea of consuming Leviathan's flesh had a powerful significance. It wasn't just a meal, it was a celebration of triumph over the very forces that had sought to destroy creation. It was a promise that the darkness would be swallowed up by light, that the chaos would be brought under control. In Christian art and literature, Leviathan often appeared as a dragon or serpent, coiling its body around the world like a predator waiting to strike. It was an image that stirred both awe and fear, a creature that represented the very opposite of God's order. But in the end, Leviathan's very existence served as a testament to God's power. No matter how terrifying it might be, it was a creature that remained under the authority of its creator. Its strength was nothing compared to the infinite power of God, who could summon and subdue it with a word. Leviathan's connection to the sea only added to its ominous nature. The ocean, with its endless depths and unpredictable currents, was often seen as a symbol of chaos in Christian thought. It was a place where danger lurked, where the safety of the land gave way to the unknown. And at the heart of this chaos, Leviathan reigned as the king of the waters, moving through the depths with a power that defied comprehension. But even here, in the place where chaos seemed strongest, Leviathan was under God's control. In some Christian interpretations, Leviathan also carried a personal significance. It wasn't just a creature that threatened the world, it was a representation of the inner battles that each believer faced. The chaos of Leviathan symbolized the chaos of sin, the way that evil could take root in the human heart and lead it astray. Leviathan was the temptation, the darkness that lurked within, always ready to pull someone under. But just as God could slay Leviathan, so too could a person, with faith, overcome the darkness within themselves. Leviathan became a reminder of the fragility of life, of how quickly the order of things could fall apart if not for God's sustaining hand. The creature's vast size and power seemed to mock human efforts to control or contain it. It was a force beyond anything people could fully understand or manage on their own. And yet, in its very existence, Leviathan testified to the need for faith, for trust in the God who alone could bring peace out of chaos. For Christians, the story of Leviathan was ultimately a story of redemption. No matter how great the evil, no matter how strong the forces of darkness seemed, they could never stand against the light of God's goodness. Leviathan might rise from the depths, might thrash and rage and threaten to overwhelm the world, but in the end, it was powerless in the face of divine will. And that, perhaps, was the most comforting aspect of Leviathan's tale. It wasn't just a monster to be feared, it was a symbol of hope. Even the greatest evil, even the most chaotic force, could be subdued by the hand of God. And so, Leviathan, with all its terror and power, remained a reminder. A reminder that in the end, God's order would prevail. That no matter how dark the world might become, there was always the promise of light, always the promise of victory over chaos. Leviathan, with all its might, was nothing in the face of that promise. In the dim flicker of early Christianity, long before the cathedrals and vast congregations, there were whispers about Leviathan. To the early church fathers, Leviathan wasn't just a sea monster. It was something far more dangerous, something that swam not just through the deep waters of the earth, but through the very hearts of men. To them, it represented the battle between light and shadow, good and evil, in a way that reached into the soul and shook it to its core. In those early days, the church fathers were searching for ways to explain the unexplainable, to give meaning to the mysterious figures in Scripture. And Leviathan, the mighty, serpentine creature described in the ancient texts, seemed like a perfect image to convey the overwhelming force of sin and Satan's influence over humanity. They saw Leviathan as a symbol of Satan himself, a beast that lurked beneath the surface, waiting for a moment to strike. It wasn't just a physical creature. It was the darkness that crept in when faith faltered, the chaos that tried to pull humanity away from the path of righteousness. One of the early church fathers, St. Augustine, was particularly moved by the image of Leviathan. In his writings, he described Leviathan as an embodiment of the pride that could consume a person's soul. Pride, he believed, was like a great beast, a sin that inflated itself, swelling up and thrashing around until it consumed everything in its path. Augustine saw Leviathan as the ultimate symbol of this arrogance, a creature too large, too dangerous to be tamed by human hands alone. Only through God's grace could Leviathan be defeated, just as only through humility could a person rid themselves of pride. The church fathers looked to Leviathan and found a way to explain the struggles faced by every believer. In the roaring of the beast's jaws, they heard the temptations that plagued humanity. The creature's immense power and untamable nature mirrored the overwhelming lure of sin, pulling people into darkness. Early Christian theologians often spoke of spiritual warfare, the unseen battles waged in the hearts and minds of the faithful, and Leviathan became a key player in these struggles. It wasn't just a beast to fear, it was the symbol of the forces that tried to pull the faithful away from God's light. Tertullian, another prominent figure of early Christianity, echoed similar thoughts. He believed that Leviathan represented the chaos that came from turning away from the Creator. To him, Leviathan symbolized the disorder that ruled the world in the absence of faith, a force of nature that raged uncontrollably when left unchecked. But more than that, Tertullian spoke of Leviathan as a reminder of God's ultimate power over evil. No matter how terrible the beast, no matter how fierce its jaws, or how wild its thrashing, it was still under God's control. The early church fathers were deeply influenced by the writings of the Old Testament, and they saw in Leviathan a powerful reminder of the fragility of human life. They saw the creature not just as a threat, but as a warning, a reminder that life without faith could quickly spiral into chaos. To them, Leviathan's thrashing represented what happened when humans allowed sin to take control of their lives. It was a symbol of the forces of darkness that constantly sought to pull humanity away from God, a reminder that only through faith could one stand against such terrifying power. In their writings, the early church fathers often tied Leviathan to the book of Revelation. They saw in Leviathan echoes of the beast that would rise during the end times, the harbinger of destruction and doom. They interpreted its rising from the sea as a symbol of the great turmoil and suffering that would mark the last days. For them, the image of Leviathan served as both a warning and a promise, a warning that darkness was always lurking, but a promise that God would ultimately triumph over even the greatest of evils. The Church Fathers also reflected on how Leviathan fit into the grand narrative of salvation. They believed that just as God created Leviathan, he could destroy it. The beast, as terrifying as it was still a part of God's creation, and nothing in creation could stand against the Creator's will. This understanding gave them a sense of hope, even in the face of such overwhelming evil. Leviathan, for all its power, could be defeated by the light of God's grace. The early Christians clung to this truth, finding solace in the knowledge that no matter how fierce the battle against sin, God's victory was assured. In the works of Origen, one of the most brilliant theologians of the early church, Leviathan became a symbol of the cosmic struggle between good and evil. Origen believed that Leviathan's presence in the scriptures pointed to deeper spiritual truths. He wrote about Leviathan as a representation of Satan's dominion over the fallen world, but also as a figure that would ultimately be defeated in the great battle between heaven and hell. To Origen, the slaying of Leviathan was symbolic of the destruction of all evil, the final act of God's justice that would cleanse the world of sin. What stands out in the early Christian writings about Leviathan is not just fear, but a deep sense of awe. The Church Fathers were overwhelmed by the imagery of this colossal beast, its size and power. They saw in Leviathan the ultimate challenge for humanity, the struggle against sin, pride, and temptation. But they also saw in it the ultimate promise of redemption. For no matter how powerful Leviathan seemed, no matter how vast its influence over the world, it was still part of God's creation. And in that, the early Christians found hope. Leviathan wasn't just a symbol of chaos or evil. In its very existence, it pointed to the greatness of the Creator. The Church Fathers believed that even the most terrifying forces in the world were subject to God's will. In their eyes, Leviathan served as a reminder of both the dangers of the world and the boundless power of God's grace. The creature may have been untamable by human hands, but in the hands of the divine, it was no more than a tool, a symbol of the greater battle between good and evil that God had already won. And so, in the early days of Christianity, Leviathan stood as a figure of both terror and hope. It was the embodiment of all that threatened to tear humanity apart, but also the promise that, in the end, nothing could stand against the Creator. Even Leviathan, with all its might and fury, would fall before the power of God. In the shadows of ancient texts, Leviathan stirred. Its immense, coiled body lurked beneath the waters, but its true presence was felt not only in the deep seas, but in the dark corners of the human soul. In the quiet moments of fear, it whispered, tempting, luring, seducing. To many of the faithful, Leviathan wasn't just a creature of myth. It was something far more terrifying, a reflection of Satan himself, a force of pure evil that sought to consume and destroy. The connection between Leviathan and Satan didn't emerge overnight, but it grew with a chilling intensity. In the pages of Scripture, Satan was often described as the great deceiver, the one who lured mankind into sin. And Leviathan, with its monstrous form, came to embody that very same force. A creature so vast, so unstoppable, that it could wrap itself around the earth and suffocate the light. Satan, too, worked in this way, slowly, silently, until the darkness took hold. There is something almost haunting about the way Leviathan and Satan intertwine. Both are described as serpentine beings, writhing through creation with destructive intent. Just as the serpent in the Garden of Eden tempted Eve with promises of forbidden knowledge, Leviathan tempted the souls of men with chaos, dragging them away from God's order. It was in this image that the early Christian theologians saw the connection so clearly. Leviathan was not just a beast. It was the embodiment of Satan's cunning and malevolent will. Leviathan's size, its overwhelming power, reflected the overwhelming force of evil. Its many heads, described in the ancient texts, symbolized the many ways Satan would attack the faithful. Not through one obvious path, but through countless, subtle twists and turns. Each head spoke of a different sin, pride, greed, envy, all of them working together to drag mankind into the depths. To fight Leviathan was to fight a force that seemed invincible, a creature that could only be defeated by a power far greater than any human strength. The early Christians saw in Leviathan a parallel to the dragon imagery often associated with Satan. Just as dragons were symbols of chaos and destruction, Leviathan too embodied the primal fear that Satan evoked. And while Satan prowled, seeking whom he might devour, Leviathan lurked in the depths, its body churning the waters into chaos. It was a creature of destruction, intent on consuming everything in its path, just as Satan sought to devour the souls of men. Yet Leviathan wasn't just a monster of flesh and bone. It was more than that. It represented the very nature of evil itself, chaotic, uncontrollable, and always hungry. The way the ancients spoke of Leviathan reflected their understanding of Satan. He wasn't an enemy that could be fought with physical strength alone. Just as Leviathan could crush ships with a flick of its tail, Satan could bring ruin with the faintest whisper of temptation. The true battle wasn't against the beast itself, but against what it represented, the constant struggle against sin, the eternal fight to keep faith in the face of overwhelming darkness. The book of Isaiah speaks of Leviathan as a twisted serpent, an image that echoed the earliest depictions of Satan. The serpent in Eden had been subtle, charming, yet deadly. Leviathan, too, was a creature of allure and terror. Its coils promised power and destruction, much like Satan's promises of worldly gain. But, just as the serpent led Adam and Eve into exile, Leviathan's grip led the faithful away from the grace of God. In those ancient texts, the connection was clear. Both creatures sought to pull humanity into chaos, to undo the divine order of creation. The fear that Leviathan evoked was not just physical. It was spiritual. The beast's presence was felt in the heart, where doubt, temptation, and fear festered. Early Christian writers like Augustine and Origen saw Leviathan's monstrous form as an outward symbol of the inner battle every believer faced. Just as Satan worked in the unseen places of the heart, so too did Leviathan, lurking beneath the surface, waiting for the moment to strike. It wasn't a battle fought with swords, but with faith. And that's what made the connection between Leviathan and Satan so terrifying. The threat wasn't just outside, it was within. The chaos that Leviathan brought to the waters mirrored the chaos that Satan brought into the world. The very presence of the beast stirred the seas, turning calm into storms, much like how Satan stirred the hearts of men, turning peace into conflict. The destruction that followed in Leviathan's wake wasn't just about ships sinking or cities falling, it was about souls being lost, pulled into the depths of sin and despair. In that sense, Leviathan wasn't just a creature of the sea. It was a creature of the soul, reflecting the turmoil that Satan caused within. What made the connection between Leviathan and Satan even more profound was the sense of inevitability. Just as Leviathan seemed impossible to defeat, so too did the forces of evil that Satan wielded. Both figures were depicted as ancient, primal forces, timeless, ageless, always there, lurking. But within this sense of dread, there was also a glimmer of hope. The scriptures spoke of God's ultimate victory over both Leviathan and Satan. The same hand that had created Leviathan could also destroy it. And the same God who allowed Satan to tempt could also bring him to ruin. In that promise, the early Christians found their strength. They knew that Leviathan, as terrifying as it was, had its limits. And so did Satan. For all their power, neither could stand against the Creator. Both Leviathan and Satan were part of God's plan, symbols of the chaos and evil that existed in the world, but also reminders that God's light would ultimately prevail. The battle against Leviathan was the battle against Satan, and though the struggle was fierce, the outcome was never in doubt. In the end, the connection between Leviathan and Satan wasn't just about fear. It was about faith. It was about standing firm in the face of overwhelming darkness, knowing that even the most fearsome of beasts could not overcome the power of God. The early Christians saw in Leviathan a reflection of their greatest enemy, but they also saw a promise that no matter how powerful evil seemed, it would one day be cast down, just as Leviathan would one day be defeated. In the silence of ancient deserts and amidst the echoing prayers of believers, the shadow of a creature looms large. Its presence is felt in the hearts of those who ponder the mysteries of the unseen world. In Islamic tradition, there is a parallel to Leviathan, an entity so vast, so awe-inspiring, that it becomes difficult to comprehend. The oceans of this world cannot contain it, and the skies bow to its presence. In some tales, it is known as Bahamut, a creature so enormous that all of creation stands upon it, trembling. The Islamic tradition, rich with its own vibrant tapestry of myth and symbolism, weaves this story with both awe and fear. The parallel to Leviathan isn't just about a physical being but about the cosmic forces that shape the universe. Bahamut, like Leviathan, represents something so ancient, so primal, that its very existence speaks of the mysteries of creation itself. Bahamut resides in the depths of the primordial ocean, where no man dares to wander, a place of chaos, power, and endless possibilities. It is said that only God can truly understand the magnitude of such a creature. Legends tell of Bahamut as a being of unimaginable size, too vast for the human mind to fully grasp. It lies beneath all of existence, supporting the very foundations of the world. The weight of the earth, the sky, and all that dwells within them rests upon this mighty creature, yet it remains hidden from sight, submerged in the depths of the cosmic ocean. To speak of Bahamut is to speak of the fragility of creation itself, how easily everything we know could be swallowed by the chaos below. In some versions of Islamic folklore, Bahamut is said to be so large that it is incomprehensible to human vision. A mere glimpse of it could drive a person to madness, for to behold such a being is to witness the vastness of God's creation, something far beyond mortal understanding. Bahamut represents the untamed forces of the universe, the mysteries of existence that lie beyond our control. Much like Leviathan, it serves as a reminder of both the awe-inspiring and terrifying aspects of the natural world. The waters in which Bahamut dwells are not just physical seas, but metaphors for the unknown, the uncontrollable. The depths hide this creature, and yet its presence is undeniable. In this way, Bahamut, like Leviathan, becomes a symbol of the forces that lie beyond human grasp, a representation of the chaos and order that God alone can govern. In Islamic tradition, the tale of Bahamut serves to remind believers of the limits of human understanding and of the majesty and power that exists beyond the physical world. Bahamut is often depicted as being accompanied by a mighty fish called Lut, or sometimes as part of a larger cosmic structure that holds up creation itself. Beneath Bahamut, there is more, the chaos of the abyss, the unknown depths that stretch on for eternity. This image of a layered creation, with Bahamut playing a central role in its stability, echoes the biblical imagery of Leviathan as a creature intertwined with chaos. Both beings serve as pillars of creation in their respective mythologies, holding up the world while also representing the primal forces that could tear it apart. The fear and reverence that Bahamut inspires in Islamic folklore are similar to the emotions evoked by Leviathan in the biblical texts. Both creatures embody the wild, untamable forces of nature, forces that no human can control. Bahamut's connection to the ocean, much like Leviathan's, signifies the unpredictable, often destructive power of water. In the deserts of the Islamic world, where water is both a blessing and a curse, this association with the sea makes Bahamut even more enigmatic. The ocean is both life-giving and terrifying, just as Bahamut, beneath the waves, is both a foundation of existence and a potential source of destruction. Bahamut, much like Leviathan, serves as a reminder of God's ultimate power. It is not a creature to be tamed, nor is it a beast that can be understood by human minds. Its size, its power, its very existence speak to the unfathomable nature of creation. Only God can command such a creature, just as only God can control the forces of chaos and order that shape the world. The myth of Bahamut reminds believers that there is so much more to existence than what can be seen or understood. In its hidden depths, Bahamut mirrors the mysteries of the divine. The tales of Bahamut, though they differ from those of Leviathan, still capture the same sense of awe. The stories speak of a world that rests on the back of a creature too great to be imagined, held up by forces beyond comprehension. It is not just a story of a monster or a myth, but a reflection of the human struggle to understand the divine. The Islamic tradition, with its emphasis on the unknowable nature of God, finds in Bahamut a powerful symbol of faith that despite the chaos, despite the vastness of the unknown, there is order, and that order comes from God. And yet, Bahamut, like Leviathan, also serves as a warning. It reminds us that beneath the surface of what we know lies something much greater, much more powerful. The ocean, the depths, the chaos, all of these are forces that can rise up at any moment, swallowing the world if they so choose. But it is not fear that drives this story, it is reverence. Reverence for the power of creation, for the mysteries of the universe, and for the God who governs it all. In the quiet moments of prayer, in the whispers of ancient stories told under starlit skies, the image of Bahamut rises from the depths. It is not just a creature, it is a symbol, a reminder that the world is far more vast and mysterious than we could ever know. In the Islamic tradition, Bahamut holds a place of both fear and wonder, much like Leviathan in the Bible. Both creatures, hidden in the depths, remind us of the power that lies beneath the surface of our world, waiting, watching, and ultimately, serving the will of God. In the end, Bahamut, like Leviathan, serves as a testament to the majesty of creation and the limits of human understanding. It is a force of chaos, a pillar of existence, and a symbol of the divine all rolled into one. The tale of Bahamut isn't just about a creature, it's about the awe and fear that the unknown inspires, and the faith that, no matter how vast or terrifying the world may be, it is ultimately in the hands of the Creator. In the quiet, just before the world awakens, the waters stir with an ancient energy. Hidden beneath the surface of the seas, there lies a creature, colossal and terrifying, whose mere existence brings shivers down the spine. This is Leviathan, the legendary beast that swims in the dark, untamed depths. But Leviathan is not alone. There are others, the Tananim, monstrous sea creatures that, like Leviathan, roam the oceans of biblical lore. Together, they paint a picture of a world far more dangerous and mysterious than we could ever imagine. The Tananim are often described as dragons or serpents of the sea, their bodies vast and serpentine, twisting through the waters like shadows. Their movements are as fluid as the tides, but their presence stirs fear in the hearts of those who know their stories. These creatures, too, are forces of chaos, symbols of the wild, untamed elements that humans cannot control. The ocean, with its endless depth and power, belongs to them, just as the skies belong to the birds and the land to the beasts. But it is Leviathan who rules among them, the king of these sea monsters, a creature unlike any other. In the biblical texts, Leviathan's relation to the Tananim speaks of a time when the world was far more mysterious, when the boundaries between the known and unknown were blurred by the waters that stretched endlessly across the earth. The Tananim, like Leviathan, are symbols of this untamed world, a world that humans could not yet conquer or fully understand. They are mentioned in Genesis, where God creates the great creatures of the sea, including the Tananim, as if to show that even in the beginning, chaos was a part of creation. Leviathan, in its immense size and power, stands apart from the Tananim, but it shares with them the same untamable spirit. These creatures, in their vastness and strength, represent the forces that lie beyond human reach. Their serpentine forms wind through the waters, while Leviathan, larger and more terrible, commands them. Together, they form a chorus of chaos, a reminder that the world is not just a place of order and peace, but also of danger and wildness. Some stories suggest that the Tananim, like Leviathan, were created with a purpose, not just as chaotic forces, but as beings that would play a role in the divine plan. Their presence in the sea is a reflection of the balance between creation and destruction, between order and disorder. The ocean, which gives life and sustains it, is also a place of great danger, where these creatures lurk, waiting. In some texts, the Tananim are seen as adversaries to God, forces that must be subdued or controlled. Yet, they remain a part of creation, a necessary balance to the peaceful creatures of the land. Leviathan's dominion over the Tananim is not just one of strength, but of nature itself. It is as if the sea, in all its power and vastness, bends to Leviathan's will, just as the Tananim do. The other sea creatures, though fearsome in their own right, bow to the authority of this ancient beast. Its body, described as impenetrable and its breath as fiery, moves through the waters like a storm. The Tananim follow in its wake, their serpentine bodies twisting through the deep, their scales shimmering in the dark waters. There is something haunting about the idea of these creatures, so ancient and so removed from human understanding. They belong to a world we can never fully grasp, a world where chaos and order exist side by side, where Leviathan and the Tannim swim beneath the surface, unseen but always present. The sea is their kingdom, and it is a kingdom that humans cannot conquer. We sail across its surface, but beneath us lies a realm ruled by these monstrous creatures, waiting in the depths. The Tannim, in their own right, are formidable, but it is Leviathan who captures the imagination and strikes fear into the heart. Leviathan's relationship with these creatures is one of dominance, yet they are bound together by their shared existence in the watery depths. The Tannim may be dragons of the sea, but Leviathan is the master of them all, a creature so terrifying that its very name has become synonymous with chaos and power. In some interpretations, the Tannim are not just sea creatures, but symbols of the forces that oppose God's order. Their presence in the world is a reminder that chaos still exists, that the wildness of creation cannot be fully tamed. Yet, Leviathan, while a part of this chaos, is also a symbol of God's control over it. It is a creature of destruction, but also of purpose, a being that embodies both the beauty and the terror of the natural world. The Tannim, like Leviathan, are reminders of the ancient world, a time when the earth was still young, and the seas were filled with creatures that defied understanding. They are symbols of the unknown, the parts of creation that we cannot see or touch, but only fear. And yet, they are a necessary part of the world, just as chaos is a necessary part of creation. In the biblical texts, Leviathan and the Tannim are more than just monsters, they are reflections of the power and mystery of the ocean itself. The sea, in all its vastness, is a place of life and death, of creation and destruction, and these creatures are its rulers. They remind us of the limits of human control, of the forces that lie beyond our reach, waiting in the darkness, unseen but always present. The oceans have always held secrets, their vast depths hiding creatures of unimaginable power. In the silence of the sea, shadows lurk, monstrous and ancient. Across different lands, from the fertile plains of Mesopotamia to the golden sands of Egypt and the shores of Greece, tales of these creatures have stirred fear and awe. Among them, Leviathan stands tall, but Leviathan is not alone. There are sea serpents in every culture, each one more terrifying than the last, their stories woven into the fabric of myths that echo through time. In the heart of ancient Mesopotamia, a creature slithered through the waves, Tiamat, a goddess and a sea serpent. She was not just a creature of chaos, she was chaos itself. The waters that birthed life also gave birth to her fury. Tiamat wasn't just a serpent, she was the embodiment of the wild, untamed ocean, a force no one could control. When the gods themselves feared her, it was Marduk, a brave warrior god, who took up arms against her. Their battle shook the heavens and the earth. Tiamat's enormous body coiled around the stars, her breath the storm, her voice the thunder. Her defeat, however, came not without a price. Marduk tore her in two, splitting her to form the heavens and the earth. Even in death, her chaos continued to shape the world. The Mesopotamian sea serpent Tiamat and Leviathan are cut from the same cloth. They are more than just creatures, they are the very essence of destruction, the raw, untamable forces of nature. Where Tiamat was a mother of monsters, Leviathan ruled as the king of the seas, challenging anything that dared approach. Both creatures symbolized a world that humans could not hope to conquer, a world where the forces of chaos still held sway. In Egypt, the waves of the Nile whispered of another beast, Apep, the serpent who sought to swallow the sun. Apep was a being of darkness, hiding in the waters during the day, waiting for nightfall to strike. Every evening, as the sun god Ra sailed his boat across the sky, Apep would rise from the depths, his enormous body twisting through the dark waters of the underworld, attempting to devour the sun and plunge the world into eternal night. The battles between Ra and Apep were nightly occurrences, with Ra emerging victorious time and time again, keeping the forces of darkness at bay. Apep's hatred for the light mirrors Leviathan's chaotic nature. While Leviathan ruled the seas and symbolized disorder, Apep represented darkness and the eternal struggle between good and evil. Both creatures were relentless, their power unmatched, their presence a constant reminder that danger could rise from the deep at any moment. Meanwhile, in Greece, a different kind of sea monster emerged from the depths, the Hydra, a multi-headed serpent that terrorized the seas and lands. The Hydra's very nature was to defy death. For every head that was cut off, 2 more would grow in its place, making it nearly impossible to defeat. It took a hero of incredible strength and cunning, Heracles, to finally slay the Hydra, cauterizing its wounds to stop the heads from regenerating. But even then, the Hydra's venom remained deadly, capable of killing with a single drop. The Hydra's resilience resonates with the eternal nature of Leviathan. Both creatures are seemingly invincible, their power lying not just in their size, but in their ability to survive any attempt to destroy them. The Hydra's regenerative heads mirror the ever-present nature of chaos and disorder that Leviathan embodies, always returning, no matter how hard it is fought. The stories of Leviathan, Tiamat, Apep, and the Hydra are bound together by the threads of fear and reverence. These creatures were not just monsters, they were forces of nature, reminders that humanity could never fully control the world around them. The sea, in particular, has always been a symbol of mystery, a place where the unknown reigns. And in these ancient cultures, the sea was the home of these terrifying serpents. But what ties these myths even closer is their shared symbolism. Leviathan, Tiamat, Apep, and the Hydra are more than just sea serpents. They represent the struggle between chaos and order, light and darkness, life and death. The battles waged against these creatures are battles for the survival of the world itself. The gods, heroes, and forces of good must confront these monsters, not because they are just beasts, but because they embody the chaos that threatens to consume everything. There is something haunting about these sea serpents. Their power lies not just in their physical strength, but in what they represent, the unknown, the uncontrollable, the forces that lurk beneath the surface of our world. The ancients knew this well. Whether it was the fertile lands of Mesopotamia, the deserts of Egypt, or the rugged coasts of Greece, these cultures understood that the sea, and the creatures that lived within it, held a power far greater than any one person or god could control. And so, the stories of these sea serpents became more than just myths, they became warnings. The battle between order and chaos is never-ending. No matter how many times the gods defeat these creatures, they always rise again, waiting in the dark, untamed waters. Their very existence is a reminder of the fragility of life, the ever-present danger that lurks just beneath the surface. Leviathan, Tiamat, Apep, and the Hydra, they are all reflections of the same fear, the same awe, the same understanding that the world is a place of both beauty and terror. The sea may appear calm, but beneath it lies a world of monsters, ancient and powerful, waiting to rise again. In the vastness of the ancient seas, where the horizon seemed endless and the waters whispered untold secrets, there stirred 2 of the most fearsome creatures ever known, Leviathan and Rahab. Both born from the depths of biblical lore, they rose from the deep, powerful and terrifying, with a connection that ran deeper than the ocean itself. Their very names evoked terror in the hearts of those who spoke them, symbols of untamed chaos that even the bravest souls dared not challenge lightly. Leviathan, that monstrous serpent whose scales could not be pierced, was the ruler of the seas, a creature whose strength defied comprehension. But he was not alone. In the shadows of his reign swam another, a creature just as terrifying, just as untouchable, Rahab. Rahab, a beast whose very presence seemed to shake the earth, symbolized a threat so immense that even the heavens trembled. The connection between these 2 monsters was not merely one of shared territory in the waters, but of shared symbolism. Rahab, much like Leviathan, was a representation of chaos, a force of disorder that stood in opposition to the order and structure of creation. While Leviathan was often depicted as the serpent of the sea, Rahab was something even darker, a symbol of defiance, rebellion against the very forces of life and light. In the book of Job, Rahab is portrayed as a creature of enormous power, an embodiment of the raging waters. Yet, there is something more to Rahab than just strength. Rahab's story is tied to the chaos that existed before the world was fully formed, before order was brought to the waters. The sea itself, often associated with chaos in biblical texts, is Rahab's home, and Rahab's very being seems to reflect the primal disorder that the sea represents. Leviathan, too, embodies chaos, but where Leviathan is often seen as a symbol of the chaotic power of the sea, Rahab represents the chaos that existed before creation itself. Together, these two monsters serve as reminders of the untamed forces that existed before God brought order to the world. They are reminders that beneath the surface of the created world, chaos still lurks, waiting for its chance to rise again. There are moments in the ancient texts where these two monsters seem to mirror one another. Rahab is crushed by God in an act of divine power, just as Leviathan is brought low by God's might. Both creatures represent the forces that stand in opposition to God's rule, forces that must be subdued in order for the world to exist in harmony. And yet, even after they are subdued, their memory lingers, a reminder of the chaos that can never be fully destroyed, only held at bay. The imagery of Rahab is particularly chilling. Rahab is not merely a beast of the sea. Rahab is the sea, a personification of the wild, raging waters that refuse to be tamed. In ancient times, the sea was a place of terror, a place where the known world ended and chaos began. To venture into the sea was to risk being consumed by it, and Rahab represented that consuming force. But Rahab was more than just a danger to sailors or fishermen. Rahab was a cosmic threat, a creature that defied not just human control, but divine control as well. The book of Isaiah speaks of God cutting Rahab into pieces, a dramatic image of the triumph of order over chaos. But even in this act of victory, there is an acknowledgement of the power that Rahab held. For Rahab to be defeated, it took an act of divine intervention, a display of power so great that it shook the very foundations of the earth. The defeat of Rahab is not just a physical act, it is a symbolic one. It is the moment when chaos is brought under control, when the world is made safe from the forces that threaten to tear it apart. Leviathan, too, meets a similar fate. In the Psalms, God is described as crushing Leviathan's heads and feeding them to the creatures of the desert. The imagery is violent, but it speaks to the same theme, the defeat of chaos by divine order. Both Leviathan and Rahab are brought low, their power broken by a force greater than themselves. Yet, even in their defeat, there is something tragic about these monsters. They represent the untamed, the wild, the forces that cannot be controlled. Their defeat is necessary, but it is also a reminder that chaos will always exist, lurking just beneath the surface, waiting for its chance to rise again. The sea, after all, is never truly calm. The waters may seem still, but beneath them, the currents are always moving, always shifting, always threatening to break free. Rahab and Leviathan are not just creatures of myth, they are symbols of the human experience. They represent the fears that we all carry, the fear of the unknown, the fear of chaos, the fear that the forces of disorder are always just one step away from overwhelming us. But they also represent something more. They remind us that even in the face of chaos, there is a force that can bring order, a power that can subdue the monsters of the deep. The story of Rahab and Leviathan is not just a story of chaos and order, it is a story of hope. It is a reminder that no matter how powerful the forces of chaos may seem, they can be defeated. It is a reminder that the monsters of the deep, no matter how terrifying, are not invincible. And it is a reminder that even in the darkest of waters, there is light. The connection between Rahab and Leviathan is a connection between two forces that represent the same thing, the untamable, the uncontrollable, the chaos that exists at the heart of the world. But in their defeat, there is a sense of peace, a sense that no matter how strong the forces of chaos may be, they can be overcome. And in that, there is comfort. For though the sea may rage, though the monsters may rise, they will not have the final word. In the cold, dark halls of medieval cathedrals, where the air hung heavy with incense and whispers of the divine, there were images that stirred both awe and fear. Among these haunting figures was Leviathan, whose presence in Christian art and literature grew into something more than just a biblical monster. Leviathan became a symbol of the darkest forces of the human soul, a creature of unimaginable power and terror, lurking not just in the depths of the sea, but in the hearts of men. In illuminated manuscripts, Leviathan was not just a creature of the waters. He was drawn with gnashing teeth, coiling scales, and burning eyes, twisting through the margins of holy texts. Each stroke of the ink captured the beast's terrifying essence, and those who laid eyes upon these illustrations could feel the weight of his menace. Leviathan was more than a monster. He represented the chaos that threatened to unravel the divine order, a reminder that evil was always present, waiting to devour those who strayed too far from the light. In medieval Christian art, Leviathan was often portrayed with serpentine features, coiled tightly around the souls of the damned. He became a symbol of sin and temptation, a monstrous figure that swallowed the lost and imprisoned them in his belly. The sight of Leviathan gnashing his teeth in the frescoes of churches, swallowing whole the unrepentant, sent shivers down the spines of the faithful. His image was a grim warning, a reminder that hell was not just a distant concept, but a reality for those who allowed themselves to be consumed by their own darkness. There is a haunting depiction of Leviathan in the artwork of the period that shows him as the very gate of hell. His mouth gapes open wide, like the maw of a cave, and the souls of the wicked are dragged into his endless throat. This portrayal struck fear into the hearts of believers as they came face to face with the terror that awaited those who fell into sin. In Leviathan's gaping jaws, they saw the ultimate consequence of evil, a prison from which there was no escape, no salvation. Literature, too, echoed the terrifying power of Leviathan during this period. In the words of poets and theologians, Leviathan became not just a beast of the sea but a representation of Satan himself. The Leviathan of medieval writings was not content to dwell beneath the waves. He was the deceiver, the one who lured men and women into sin with promises of power and pleasure. He represented the twisting, corrupting force that could turn even the purest heart black. And just as the serpent tempted Eve in the garden, Leviathan sought to ensnare the souls of the faithful, dragging them down into the depths of despair. One of the most chilling stories from medieval Christian mythology was that of the harrowing of hell, where Christ descended into hell to free the souls of the righteous. In some versions of this story, Leviathan is the gatekeeper of the underworld, his serpentine form wrapping around the gates of hell, barring the way. But even Leviathan could not stand against the light of Christ. When Christ appeared, Leviathan's hold on the souls was broken, his power shattered by the divine presence. This story gave hope to the faithful, a reminder that even the darkest forces, embodied by Leviathan, could be overcome by the light of God. Yet, for all the stories of Leviathan's defeat, his presence in the minds of medieval Christians remained a constant source of fear. The terror of the unknown, the chaos that he embodied, was something that could never be fully erased. He was a reminder that evil could never be truly vanquished in this world, only held at bay by the grace of God. Leviathan, with his terrible strength and insatiable hunger, became a symbol of the ever-present threat of damnation. His monstrous form, etched into the walls of churches and manuscripts, was a stark reminder of the fragile line between salvation and eternal suffering. In the sermons of the time, preachers used Leviathan as a symbol of the temptations of the flesh, of greed, of pride, of every sin that could lead the soul astray. They spoke of him not just as a creature of the sea, but as a force that slithered through the lives of men, waiting for the moment when their guard was down. Leviathan became a metaphor for the inner struggles of every believer, the darkness that lurked within each heart. He was the shadow cast by human desire, the embodiment of the sin that could pull even the strongest down into the depths. But there was something more tragic in Leviathan's depiction during this time. He was not just a creature to be feared, but a creature to be pitied. In some tales, Leviathan was portrayed as a fallen angel, cast down from heaven alongside Lucifer. Once a being of light, he had been twisted by pride and rebellion, transformed into a monster by his own choices. In this, Leviathan became not just a symbol of sin, but a reflection of humanity's own capacity for destruction. He was a reminder that even the greatest could fall, that even those created in the image of God could become monsters through their own actions. As the medieval period wore on, the image of Leviathan grew more complex. He became not just a monster of the sea, not just a symbol of Satan, but a representation of all that was unknown, all that could not be controlled. He was the darkness that every person carried within them, the chaos that threatened to consume their lives if they did not hold fast to their faith. And yet, for all his terror, Leviathan was a creature that could be defeated, not through strength of arms, but through the strength of the Spirit. In the end, Leviathan's place in medieval Christian mythology was one of both fear and hope. He was the monster that lurked in the depths, the embodiment of all that was evil, all that sought to destroy the order of God's creation. But he was also a reminder that even the greatest monsters could be overcome, that even the deepest darkness could be pierced by the light. His presence in the art and literature of the time spoke not just to the terror of sin, but to the triumph of redemption, a reminder that no matter how strong the forces of chaos might seem, they would never have the final word. In the heart of the Renaissance, a time bursting with creativity and exploration, the image of Leviathan took on new forms and meanings. This period, rich with the revival of art and human thought, was filled with a desire to understand the world and humanity's place within it. Among the many symbols that emerged during this time, Leviathan stood as a powerful reminder of both the divine and the chaotic forces that shaped existence. As artists and thinkers sought to make sense of their universe, they turned to Leviathan, weaving him into the fabric of their art and theology. Imagine walking through the vibrant streets of Florence or Venice, where the air was thick with ideas and innovation. Artists were no longer confined to the depictions of saints and angels. They began to explore the darker corners of existence, giving life to creatures that embodied fear and chaos. Leviathan emerged from the depths of biblical texts, transformed into a monstrous figure that captivated the imagination. He was not just a creature of the sea, but a representation of humanity's struggle with its own nature. In paintings and sculptures, Leviathan was depicted as a massive, serpentine beast, coiling through waves that seemed to pulse with life. Artists infused him with intricate details, scales that shimmered like jewels, eyes that glowed with a fiery intensity. These portrayals were not merely for shock value, they served to provoke thought and contemplation about the nature of evil and the chaos that often accompanied it. With every brushstroke, they captured the essence of a creature that could swallow ships whole, leaving only despair in its wake. In literature, thinkers like John Milton and Thomas Hobbes examined Leviathan through philosophical lenses. Milton's poetry echoed the age-old battle between good and evil, and Leviathan became a metaphor for the dark forces that threatened the soul. Hobbes took a more political approach, using Leviathan to symbolize the state's power and the need for order in a chaotic world. His work, titled Leviathan, painted a picture of society held together by a strong ruler, a direct reflection of humanity's fear of falling into chaos without governance. The image of Leviathan morphed from a monstrous sea creature to a symbol of the struggles within human society, highlighting the delicate balance between authority and freedom. As the Renaissance progressed, the focus on humanism further shaped the understanding of Leviathan. Scholars began to question not just the nature of God, but also the nature of mankind. Leviathan became a reflection of humanity's inner demons, the chaos lurking beneath the surface of civilization. In this light, the creature was no longer just a monster but a mirror, showing the darkness that resided within each individual. Artists captured this duality beautifully, illustrating Leviathan as a creature that could represent both the chaotic forces of nature and the tumultuous emotions of humanity. In the hands of skilled painters, Leviathan found a place in grand canvases that told stories of human struggle. In these works, he often appeared in the background, a looming presence, reminding viewers of the ever-constant threat of chaos. The waves surrounding him were not just water, but also a symbol of the unpredictable nature of life. This portrayal tugged at the heartstrings, evoking feelings of vulnerability and fear as the creature danced just out of reach, powerful and untamed. The theological implications of Leviathan during the Renaissance also took on a profound significance. The reformation of religious thought led to a new understanding of sin and salvation. Leviathan, often viewed as a symbol of evil, became a tool for preachers and theologians to discuss the importance of faith in the face of darkness. Sermons filled with vivid imagery of Leviathan served as warnings to the faithful, urging them to remain vigilant against temptation. The creature's monstrous nature became a powerful metaphor for the struggles of the soul, with many finding themselves at war with their own desires and fears. This battle within was beautifully reflected in art. Paintings showed individuals gazing upon Leviathan with a mixture of awe and terror. The creature's vast size and ferocity emphasized humanity's fragility. Artists captured moments of human emotion, fear, despair, hope, and faith, creating a complex narrative that resonated deeply with viewers. The presence of Leviathan evoked empathy, as audiences felt the weight of the struggle between good and evil, the constant fight against the chaos that threatened to overtake them. As Leviathan made his way through the Renaissance, he became a symbol not just of fear but of introspection. His presence forced people to confront their own inner demons, to acknowledge the chaos that lurked within. Artists and writers were drawn to this theme, portraying the beast as a reminder that humanity must grapple with its own nature. It was not enough to simply fear Leviathan, one had to understand him, to recognize the chaos as part of the human experience. This relationship with Leviathan reached its peak in works that spoke to the collective struggle of humanity. In the hands of great thinkers, the creature became a voice for the unheard, a representation of the chaos that so many faced but rarely spoke of. The struggle against Leviathan reflected the struggles against sin, temptation, and the darkness of the human heart. Each brushstroke and each written word became a testament to the power of art and literature to transform fear into understanding. In the end, Leviathan during the Renaissance was more than just a monster of the sea. He was a profound symbol of the human experience. He encapsulated the battles of faith and reason, chaos and order, darkness and light. As artists captured his essence on canvas, and writers explored his depths in words, Leviathan became a reflection of all that humanity sought to understand. The heart of the Renaissance pulsed with the fear of chaos, the hope for salvation, and the relentless quest for meaning in a world filled with uncertainty. In a time of uncertainty, when the world seemed to teeter on the edge of chaos, Thomas Hobbes wrote words that would resonate through the ages. He painted a picture of Leviathan, a colossal creature that represented the state itself. In his mind, this monstrous being was not just a figment of imagination, but a necessary force, born from humanity's deepest fears and needs. Hobbes understood the weight of the world around him, and he saw Leviathan as the answer to the chaos that threatened to consume society. As you read Hobbes's work, you can feel the desperation of a man witnessing the horrors of civil war and the breakdown of order. His heart ached for stability, for a sense of security that seemed so distant. He envisioned a powerful being, a Leviathan, to rise from the depths of the human soul, a protector against the storm of disorder. This metaphorical beast was to be a representation of the social contract, where individuals would surrender their freedoms in exchange for safety and peace. The image of Leviathan became a symbol of hope, a powerful reminder that unity was possible amidst the chaos. When Hobbes described Leviathan, he depicted a creature made of the very people it governed. The body of this beast was constructed from the collective will of the masses, held together by the threads of social contract and authority. Each individual became a part of the great whole, sacrificing a piece of their freedom for the greater good. This was not an easy choice. It was born from a profound understanding of human nature, which Hobbes believed was driven by fear and self-preservation. People would willingly submit to a strong ruler, a Leviathan, to escape the horrors of a life lived in constant fear. As Hobbes wove his narrative, you could almost hear the cries of a society yearning for peace. He understood that without a strong governing force, life would devolve into a brutal struggle for survival, where the powerful preyed upon the weak. In this state of nature, fear ruled, and the bonds of community unraveled. Hobbes's Leviathan stood as a guardian, a fierce protector that could impose order and stability on a world gone mad. His words struck a chord, echoing the deep-seated longing for safety in the hearts of many. With the image of Leviathan in mind, Hobbes urged individuals to recognize their place within the greater scheme of society. The beast represented authority, and by yielding to it, people could find protection and stability. This surrender, while seemingly daunting, was an act of courage. It required trust in the Leviathan, the understanding that this great creature would uphold the laws that governed life and ensure justice for all. The power of Leviathan lay not just in its might, but in its ability to create a sense of belonging and community among its subjects. Hobbes's vision was both terrifying and beautiful. The Leviathan was a reminder that power must be wielded responsibly. The ruler, represented by this great beast, bore the weight of the people's trust and hopes. If the Leviathan faltered or strayed from its purpose, chaos would once again reign supreme, leaving individuals vulnerable to the dangers they had tried so hard to escape. Hobbes painted a vivid picture of the delicate balance between authority and freedom, urging society to reflect on the sacrifices made for safety and order. In the hearts of those who read Hobbes, a sense of urgency stirred. The political beast symbolized not just the authority of the state, but the responsibility of each individual to uphold the social contract. Leviathan was a reminder that peace comes at a price, and that price is the willingness to submit to a governing power that protects the rights of all. It was a powerful call to action, urging people to recognize their roles within the larger tapestry of society and to work together for the common good. As the words flowed from Hobbes's pen, the image of Leviathan transformed from a mere metaphor into a living, breathing entity. This beast was capable of great good and terrible evil. It embodied the struggles of humanity, reflecting both the desire for order and the fear of tyranny. Each person's relationship with Leviathan was personal, filled with hope, dread, and the yearning for a safe place to call home. Hobbes's Leviathan challenged readers to confront their fears and embrace the complexity of their choices. It was a delicate dance, where the desire for safety could clash with the need for personal freedom. In the struggle between these two forces, individuals found themselves grappling with the very essence of their humanity. Would they trust the Leviathan to protect them, or would they cling to their independence, risking the descent into chaos? This tension echoed through the ages, resonating with anyone who has ever felt the weight of societal expectations and the longing for autonomy. Leviathan became a symbol not only of state power but also of the human condition, a reflection of the struggles faced by individuals in a complex world. In the depths of Hobbes's writing, readers could feel their own fears mirrored back at them, igniting a flame of understanding about the fragile nature of peace and security. In the end, Hobbes's Leviathan stood as a monumental figure in political philosophy, an embodiment of the intricate relationship between authority and humanity. Through the image of the great beast, he urged people to consider the consequences of their choices, to recognize the sacrifices made for safety, and to find strength in unity. In a world often torn apart by conflict and fear, Leviathan served as a powerful reminder that together, under the watchful gaze of a protector, they could navigate the tumultuous waters of existence. Each individual's choice to submit to the Leviathan was not just a surrender, but an embrace of the hope that stability could prevail, even in the darkest of times. In the Age of Enlightenment, a wave of ideas swept across Europe, stirring minds and hearts with a promise of reason and progress. Amidst this intellectual revolution, the image of Leviathan took on new meaning, transforming from a mere biblical creature into a profound symbol of political philosophy and human nature. Enlightenment thinkers began to explore the implications of Hobbes's mighty beast, grappling with its complexities and the delicate balance of power it represented. At the core of this philosophical exploration lay a deep questioning of authority and governance. Enlightenment thinkers, like John Locke and Jean-Jacques Rousseau, engaged in a passionate dialogue about the nature of humanity, the role of the state, and the rights of individuals. In their reflections, Leviathan became more than a metaphor, it became a battleground for ideas about freedom and control, order and chaos. The Leviathan stood as a guardian, yet it also sparked fears of tyranny, reminding people of the thin line that separates protection from oppression. As Locke championed the idea of natural rights, he painted a picture of humanity as inherently good, filled with potential for reason and compassion. In his eyes, the Leviathan represented a necessary evil, a governing power that should be limited to protect individual freedoms. This notion echoed in the hearts of those longing for liberty, kindling a flicker of hope that people could shape their destinies. The Leviathan was not just a creature of fear, but a symbol of the social contract, a guardian that could be held accountable to the people. Meanwhile, Rousseau's vision shifted the focus inward, emphasizing the importance of individual sovereignty and the collective will. He saw the Leviathan as a necessary force in society, yet he warned against its potential to become tyrannical. His ideas stirred the hearts of many, igniting a desire for true democracy where the power rested in the hands of the people. The Leviathan became a reminder that authority must be balanced with liberty, a fierce protector that could also become a monster if unchecked. As these Enlightenment thinkers wrestled with the concept of Leviathan, they did so in a world filled with fear and hope. The echoes of revolution were in the air, and people yearned for change. The beast that Hobbes had described now represented the struggle for a better future. In the writings of these philosophers, you could sense the heartbeat of a society that longed to break free from the chains of oppression and seek a government that would truly serve the people. With every word penned by Enlightenment thinkers, the image of Leviathan morphed into a creature of duality, a powerful force for good and a potential source of great evil. The debates raged on, revealing the deep emotional stakes involved. People were not merely discussing abstract concepts, they were wrestling with their own identities, their desires for freedom, and their fears of being subjugated by a ruthless authority. The Leviathan embodied these struggles, acting as a mirror reflecting the hopes and anxieties of a generation seeking to define itself. This tumultuous period also inspired voices calling for reform. Writers like Mary Wollstonecraft entered the conversation, urging for the recognition of women's rights within the social contract. In their eyes, the Leviathan must evolve to ensure justice for all, expanding its embrace to include those marginalized by society. The image of Leviathan became a rallying point for voices yearning for equality, igniting a fire that would eventually lead to broader movements for human rights. As the Enlightenment progressed, the understanding of Leviathan continued to evolve. No longer just a political symbol, it became a complex representation of the human experience. It encapsulated the struggle between personal desires and societal obligations. The beast was no longer merely an image of fear, it transformed into a call to action, urging individuals to engage with the world around them and demand accountability from their rulers. In salons and gatherings, passionate discussions echoed with the weight of these ideas. The air crackled with energy as people debated the nature of power and the responsibility of the Leviathan to protect the rights of the people. It was a time when hearts swelled with the belief that change was possible and the future could be shaped by collective will. The notion of a powerful Leviathan, tempered by reason and compassion, offered a glimmer of hope in a world often filled with darkness. Through the writings of Enlightenment thinkers, the Leviathan emerged as a symbol of humanity's struggle for dignity and justice. It became a reminder that every individual has a role to play in the shaping of society, a call for vigilance against the dangers of tyranny. This philosophical exploration was not just academic, it stirred the passions of those who longed for a world where power was accountable and freedom reigned. As the Enlightenment era came to a close, the image of Leviathan stood strong. It served as a powerful symbol of the intricate dance between authority and liberty, a reminder of the battles fought for the rights of individuals. The legacy of this great beast lived on, influencing generations to come as they grappled with the complexities of governance and the pursuit of a just society. In the hearts of those who embraced Enlightenment thought, the Leviathan became a source of inspiration, a reminder that change is possible when people unite under a shared vision of justice. Its legacy endured, guiding future movements and shaping the world in profound ways. As the ink dried on the pages of history, the Leviathan emerged not just as a symbol of power, but as a beacon of hope, igniting a fire in the hearts of those willing to dream of a better world. Throughout history, the Leviathan has captivated the minds of artists, who sought to capture its monstrous essence on canvas, in sculpture, and in delicate sketches. This colossal sea creature, often painted with a mouth wide open, jagged teeth gleaming, and an endless body twisting through turbulent waters, stirs something primal within us. Its very image brings a sense of awe, dread, and wonder all at once. An early artist, hands trembling with the brush, must have imagined what it felt like to be one of the ancient peoples who first heard whispers of this beast, its serpentine form looming over the depths of the unknown. How could they not feel a shiver when thinking of Leviathan's enormity? The dark, churning seas beneath the creature, filled with restless waves, mirror the turmoil it represents. And in their art, these painters and sculptors did more than simply depict a sea monster. They channeled their fears, their beliefs, their trembling faith into the canvas, hoping to somehow bring the mighty creature to life while keeping it safely locked away in the frame. Leviathan was more than just an image of chaos, it was an allegory, a lesson that pulled at the strings of human emotion. Some works of art chose to highlight the Leviathan's ferocity. You could see it in the details, the terror in the eyes of the sailors caught in its gaze, the sheer helplessness as the beast overtook them. They painted a world where nature's power reigned supreme, a force that could swallow men whole, erase ships from existence, and wreak havoc with just a flick of its tail. In other depictions, there's something almost pitiful about the Leviathan, trapped between the heavens and the waters below. Perhaps these artists saw in the creature a reflection of humanity's own struggles, caught between divine judgment and the weight of earthly sins. One look at those vivid strokes, and the viewer is reminded of how small we are, standing against such a powerful entity. But there's also a haunting beauty in these works, a gracefulness in Leviathan's body, curling through the sea like a dance of destruction. During the Renaissance, artists returned to biblical themes with renewed vigor. The Leviathan, always a symbol of God's mighty wrath, took on new meaning. In these paintings, the beast wasn't just a creature of the sea, it became a symbol of mankind's internal battles. Renaissance artists, known for their attention to detail and emotion, often painted Leviathan as a reminder of the consequences of hubris. The serpent's scales shimmered under expertly applied layers of paint, capturing a terrifying yet mesmerizing creature that seemed to breathe on the canvas. And what about sculpture? The Leviathan wasn't confined to two-dimensional spaces. Sculptors, their hands rough from working stone, chipped away to form this creature's likeness. Marble and stone twisted into serpentine shapes, capturing the Leviathan's raw, untamed power. These artists knew the weight of their task, creating something as grand and terrifying as the beast itself. The shadows cast by the sculpture's curves seemed to move as the viewer walked around it, almost as if Leviathan were alive, waiting for the right moment to strike. In the Middle Ages, stained glass windows in churches depicted the Leviathan. Sunlight streamed through the vivid colors, casting eerie reflections onto the stone floors below. The Leviathan in these depictions was not just a monster but a warning, a symbol of chaos lurking just beneath the surface of creation. To the faithful, it represented a powerful reminder of the need for salvation and the omnipresence of divine justice. It's easy to imagine worshippers gazing up at those windows, the light bending through the vibrant reds and blues, feeling a chill at the sight of Leviathan coiled in the depths. Then, as we move forward into more modern times, Leviathan's presence in art didn't fade. In fact, as human understanding of the world expanded, so did the representations of Leviathan. In some ways, the monster began to take on a new role, a figure not only of fear but of fascination. The Industrial Age brought about profound changes, and with it came artists who sought to challenge the natural world. They, too, painted Leviathan, but now the creature stood not just as a force of destruction but as something that humans might conquer. The lines between nature and machine blurred, and Leviathan became a symbol of both the past and future, an untamable force that man sought to harness. Some modern artists even infused Leviathan with surreal, abstract qualities. Gone were the literal waves and sharp teeth, replaced with geometric shapes, distorted lines, and splashes of chaotic color. But even in these abstract forms, one can sense the looming presence of the creature, the power it holds, the weight of its symbolic meaning still pressing down on those who view it. The Leviathan, even in the hands of modernists, remains a creature too vast to be fully tamed, always reminding us of the lurking unknowns beneath our rational world. Art continues to reach for Leviathan because it is, at its heart, an image that transcends time. Whether painted in dark, oil-slick hues on a canvas in a medieval cathedral or molded in sleek, modern forms, it calls to something within us. There's a tension that Leviathan brings out, a wrestling with the darker sides of nature and the self. And as long as artists seek to express these themes of power, chaos, and fear, Leviathan will always find its way into the hearts of their work. Each brushstroke, each chisel against stone, captures a fragment of that timeless terror. Leviathan doesn't just live in the depths of the sea, it lives in the human imagination, where it will continue to haunt, inspire, and stir emotions for generations to come. Every artistic depiction of Leviathan is a reminder of the chaos that surrounds us and the awe it commands. It's a connection to something ancient and untamable, and yet, through art, we continue to try to grasp it. And maybe, in our attempts, we realize just how close we are to that same chaos, always lurking just beneath the surface. In the shadows of the vast oceans, where the light barely touches the surface, something ancient stirs. Writers, from the earliest myths to modern-day novels, have been haunted by the idea of Leviathan, a creature too vast for words, too terrible for mere description. It's as though Leviathan refuses to be contained, slipping between the lines of stories, writhing its way into the deepest fears of those who dare to write it. In classic literature, Leviathan appears not just as a monster, but as a symbol, a reminder of forces far beyond human control. Take Herman Melville's Moby Dick, for example. Though the great white whale isn't named Leviathan, its spirit is undeniably present in the pages. The fear, the obsession, the ceaseless chase, Melville wrote about more than just a whale. He captured humanity's relentless struggle against the unknown, a fight against something vast, incomprehensible, and ultimately, uncontrollable. The Leviathan in Moby Dick isn't just the whale, it's the very idea of nature's overpowering might, the way it dwarfs human ambition. And yet, Leviathan isn't always about terror. In John Milton's Paradise Lost, it appears as a creature swimming through the vastness of hell's seas, a symbol of the chaos that reigns in the aftermath of the fall from grace. But here, Leviathan serves a deeper purpose. Its presence in the poem reflects not just destruction but a universe out of balance. For Milton, Leviathan is a poetic device, representing the disorder that follows rebellion, a reminder that even the strongest, most terrifying creatures are mere pieces of a larger cosmic story. Fast forward a few centuries, and Leviathan finds itself in the works of Thomas Hobbes, though this time it takes on a different form. Hobbes didn't write about the sea creature as a literal beast, but as a metaphor for the power of the state. In his famous work Leviathan, the monstrous figure is used to represent authority, the force that holds society together in the face of chaos. It's a chilling image, the Leviathan as government, as control over the wild impulses of mankind. Hobbes painted a picture of a world where without this immense power, life would be nasty, brutish, and short. Leviathan is not just an animal anymore, but the embodiment of control, the looming presence that keeps humanity from falling apart. Even in the modern era, writers still cannot escape the pull of Leviathan. It has appeared in dystopian novels, where governments are monstrous in their scope and control, swallowing the rights and freedoms of the people, much like the mythical creature devoured ships in ancient stories. In these works, Leviathan becomes more than a sea beast. It becomes a metaphor for any oppressive force, any power too great to be tamed or resisted. Jules Verne, known for his adventure-filled tales, invoked the spirit of Leviathan in 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. The oceans in Verne's novel hold their own mysteries, and while the Leviathan of legend doesn't explicitly appear, its influence can be felt in the way Verne describes the unknown depths, teeming with life and danger, always lurking beneath the surface. Captain Nemo's submarine, the Nautilus, seems to challenge the very existence of these beasts, a fragile human vessel defying the powers of the deep. But Verne's writing reminds us that no matter how advanced humans become, the seas, and whatever monsters live within them, are still a realm of their own, where mankind holds no dominion. Modern literature, too, has been unable to shake the image of Leviathan. Writers have reimagined the beast in countless ways, from metaphorical monsters representing internal battles, to literal interpretations of the ancient sea serpent terrorizing new generations. The Leviathan, even in contemporary settings, refuses to be tamed, constantly shifting form, a fluid reflection of society's deepest anxieties and wonders. In some novels, the Leviathan is no longer just a monster of chaos, but a creature with depth and emotion. Writers have given it a soul, a reason for its fury, a backstory that invites readers to feel for the creature as much as they fear it. Leviathan becomes a tragic figure, a reminder that even the most fearsome beings have their own stories, their own reasons for being the way they are. It's a transformation of the creature from a symbol of terror to a complex character in its own right, mirroring humanity's evolving understanding of the natural world and the creatures within it. Children's books, too, have borrowed from Leviathan's myth. Though often tamed for younger audiences, the sea monster's presence still brings a thrill of fear, a reminder of the unknown lurking in the world's unexplored corners. These stories often emphasize bravery, the courage to face such a monster, but also the understanding that some forces are too great to be truly defeated. The Leviathan becomes a lesson for children about respect for nature, for the world's mysteries, and for forces that cannot be controlled. In poetry, Leviathan finds its home in verses that try to capture its grandeur and horror. Poets have long been drawn to the idea of the sea beast, using it to express feelings of helplessness, awe, and the sublime. Leviathan's size and power offer a perfect metaphor for the emotions that overwhelm us, the feelings too big to fit within the confines of simple words. It's no wonder poets, with their love of imagery and symbolism, have returned again and again to this mighty creature. No matter where it appears, be it in classic epics, philosophical treatises, or modern novels, Leviathan continues to inspire awe. Its presence in literature is a reminder of the vastness of the world, of the forces we cannot control or fully understand. And while humanity may continue to write about it, to paint it, to sculpt it, Leviathan will always remain just out of reach, a creature too great, too terrible, and too fascinating to ever truly be captured. The sea stretches endlessly, dark and vast, swallowing everything in its path. Somewhere beneath those cold waters, something stirs, a creature ancient and terrifying. Its name echoes across the centuries, wrapped in fear and fascination. It is the Leviathan, the beast that men whisper about but can never truly know. And in Herman Melville's Moby Dick, it takes the form of the great white whale. A creature as elusive as it is powerful, Moby Dick looms large not just as a physical being but as a symbol of something far more terrifying, the unknown. From the moment Captain Ahab's eyes lock onto the white whale, something stirs inside him, something dark, uncontrollable. Moby Dick, for Ahab, isn't just a whale. It is Leviathan itself, a force too powerful to comprehend, a beast that mocks the frailty of man. The struggle between Ahab and the whale is more than just a hunt, it is a battle against fate, against the very forces that shape the world. In Leviathan, Ahab sees a challenge to his existence, a creature that dares to defy him, taunt him, and remain forever out of reach. The whale's whiteness, so pure yet so terrifying, makes it even more mysterious. It represents everything Ahab cannot understand, everything he cannot control. The more he pursues it, the more the whale becomes something bigger than itself, an embodiment of all the unanswered questions that torment humanity. Like Leviathan in biblical texts, Moby Dick is a creature that defies understanding, a force of nature that refuses to bow to man's will. In Moby Dick, the whale does not appear frequently, yet its presence is felt in every word, every action of Ahab and his crew. It is a shadow looming over them, much like Leviathan in ancient texts. The crew, drawn into Ahab's madness, begins to see the whale as something far more than an animal. It is an omen, a symbol of doom. As they sail further into the ocean's depths, the whale becomes an almost supernatural figure, its power growing in the minds of the men who chase it. Fear blends with obsession, and Moby Dick becomes Leviathan, a creature so vast and incomprehensible that to face it is to face the limits of one's own mortality. In the Bible, Leviathan is described as a monster of the deep, a creature of chaos, capable of swallowing entire ships whole. In Moby Dick, Melville captures this same sense of unstoppable force. The whale doesn't merely swim, it dominates the seas. Its movements, though rarely seen, send ripples across the waters, unsettling everything in its wake. The ocean, like the whale, becomes a symbol of the unknown. It stretches out before Ahab and his crew, endless and uncaring, much like the Leviathan that lurks beneath. But for Ahab, the whale is personal. It is the embodiment of everything that has ever challenged him, everything that has ever stood in his way. His obsession with Moby Dick is not just a hunt, it is a battle for his very soul. He speaks of the whale with a fury that borders on madness, as though by conquering it, he can conquer the forces that govern the world. But in his chase, Ahab forgets one thing: Leviathan cannot be tamed. Throughout Moby Dick, the whale and Leviathan become intertwined. They both represent the unknowable forces that shape our world, forces that humans cannot control or understand. The ocean, with its vastness and mystery, becomes a battleground where man's will is tested against nature's indifference. The whale, like Leviathan, is not evil, but it is relentless, and different to the struggles of men. It swims through the seas, untouched by human desires, and in this, it becomes a symbol of the ultimate truth: some things are beyond our control. The final confrontation between Ahab and the whale is as tragic as it is inevitable. Ahab's rage has consumed him, blinding him to the futility of his quest. He has poured everything he has into hunting the whale, believing that by capturing it, he will conquer his own fate. But as the white whale rises from the depths, majestic and terrible, it is clear that Ahab has never stood a chance. The whale, like Leviathan, is a force too great for any man to master. In the end, it is not Moby Dick that is destroyed, but Ahab. His obsession with the whale mirrors humanity's futile attempts to control the uncontrollable. The whale, like Leviathan, represents the limits of human power, the reality that there are some forces we cannot bend to our will. As Ahab's ship sinks into the ocean's depths, swallowed by the very thing he sought to conquer, the whale swims away, unchanged, untouched by the chaos it leaves behind. The whale's survival, and Ahab's destruction, is a reminder of the balance between man and nature, a balance that is often forgotten in the face of ambition and desire. Moby Dick, like Leviathan, serves as a symbol of the universe's indifference to human suffering. It is not malicious, it simply exists, vast and unconcerned with the struggles of those who seek to challenge it. In Moby Dick, Melville captured the essence of Leviathan, transforming the whale into more than just a creature of the sea. It became a symbol of humanity's eternal struggle with the unknown, with forces too great and too powerful to ever be fully understood. Ahab's descent into madness, his obsession with the whale, reflects the dangers of trying to control what cannot be controlled. The whale, like Leviathan, is a reminder that some things are beyond human comprehension, and no matter how much we fight, we cannot bend the universe to our will. In this, the story of Moby Dick becomes timeless, as relevant today as it was when Melville wrote it. The white whale, like Leviathan, continues to swim through the pages of literature, a symbol of the vast, untamable forces that shape our lives. And though we may chase it, though we may try to understand it, Leviathan remains just out of reach, a reminder of the mysteries that still linger in the depths of our world. The screen flickers, shadows rise, and there it is, the great beast, a creature so enormous and terrifying that it fills every corner of the mind. The Leviathan. Its name is whispered through centuries, and today, it roars to life in film and modern culture, casting a long shadow over everything it touches. From the eerie depths of the ocean to the far reaches of space, the Leviathan has found a place in our stories, our fears, and our imaginations. In movies, the Leviathan takes many forms, but its essence remains the same, a force of overwhelming power and mystery. It's the creature that rises from the abyss, threatening to consume everything in its path. Films like Leviathan, 1989, bring the terror of the unknown to the screen, where a deep-sea mining team comes face to face with an unimaginable horror. The sea, vast and dark, holds secrets that mankind was never meant to uncover, and the Leviathan emerges as a reminder of our smallness in the face of such primal forces. The crew's terror is palpable, as the creature begins to consume them one by one, its presence a constant, suffocating fear. As it rises from the depths, it becomes more than just a sea monster, it embodies the terror of isolation, helplessness, and the unknown. Leviathan doesn't just belong to the ocean, though. It finds its way into stories set in the farthest reaches of space. The alien worlds of science fiction, with their vast, uncharted territories, echo the mysteries of the deep sea, and in films like Prometheus, 2012, we see the Leviathan's influence in the form of monstrous alien life forms. These creatures, much like Leviathan, are ancient and unknowable. They bring chaos, destruction, and a reminder that no matter how far humanity explores, some forces are beyond our control. The terror that these films invoke is not just about the physical danger of the creature, but also the deeper fear of what lies beyond our understanding. In television, Leviathan continues to make its presence known. Shows like Supernatural bring the beast into a modern mythos, where it represents something far more insidious than just a monster. In this series, Leviathans are ancient beings, released from purgatory, whose hunger and cruelty know no bounds. They infiltrate human society, blending in while quietly wreaking havoc. This portrayal taps into a different kind of fear, the fear of something hiding in plain sight, something that looks like us but isn't, something we cannot fight because we don't even know it's there. Leviathan also emerges in the world of anime and fantasy series, like Attack on Titan, where massive, terrifying creatures threaten the survival of humanity. While these titans aren't directly called Leviathan, their scale, power, and the terror they inspire mirror the ancient beast's legacy. They are forces of nature, driven by an unknown purpose, and mankind's struggle against them is a reflection of our age-old battle with the unknown, with forces far larger and more powerful than we can hope to defeat. But Leviathan's influence doesn't stop at movies and TV shows. It seeps into video games, graphic novels, and even music. In games like Final Fantasy, Leviathan often appears as a summonable force, a creature of immense power that players can call upon in times of need. It's portrayed as a serpentine water god, a being both awe-inspiring and terrifying. Its presence in these games gives players a taste of the creature's mythical strength, the raw power that has made Leviathan a symbol of chaos and destruction throughout history. In popular culture, the Leviathan often symbolizes more than just a physical threat. It represents the fears that lie beneath the surface, the monsters within us, the things we cannot control. In modern interpretations, Leviathan becomes a metaphor for political corruption, environmental destruction, and societal collapse. It is the beast that cannot be tamed, the thing that grows beyond our control until it consumes everything. In stories like The Shape of Water, though the creature may not be called Leviathan, its silent, looming presence in the depths mirrors the same themes of isolation and misunderstanding that have always surrounded the ancient beast. Here, the monster becomes a reflection of humanity's own darkness, its inability to understand or accept what it fears. Even music has taken inspiration from Leviathan's immense presence. Bands like Mastodon have written entire albums inspired by the creature, weaving its myth into their songs as a symbol of struggle and power. The music pulses with the energy of the beast, capturing its primal nature and the emotional storm it brings with it. The weight of Leviathan's legacy, the fear and awe it inspires, can be heard in the heavy, relentless beats and roaring guitars. It's not just the physical size of the creature that inspires these artists, it's the weight of what it represents, the untamable forces of nature, the darkness that lurks in the depths of the ocean, and the shadows in our own hearts. As Leviathan continues to evolve in modern culture, its essence remains the same, a reminder of the vastness of the world and the forces we cannot control. Whether it rises from the ocean's depths or emerges in the farthest reaches of space, the Leviathan is always there, reminding us that some things are bigger than us, that some mysteries are too great to solve. It's this sense of awe, of fear, that keeps the Leviathan alive in our stories. We look to the sea, to the stars, to the shadows, and wonder what's out there, and we know, somewhere, the Leviathan waits. It begins with a question that lingers in the mind: what does the Leviathan mean today? In ancient times, it was a creature of immense power, a terrifying presence that haunted the depths of the sea. But in modern theology, Leviathan has taken on new layers, its presence shifting between mystery and meaning. For some theologians, Leviathan is more than a sea monster. It represents the chaos that lurks in the world, the forces that seem to be beyond human control. When we look at the world today, filled with suffering, disorder, and unpredictability, the Leviathan feels alive again. The chaos, that endless, swirling uncertainty, mirrors the ancient creature's presence. Leviathan is the symbol of the turmoil that humanity faces daily, a force that we cannot grasp or fully understand, but one that shapes our lives in profound ways. Yet, in the midst of this chaos, modern theology offers another view of Leviathan. Some see it as a metaphor for the deep struggles within the human soul. The Leviathan isn't just a creature outside of us, it's within us, representing the internal battles we fight, the fears, doubts, and anxieties that threaten to overwhelm. In this interpretation, the Leviathan becomes a reflection of our darkest thoughts, the part of us that wrestles with faith, with purpose, with understanding the mysteries of life. There's something haunting about this vision. Imagine looking into the mirror and seeing not just yourself, but the flicker of something ancient and powerful, like the Leviathan, staring back. It's the turmoil within, the restless spirit that struggles to make sense of the world. For many, this interpretation resonates deeply, as it speaks to the battles we all fight on a daily basis. It's the quiet storms, the unseen forces that stir within us, that the Leviathan symbolizes in modern theological thought. At the same time, there are those who believe the Leviathan points to something greater. It represents not just chaos, but also the ultimate triumph over it. In some discussions, Leviathan's defeat, as mentioned in the Bible, is a powerful image of God's victory over the forces of evil and disorder. The struggle with Leviathan is not hopeless, it's a battle that ends in restoration, in order brought back from chaos. For believers, this image brings a sense of hope, a promise that no matter how dark or confusing life becomes, there is a force stronger than the chaos. God's power to subdue Leviathan becomes a symbol of his ability to bring peace to the storms of life. This idea touches a deeper emotional chord. The world can feel overwhelming, full of suffering, confusion, and unanswered questions. The Leviathan, with all its terrifying might, embodies these struggles. But the image of God overcoming this ancient creature offers reassurance. It's like standing in the middle of a storm, hearing the thunder crash around you, and yet believing that beyond the clouds, there is calm, there is peace. This belief, that chaos does not have the final word, gives strength to many who feel adrift in life's storms. Modern theologians also explore Leviathan in the context of the environmental crisis. Some see it as a representation of the natural world's untamable power. In a time when humanity faces the consequences of environmental destruction, Leviathan stands as a reminder that nature is far more powerful than we often realize. The creature's portrayal in Scripture as a force of nature, something humans cannot control, mirrors the wildness of the earth itself. The seas, the storms, the earthquakes, these forces are not under our command. The Leviathan becomes a powerful symbol of nature's unpredictability, a force that humankind must respect and care for. There's a certain awe in this perspective. It's like standing at the edge of the ocean, staring out into the vast, endless waves, knowing that beneath them lies a world of mysteries and dangers beyond our control. Leviathan represents that wildness, that part of creation that we can never fully tame or understand. And in that realization, there's both fear and respect. The Leviathan, in this view, reminds us that we are stewards of the earth, not its masters. Another modern theological interpretation sees Leviathan as a symbol of the systems of oppression and injustice in the world. The creature's immense power is likened to the structures that crush the vulnerable, the governments, corporations, and societal norms that, like Leviathan, seem too big to fight against. In this view, the struggle against Leviathan is the struggle against these overwhelming forces of oppression. For those who feel trapped by these systems, the Leviathan becomes a powerful metaphor. It represents the crushing weight of injustice, the feeling that one's voice is drowned out by something far too big to overcome. Yet, there is also the belief that, just as Leviathan was defeated in the Scriptures, so too can these forces be overcome. It's a message of hope to the oppressed, a reminder that even the mightiest systems of power are not beyond defeat. In all these modern interpretations, one thing remains constant: Leviathan's presence evokes a deep emotional response. Whether seen as chaos, a reflection of our internal struggles, a force of nature, or a symbol of oppression, Leviathan stirs something within us. It's not just a creature of the past, confined to ancient scriptures. It lives on in our thoughts, in our fears, in our hopes for a world where chaos does not reign. Leviathan, in modern theology, is a reminder of the mysteries that surround us and within us. It's the storm we face, both in the world and in our hearts. And though it looms large, terrifying in its might, it also reminds us of the strength we can find, whether through faith, hope, or the fight for justice, to face that storm head-on. In the swirling winds and rising seas, there is something ancient. Something that speaks of untamed power, a force that mankind can neither control nor escape. It echoes through the creaking of glaciers and the roar of hurricanes. It's Leviathan, a creature from the depths, long written about in sacred texts, but now felt in the world around us in ways we couldn't have imagined. Leviathan has come to symbolize much more than an ancient sea monster. It is nature itself, wild and untamable, making itself known in the throes of a changing climate. Just as Leviathan once stirred the oceans, causing waves to crash and storms to rage, today it represents the chaos of a planet that is groaning under the weight of human activity. The Earth, like the Leviathan, is lashing out. For many, Leviathan now symbolizes the crisis of climate change. It embodies the environmental turmoil that sweeps across the world: wildfires scorching forests, droughts drying up once lush lands, and storms battering cities. There is a terrifying beauty in this parallel. Leviathan, in all its might, reflects the way nature is reacting to the damage caused by human hands. The destruction we see today feels overwhelming, almost impossible to face, just as Leviathan seemed unconquerable in ancient times. And yet, the image of Leviathan is more than just terror. In some interpretations, Leviathan also represents the power of nature to restore itself, to bring balance back, even if it means destruction must come first. Climate change is like the Leviathan waking from its slumber, pushing back against the centuries of abuse the planet has endured. For many, there is a deep sadness in this symbolism, a realization that the Earth is retaliating, trying to heal itself by unleashing forces we cannot contain. Imagine standing at the edge of a melting glacier, feeling the weight of time and nature pressing in. The ice, thousands of years old, is disappearing into the ocean, raising sea levels and swallowing coastlines. Leviathan, in its symbolic form, looms over moments like this. It's the embodiment of the Earth's cry, the voice of nature itself, angry and desperate. There's something haunting about this. We are watching the Leviathan rise, not from the depths of the sea, but from the very land and air we once thought we could control. Leviathan has also come to represent the way we view our role in this crisis. In some interpretations, the creature is not just nature striking back, it's a reflection of humanity's arrogance. We have tried to bend the Earth to our will, believing that we could exploit it without consequence. But Leviathan reminds us of the futility in that. No matter how powerful we think we are, we cannot defeat the forces of nature. The planet will always push back, reminding us of our limits. It's a humbling thought, and it fills many with a sense of grief. The imagery of Leviathan, wild and uncontrollable, is a stark reminder that we are not the masters of this world. We are merely a part of it, and when we forget that, the consequences are devastating. As climate change rages on, the Leviathan roars, showing us the result of our pride. It's a sobering vision, one that evokes both fear and sorrow for what has been lost. But in environmental theology, Leviathan doesn't only represent punishment. It also stands as a symbol of hope, hope that despite the chaos, there can be renewal. Some theologians believe that just as Leviathan was subdued in Scripture, so too can the forces of destruction be tamed if humanity chooses a different path. The battle with Leviathan is not over. There is still time to act, to restore balance, and to heal the planet before it's too late. This idea brings both urgency and inspiration. Leviathan, fierce and unforgiving, does not have to win. But we cannot ignore its warning cry. The melting ice, the scorched earth, the relentless storms, these are Leviathan's wake-up call. If we listen, if we act, there is a chance to restore what has been broken. The earth, much like the ancient Leviathan, is a force that can regenerate, that can heal if given the chance. In this way, Leviathan becomes a call to action. It is no longer just a symbol of destruction, but also one of possibility. Humanity is at a crossroads, standing face to face with the Leviathan of climate change. The outcome is not set in stone. The power to choose a different future still lies in our hands. The imagery of Leviathan, vast and untamable, brings with it an emotional weight. It speaks to our deepest fears, that the damage we've done to the planet may be irreversible. But it also stirs something else, a sense of responsibility. The world is changing, and we cannot sit idly by, watching as Leviathan rises from the sea of our own making. In every flood that drowns a city, in every wildfire that darkens the sky, and every storm that batters the shore, we hear the voice of Leviathan. And it's calling us to rethink how we live, how we treat the earth that sustains us. The creature is terrifying, yes, but it's also a reminder that we are part of something bigger, something we must care for. This battle with Leviathan is not just a fight against climate change, it's a fight for the soul of humanity, for our place in this world. The question is whether we will heed the warning in time, whether we will recognize that in saving the earth, we are also saving ourselves. As the winds howl and the seas rise, Leviathan reminds us of the fragile balance we've upset. But in the chaos, there is also a chance for redemption, for renewal. The Leviathan of climate change is a force to be reckoned with, but it's also a force that calls us to action, to healing, and to hope. In the vast, uncharted depths of the ocean, mysteries hide beneath the waves, unfathomable creatures and dark forces. Leviathan, the ancient sea monster from the Bible, embodies these mysteries, pulling our imagination toward the deep abyss where fear and fascination collide. For centuries, this monstrous being has been a symbol of chaos and terror. Yet today, as we explore the darkest parts of the ocean, it's easy to see how the legend of Leviathan could have been born from the unknown. The ocean's deepest layers are home to creatures that seem like nightmares brought to life. Some are hidden from sunlight, living in darkness, moving silently through waters where few humans have dared to explore. These creatures, like the colossal squid and the fawn-toothed fish, stir the same emotions that ancient texts used to describe Leviathan: power, mystery, and danger. The connection between Leviathan and these sea monsters becomes more apparent when we look at how similar their descriptions are: massive, terrifying, and capable of striking awe in anyone who encounters them. Leviathan, often described with scales as impenetrable as armor and teeth sharp enough to tear through anything, is a fitting metaphor for the sea creatures we now know exist. Consider the giant squid, its long tentacles armed with suction cups lined with razor-sharp teeth, or the gulper eel, whose massive jaws swallow prey much larger than itself. These are real-life versions of what Leviathan might have been in the minds of those who feared the deep. When you peer into the abyss, it's easy to understand why ancient cultures, unfamiliar with the creatures of the deep, would create such monstrous figures. Leviathan wasn't just a myth, but a symbol for the terrifying unknown, something humans could never conquer or fully comprehend. Even today, the ocean remains a mystery, with only a fraction of it explored. Every so often, new species emerge from the depths, each more alien than the last, reminding us that there are still corners of our world where Leviathan may yet swim in spirit. In the Bible, Leviathan was more than just a physical beast. It was a representation of chaos, a force that God had to tame. The deep ocean shares this chaotic energy: violent storms, unseen currents, and creatures that live beyond human understanding. Scientists studying the ocean's abyss find a world that operates on rules so different from our own that it can feel as if we're staring into another dimension. It is a place where life forms survive under conditions of extreme pressure, freezing temperatures, and complete darkness, conditions that would crush a human within seconds. Leviathan also represents the primal fear of the unknown, something that still grips us today. Even with advanced technology and underwater exploration, the deep sea remains largely uncharted. It's no surprise that this fear of the unknown has been compared to Leviathan's terror. For the ancients, the ocean was an endless void, a vast unknown where monsters like Leviathan reigned supreme. Now, we know that there are creatures living in the deepest parts of the ocean that seem just as strange and terrifying as the ancient descriptions. Modern parallels between Leviathan and real-life deep-sea creatures go beyond physical appearance. Just as Leviathan was said to rule the seas, the creatures of the deep are at the top of their food chain in their isolated, cold world. They have adapted to survive in extreme environments, and their power is a reminder of the strength needed to live in such conditions. Their mysterious lives remain hidden from us, much like Leviathan's existence, just out of reach, yet constantly present in the dark waters. But Leviathan also represents the fragility of human knowledge. We like to think that we understand our world, but the deep ocean humbles us. Even with all our advancements, there are vast stretches of ocean where we can only guess at what might lie beneath. This fear of the unknown, combined with our inability to control or fully understand it, echoes Leviathan's biblical presence. It is a reminder that no matter how powerful we think we are, there are forces far beyond our comprehension. The deep-sea creatures we've discovered so far are reminders that the world still holds secrets, just as Leviathan symbolized the mysteries of creation. The abyss, with its strange life forms, might be one of the last places on Earth that still evokes this sense of wonder and fear. In the same way that ancient texts spoke of Leviathan as a beast that defied control, the ocean continues to resist our attempts to fully explore it. The monsters we've found there may not match Leviathan's mythological size or power, but they inspire the same awe and terror that the ancient sea monster did. And though science has given us explanations for many things, the connection between Leviathan and the deep sea feels timeless. It speaks to something primal within us, a fear of the unknown and a fascination with the mysterious. We still tell stories of monsters lurking in the darkness, of creatures just beyond our reach, because they remind us that the world is bigger, stranger, and more complex than we can ever truly grasp. Perhaps Leviathan is still out there, not as a literal creature, but as the embodiment of everything we don't know and can't control. The deep sea remains one of the most mysterious places on Earth, and it's in those depths that Leviathan's spirit lives on, in the shadows of creatures that science has only begun to understand. The ocean's abyss, like Leviathan, continues to challenge us, frighten us, and fill us with wonder, a reminder that even in the age of exploration, there are still monsters left to discover. In the dim light of ancient texts, where shadows of myths swirl with reality, Leviathan rises, both serpent and dragon, embodying fear and fascination. As a creature born from chaos, Leviathan was never just one thing. Its serpentine form slithered through the waters, while the fiery breath of a dragon lingered in its wake, a hybrid that captured the darkest corners of human imagination. The serpent, since the dawn of storytelling, has always been a symbol of trickery, danger, and the unknown. It crawls close to the earth, moving silently, always lurking, always waiting. In many cultures, the serpent was feared and revered. But when the image of the serpent intertwines with that of a dragon, a beast of fire and fury, the terror becomes even more profound. A serpent can strike swiftly, but a dragon, with its wings spread wide and fire in its chest, can dominate the sky, ruling both the land and the heavens. Leviathan, as both serpent and dragon, was a creature that could not be confined to one realm. It was both of the earth and beyond it, a monster that defied understanding. Its long, winding body could wrap itself around ships and drag them into the depths. Its eyes burned with the intensity of a dragon's fire, casting a glow on the waters it ruled. The duality of Leviathan's form, the merging of serpent and dragon, symbolized a power that was both subtle and explosive. A creature of the abyss that could move with quiet precision, but whose fury could shake the heavens. In the serpent, we see the cunning of Leviathan, its ability to hide, to strike when least expected. A serpent's hiss is soft but full of malice, and the bite, once delivered, can be deadly. The idea that something so quiet, so seemingly harmless, could carry such a lethal force is what makes the serpent so terrifying. And so too was Leviathan, whose movements under the water were almost unseen, until it was too late. The chaos it brought was sudden, a storm that could rise from the sea without warning. But the dragon in Leviathan added a new layer of fear, power that was not just hidden, but visible and terrifying. The dragon, in myths, was always the ultimate symbol of strength, a force that could not be tamed. Its wings, massive and imposing, could darken the sky. Fire spewed from its jaws, consuming everything in its path. This is the image of Leviathan that haunted the dreams of those who sailed the open sea. A creature that could rise from the depths, its serpentine body winding through the water, and unleash the fury of a dragon with its breath. This dual nature, serpent and dragon, made Leviathan not just a creature to be feared, but a symbol of chaos itself. It was not simply the danger of the ocean or the unknown that people feared, it was the unpredictability of it all. The serpent strikes without warning, and the dragon burns everything in its path. Leviathan was both the hidden and the overt danger, the sudden strike, and the all-consuming fire. In ancient mythology, serpents and dragons often represented the forces that threatened the natural order. They were chaos incarnate, beings that existed to disrupt, to destroy. Leviathan was no different. Its presence in the waters was a reminder that chaos was never far away, that beneath the surface of even the calmest seas, there lurked a power that could not be controlled. And this power, this hybrid of serpent and dragon, was always waiting, always hungry. There is something deeply emotional about the fear Leviathan instills. It is the fear of losing control, of facing something that cannot be reasoned with. The serpent hides in the grass, and the dragon roars in the sky, but Leviathan was both, a creature that could strike from anywhere. It was the embodiment of everything that humans feared but couldn't quite understand. The serpent's venom and the dragon's fire, two forces of nature combined into one unstoppable beast. In art and literature, Leviathan's dual symbolism as serpent and dragon has been portrayed as a reminder of the balance between the unseen and the visible, the silent danger and the roaring destruction. When it rises from the sea, it carries with it both the stealth of the serpent and the might of the dragon, and there is no escaping either. For those who lived in fear of the open waters, Leviathan was not just a monster, it was a reminder of life's fragility. The serpent could creep upon you without sound, and the dragon could lay waste to everything in a single breath. In Leviathan, these two primal fears merged, creating a creature whose presence was a constant reminder that chaos was always just beneath the surface. Even today, the imagery of Leviathan as a serpent and dragon continues to stir something deep within us. It speaks to that primal part of ourselves that understands that no matter how much we try to control our world, there are forces we can never tame. Whether it's the quiet, creeping danger of the serpent or the explosive, fiery wrath of the dragon, Leviathan remains a symbol of that untamable chaos. It is the fear that lurks in the back of our minds, the understanding that there are still monsters out there, waiting, watching, and ready to strike. In the heart of every human soul, there lies a fear, primal, raw, and often unspoken. It's the kind of fear that slithers into our thoughts during the darkest hours, when the world feels vast and indifferent. It's the fear of what we cannot control, what we cannot predict. This fear takes many forms, but perhaps none is more potent than the image of Leviathan. A creature so powerful, so untamed, that it becomes more than just a monster, it becomes a mirror reflecting our own hidden violence, our own capacity for chaos. Leviathan, in all its monstrous glory, is more than just a beast from the deep. It represents something far more terrifying, the storm that rages inside us all. The ancient stories that speak of Leviathan's destructive power echo the very turmoil that brews within the human heart. For just like the creature that lurks beneath the ocean's surface, waiting to rise and unleash its fury, there are parts of us, hidden, dark, that hold the potential for violence, for destruction. We all carry that potential, even if we don't want to admit it. The anger we feel when wronged, the bitterness that builds over time, the pain that we sometimes inflict on others without meaning to, these are all part of the human condition. Leviathan, in its immense form, represents that side of ourselves we fear the most. The side that can tear through the fabric of our lives in a moment of rage or fear. It is the embodiment of the violence that lives within us all. But Leviathan is also fear itself. The kind of fear that grips you when you are faced with the unknown, when you are reminded that no matter how much you try to control your surroundings, there are forces in this world, and within yourself, that cannot be tamed. It's the fear of losing control, the fear of being overpowered by something greater than yourself. In this way, Leviathan is both the source of violence and the reaction to it. It is the fear that feeds the beast, and the beast that feeds the fear. There is a kind of tragic beauty in this. Leviathan, in its violent, chaotic form, reminds us of the fragility of our own nature. We are creatures of emotion, driven by impulses we often don't understand. Sometimes, that leads to acts of kindness, of love. But other times, it leads to destruction. And when it does, it feels as though we are no longer in control, like something else has taken over, something powerful and ancient. Something like Leviathan. In every human heart, there is a constant battle between order and chaos, between peace and violence. Most of the time, we manage to keep that chaos in check. We build walls around it, telling ourselves that we are in control, that we are better than the monsters of myth and legend. But every now and then, those walls break. And when they do, the Leviathan within us rises, unchained, free to wreak havoc on the world around us. The violence that Leviathan represents isn't always physical. Sometimes, it's the violence of words, of actions that hurt others in ways we can't always see. It's the look of anger that cuts deeper than any sword. It's the silence that speaks volumes, the indifference that can wound the soul. We are all capable of this kind of violence, even when we don't want to admit it. Leviathan also speaks to the fear of our own nature. We fear what we are capable of, what we might do if pushed too far, if the right combination of pain and anger and fear is triggered. In this way, Leviathan is not just a monster of the deep, it is the monster within us all, lurking beneath the surface, waiting for the moment when it can rise. But what makes Leviathan truly terrifying is not just its power, but the fact that it feels unstoppable. Once unleashed, how do you put it back? How do you regain control of something so vast, so ancient, so destructive? This is the question that haunts every human being who has ever felt the sting of their own anger, their own violence. Once you let the Leviathan out, can you ever truly cage it again? There is a sense of helplessness in this. The feeling that no matter how much we try to suppress the darkness within us, it is always there, always waiting. And yet, at the same time, there is hope. For just as Leviathan represents the chaos and violence within us, it also reminds us of our ability to overcome it. To acknowledge the beast within and, in doing so, tame it. In the end, Leviathan is not just a creature of myth. It is a symbol of human nature, of the constant battle between fear and courage, between chaos and order, between violence and peace. It reminds us that we are all capable of great destruction, but also great control. That the same fear that can drive us to violence can also drive us to understanding, to compassion. Leviathan may be a monster, but it is a monster we all know. It is the part of us that we try to keep hidden, the part of us that we fear. But it is also a part of us that we can learn from. For in facing the Leviathan within, we face the truth about ourselves. And in that truth, there is both fear and strength. In the whispers of ancient texts, there is a creature so vast, so powerful, that it defies imagination. Leviathan, the great serpent of the sea, rises not just as a beast of chaos, but as a herald of the end. Its presence in apocalyptic visions shakes the very core of human fear, the fear of the world's end, the fear of the unknown that looms beyond the veil of time. As the apocalypse approaches, Leviathan is more than just a monster. It becomes the embodiment of ultimate destruction, chaos unleashed upon the earth. In the stormy waters of prophecy, Leviathan thrashes with a fury that sends tremors across the heavens. The earth quakes in response, and the sea boils in terror. Its massive body, coiled and ready to strike, waits for the appointed time when the world will fall into darkness. It is a creature of the apocalypse, called forth to wreak havoc as the final battle between good and evil unfolds. For centuries, people have wondered what it will feel like when the end of days finally arrives. Some imagine fire raining from the sky, others speak of a great war. But in the shadows of these visions lurks Leviathan, its body a symbol of the chaos that will consume all things. Its scales glisten with the weight of centuries, reflecting the fears of those who have pondered the end of the world. It waits in the depths, biding its time, knowing that one day, its moment will come. In apocalyptic literature, Leviathan does not come alone. Its counterpart, Behemoth, rises from the land, and together, these two beasts herald the final cataclysm. The sight of Leviathan, twisting in the depths, is enough to chill even the bravest heart. It is a creature that exists outside the bounds of time, untouched by the passing of ages, waiting for the moment when all creation will face its wrath. But what is Leviathan's role in the end of days? Is it merely a beast of destruction, or does it serve a higher purpose? Some ancient texts suggest that Leviathan is not just a monster, but a force of divine justice. It is the instrument through which the old world will be torn apart, making way for a new one. Its power, though terrifying, is necessary, a part of the cosmic order that brings balance to creation. Leviathan's emergence in these end times is not random. It is a part of the final judgment, a key player in the unfolding drama of the apocalypse. As the skies darken and the earth trembles, Leviathan's presence serves as a reminder that even the greatest powers of the earth are subject to forces far greater than themselves. It is a creature of both punishment and renewal, a harbinger of the destruction that must come before the world can be reborn. The fear that Leviathan invokes is not just about the end of the world, it is about the end of all things familiar. In the chaos of the apocalypse, everything we know is stripped away, leaving only uncertainty in its wake. Leviathan, with its terrible power, represents the unknown future that awaits us all. It is the darkness that swallows the light, the storm that drowns the calm. And yet, in its destructive path, there is a strange, unsettling beauty. The end it brings is not just an end, but the beginning of something new. In the eyes of those who have written about the apocalypse, Leviathan's role is clear. It is not just a creature of the deep, but a force that will tear apart the fabric of reality itself. Its roar echoes across the ages, a reminder that nothing lasts forever. Empires fall, mountains crumble, and even the stars will fade, but Leviathan remains, a creature of timeless power, called forth when the world must be remade. As the end draws near, the presence of Leviathan becomes more real, more tangible. The sea churns, and the winds howl as the great serpent rises from the depths. Its eyes gleam with the knowledge of what is to come, and its body stretches out across the horizon, a shadow of doom that hangs over all creation. For those who stand in its path, there is no escape. The end is inevitable, and Leviathan is its messenger. Yet, for all its terrifying power, there is a strange sense of inevitability about Leviathan's role in the apocalypse. It is a part of the great cycle of creation and destruction, a necessary force that ensures the balance of the universe. Without Leviathan, the world would stagnate, trapped in a cycle of decay with no hope of renewal. In this sense, Leviathan is not just a creature of destruction, it is a force of transformation, a reminder that the end is not truly the end, but the beginning of something greater. In the face of such overwhelming power, it is easy to feel small, insignificant. But Leviathan's role in the apocalypse is not meant to inspire hopelessness. Rather, it serves as a reminder that even in the darkest times, there is a purpose to the chaos. The world must be torn apart before it can be rebuilt, and Leviathan is the instrument through which that destruction will come. As we face the possibility of the end, we are reminded of the ancient stories that have warned of Leviathan's return. Its presence in apocalyptic literature serves as a powerful symbol of the forces that are beyond our control, forces that will shape the future in ways we cannot predict. But even as Leviathan rises from the depths, thrashing and roaring, there is a sense that the end it brings is not truly an end, but a necessary step towards something new. And so, Leviathan waits, coiled and ready, its massive form casting a shadow over the future. It is a creature of both fear and awe, a force of destruction and renewal, a reminder that the end of all things is not to be feared, but to be embraced. For in Leviathan's wake, something greater will emerge, and the world will be reborn once again. In the shadows of ancient texts lies a powerful creature, Leviathan, whose name sends chills down the spine. This monstrous being isn't just a figment of imagination, it embodies a terrifying prophecy that speaks of destruction, chaos, and ultimately, the end of days. As we peer into the prophecies of the Jewish and Christian traditions, we find Leviathan portrayed not only as a fearsome beast of the deep but as a symbol of the turmoil that precedes a new beginning. Imagine the sky darkening, and the sea roiling with anger as Leviathan stirs from its depths. With every thundering splash, hearts race and the air crackles with fear. This creature, said to be as old as time itself, has been waiting for the moment when its fury will be unleashed upon the world. The waters churn violently as the prophecies unfold, foretelling the chaos that Leviathan brings. It is not merely a monster, it is a harbinger of the great upheaval that will shake the foundations of existence. In Jewish scripture, Leviathan is more than just a beast, it is intertwined with the divine plan. In the book of Job, we see a vivid description of this creature, emphasizing its immense power and majesty. Job questions his existence against the backdrop of Leviathan's might, showcasing the insignificance of humanity in the face of such a formidable force. Here, Leviathan becomes a living testament to the mysterious workings of the Creator, a reminder that there are forces far beyond human understanding. The end of days, as foretold in the prophecies, paints a grim picture. Leviathan will rise to challenge the very fabric of creation. The seas will boil, and the skies will shatter as this great serpent lashes out in fury. The imagery is haunting, waves crashing, winds howling, and a sense of dread permeating the air. As the world watches in horror, Leviathan's destruction is not just the end of one era but a necessary purging of evil, making way for a new beginning. In the Christian tradition, Leviathan finds its place in the apocalyptic visions of Revelation. Here, the creature embodies the chaos and disorder that threaten to engulf the world. The imagery of Leviathan is woven through the fabric of end times prophecies, where it stands as a symbol of the struggles between good and evil. This cosmic battle reaches its climax in the last days, with Leviathan representing the forces that oppose divine order. As the final confrontation approaches, believers find themselves caught between hope and despair, knowing that the creature's destruction will signal the end of suffering. The weight of Leviathan's destruction bears heavily on the hearts of those who cling to faith. It is a paradox, for while the world faces chaos and turmoil, the ultimate victory over Leviathan brings hope for redemption. The destruction of this monstrous serpent signifies a cleansing, a chance for renewal in a world scarred by sin and pain. As Leviathan thrashes in its death throes, it echoes the struggle within each soul, a battle between light and darkness, faith and doubt. Visualize the final days when Leviathan's reign of terror reaches its peak. The world stands on the brink of collapse, gripped by fear as the great serpent coils its massive body around the very essence of life. The air thickens with tension as people gaze toward the horizon, awaiting the inevitable clash of good and evil. In this moment of uncertainty, faith becomes both a refuge and a beacon of hope. The destruction of Leviathan signifies that even the greatest challenges can be overcome, that even the mightiest foes will eventually fall. Amidst the destruction, there is a flicker of hope, a promise of what lies beyond. As Leviathan's reign crumbles, the world breathes a sigh of relief. The cries of despair transform into songs of joy, heralding the dawn of a new era. The end of Leviathan is not merely an end, but a powerful reminder of the resilience of life, the promise of restoration, and the hope that springs eternal. In the tapestry of these prophecies, Leviathan's destruction serves as a reflection of humanity's deepest fears and desires. It is a confrontation with chaos, a battle that resonates within each heart. The struggle against Leviathan mirrors the struggles faced by individuals every day, battles against personal demons, fears of the unknown, and the quest for meaning in a turbulent world. When Leviathan is finally vanquished, it symbolizes the triumph over all that seeks to destroy hope and love. As the dust settles and Leviathan lies defeated, the world awakens to a new reality. The echoes of its monstrous roar fade into silence, leaving space for healing and rebirth. In the aftermath of destruction, a profound transformation takes place. People rise from the ashes, renewed in their faith and commitment to each other and the world around them. The end of Leviathan is not just a story of fear and destruction, it is a testament to the strength of the human spirit, the unyielding hope that persists even in the darkest of times. In the end, Leviathan serves as both a warning and a promise. The destruction it brings is a necessary step in the unfolding of a greater plan, a plan rooted in love, redemption, and the ultimate victory of good over evil. The legacy of Leviathan lives on in the hearts of those who dare to confront their fears, who believe that even in the face of chaos, there is a path toward light. The end of days may bring destruction, but it also opens the door to transformation, allowing humanity to emerge stronger, wiser, and ready to embrace the future with open arms. A storm brews on the horizon, dark clouds swirling and crashing together as if the very heavens are at war. The ocean churns, a chaotic dance of waves reaching for the sky, and from its depths emerges a creature that embodies the battle between good and evil. Leviathan, a being of immense power and dread, rises as a cosmic force, its presence felt in every corner of existence. This ancient serpent is not merely a monster of the deep, it is a symbol of the eternal struggle that defines our world. As Leviathan breaks the surface, the air thickens with tension. The great serpent coils, its scales glistening like stars in a darkened sky. It is both terrifying and mesmerizing, a living testament to the forces that shape the universe. In its eyes, there is a flicker of both wisdom and wrath, a reminder that it is not only a creature of destruction but also a keeper of secrets that stretch beyond human understanding. With each movement, Leviathan becomes the embodiment of chaos, representing the challenges that threaten to consume the order of creation. In the cosmic battles that rage between good and evil, Leviathan stands as a formidable opponent. Its very existence stirs the hearts of those who seek to maintain balance, drawing them into a conflict that feels both personal and universal. Picture the forces of light, brave souls rising against the darkness, their hearts filled with hope and determination. They face Leviathan not just as a monster but as a manifestation of all that opposes peace and harmony. In these moments, the struggle takes on a deeply emotional weight, a reflection of the internal battles we all face. As Leviathan lashes out, the skies crack open, revealing flashes of lightning that dance around its massive form. Each roar of the creature echoes through the cosmos, resonating with the fears that linger in the hearts of humanity. The battle rages on, a tumultuous clash of wills where hope hangs by a thread. Yet, even in the face of such overwhelming odds, there is an undeniable sense of resilience that emerges. The light that stands against Leviathan shines brightly, fueled by the unwavering belief in a better tomorrow. In the sacred texts, Leviathan is often depicted as a chaotic force that threatens to engulf everything in darkness. It becomes a focal point in the eternal struggle, symbolizing the darker aspects of human nature, fear, anger, and despair. As the cosmic forces collide, the battle between good and evil reflects the struggles within ourselves. We see the fight against our own Leviathans, the fears and doubts that threaten to overwhelm us, mirroring the grander conflict in the universe. As the battle continues, the imagery is powerful. Waves crash against one another, fierce and unyielding, as light battles darkness in a celestial dance. Leviathan, with its immense power, embodies the chaos that exists in the world. Yet, within this chaos, the strength of those who stand for good shines through. Each act of bravery, each moment of love, becomes a light piercing through the darkness. In this grand conflict, hope and despair are woven together, creating a tapestry that tells the story of humanity's resilience. As the cosmic struggle unfolds, the emotional weight is palpable. The heart races, the breath catches, as we witness the clash of these forces. Leviathan may be powerful, but the spirit of those who rise against it carries a strength that can move mountains. In this fight, the stakes are not just about survival, they represent the essence of what it means to be human. The courage to face the darkness, to confront the fears that lie within, is what makes this battle so compelling. In the depths of this cosmic conflict, Leviathan serves as a mirror, reflecting our deepest fears and desires. It challenges us to confront the very nature of existence, to grapple with the question of why evil persists in the world. The fight against this formidable creature becomes a path to self-discovery, revealing the strength that lies dormant within each of us. As we witness this struggle, we are reminded that we are not alone. The fight against Leviathan resonates with our own battles, and in this recognition, we find connection and solace. As the tides of the battle shift, there are moments of doubt and despair. But it is during these darkest times that the light shines the brightest. The courage to stand up, to fight back, becomes a source of inspiration. As the forces of good rally against Leviathan, they embody the hope that resides in all of us, the belief that love can conquer fear, that unity can triumph over chaos. Each struggle is not just a battle, it is a testament to the enduring spirit of humanity. The moment finally arrives when Leviathan faces the culmination of its own turmoil. The struggle intensifies, waves crashing higher, and the roar of the creature echoes across the universe. But it is in this moment of desperation that the most beautiful transformation takes place. The cosmic forces align, and the light bursts forth like a dawn breaking over a darkened horizon. It is a reminder that even in the face of overwhelming darkness, there is always hope, a light that can pierce through the chaos. As Leviathan's reign of terror begins to falter, it symbolizes the inevitable triumph of good over evil. The world breathes a sigh of relief, feeling the weight of fear lift, and in this moment, the struggle is not forgotten. It remains etched in our hearts, a powerful reminder of the resilience of the human spirit. The battle against Leviathan becomes a shared story, one that resonates with each individual's journey, intertwining our lives with the larger narrative of existence. In the aftermath of this cosmic battle, the world awakens to a new reality. The scars of conflict remain, but they serve as a testament to the strength it took to overcome. Leviathan, once a symbol of fear, becomes a reminder of the battles fought and the light that emerged from the darkness. The cosmic struggle is not just a tale of destruction, it is a celebration of hope, courage, and the indomitable spirit of those who dare to stand against the tides of chaos. Through the lens of Leviathan, we understand that our battles, both internal and external, are part of a larger story. Each struggle we face is an opportunity for growth, a chance to rise above our fears and doubts. In the cosmic dance of good and evil, Leviathan serves as a powerful reminder that even the mightiest forces can be challenged, that hope can endure, and that love will always find a way to shine through. A storm rages across the sea, its waves rising high and crashing down with unrelenting force. In the midst of this chaos, something stirs beneath the surface, an ancient power, long feared, yet often misunderstood. The book of Revelation speaks of a beast rising from the sea, a creature of unimaginable terror and darkness. Its presence sends a chill through the hearts of all who encounter it. This creature, born from the depths, has often been seen as a parallel to Leviathan, the legendary serpent of the Bible. Leviathan, with its twisting coils and mighty form, was feared by many in ancient times. It represented chaos, a force that threatened to unravel everything. And in Revelation, the sea beast emerges, embodying that same sense of dread. Its 7 heads and 10 horns create a vision of destruction, its power felt by all who stand in its shadow. The sea beast of Revelation is no mere animal, it is a force of nature, much like Leviathan, standing in defiance of all that is good. The connection between Leviathan and the sea beast runs through the core of Revelation's apocalyptic imagery. In the turbulent waters, these two beings become almost one, symbolizing the ultimate challenge that must be faced at the end of days. Their forms are different, but the fear they inspire is the same. The sea beast, like Leviathan, is a manifestation of chaos, a reminder that the greatest battles are fought not just on land, but in the very depths of creation itself. As the sea beast rises, the hearts of those who witness it are filled with awe and terror. It is a creature unlike anything they have seen before, its scales glistening with an unnatural light, its roar shaking the very foundation of the earth. In its eyes, there is no mercy, no compassion, only a hunger for destruction. This beast, much like Leviathan, is a symbol of the forces that seek to undo the world. Its emergence is a sign that the end is near, that the final battle between good and evil is about to begin. Throughout history, the image of Leviathan has been used to represent the darkest parts of human nature, our fears, our anger, our violence. And in Revelation, the sea beast takes on that same role. It is not just a creature of the sea, but a representation of the evil that lurks in the hearts of men. The chaos it brings is a reflection of the chaos within ourselves, the struggles we face as we try to navigate a world filled with uncertainty and danger. The sea beast's 7 heads are a terrifying symbol of the completeness of evil. Each head represents a different aspect of the wickedness that plagues the world. And like Leviathan, the beast seems invincible, as if nothing can stand against it. Yet, even in the face of such overwhelming darkness, there is hope. For as powerful as Leviathan and the sea beast may be, they are not eternal. They are forces that will one day be defeated. The sea beast's power is amplified by its connection to the dragon, another symbol of ultimate evil in the book of Revelation. The dragon gives the sea beast its authority, much like the way chaos empowers Leviathan. The two creatures are bound together, their fates intertwined. And just as the dragon represents Satan, the sea beast represents the forces that carry out his will. Together, they create a nightmare scenario, one in which the world seems to be on the verge of complete collapse. But Leviathan, and by extension the sea beast, is not just a symbol of destruction. It is also a test of faith. In Revelation, the sea beast challenges the believers, forcing them to confront their deepest fears. It asks them to question their faith, to wonder whether they can truly stand firm in the face of such overwhelming evil. And yet, those who remain faithful are promised victory. The beast, no matter how terrifying, is not undefeatable. In the final chapters of Revelation, the fate of the sea beast is sealed. Its destruction is foretold, just as Leviathan's end was prophesied in earlier scriptures. The forces of good, led by Christ, will triumph over the forces of evil. And as the sea beast is cast into the abyss, it is a reminder that no matter how dark the world may seem, there is always hope. Leviathan, the sea beast, and all the forces they represent will one day be no more. The imagery of the sea beast and Leviathan serves as a powerful metaphor for the struggles we face in our own lives. We all have our own beasts to confront, our own battles to fight. And like the believers in Revelation, we must remain strong in the face of these challenges. The sea beast may seem invincible, just as Leviathan did to those who first heard its tale. But in the end, both creatures are defeated. Their power, though great, is not eternal. As the sea beast sinks back into the depths, its roar fades into silence. The waves calm, and the skies clear. The world has been saved from the chaos that threatened to destroy it. But the memory of the beast remains, a reminder of the battles fought and the sacrifices made. The sea beast, like Leviathan, is a symbol of the darkness we must all confront in our lives. But it is also a symbol of hope, a reminder that no matter how great the darkness, the light will always prevail. In the end, the connection between Leviathan and the sea beast is more than just a literary parallel. It is a reflection of the human condition, of our constant struggle between good and evil, chaos and order. The sea beast, like Leviathan, is a force of nature, but it is also a test of faith, a challenge we must all face. And though the battle may be long and difficult, we are not alone. Just as the believers in Revelation found strength in their faith, we too can find the courage to confront our own beasts, knowing that in the end, good will always triumph over evil. The sea, vast and unknowable, has always stirred something primal in the human soul. Beneath its surface lies an abyss, dark and endless, filled with mysteries we may never fully grasp. Yet from time immemorial, people have whispered about creatures lurking in those depths, monsters so terrifying, their very existence feels like a nightmare. Among these, Leviathan looms larger than most, a creature of the Bible whose name has become synonymous with destruction. But Leviathan is not alone in the realm of fearsome sea beasts. Across cultures and centuries, tales of other sea monsters have risen from the depths, merging myth and reality. Leviathan's story, carved in ancient texts, tells of a serpent-like being, coiled in the abyss, fierce and untamable. It was not just a creature of the sea, but a symbol of chaos, a force that even gods had to reckon with. For those who lived near the water's edge, its presence was palpable, waves crashing against the shore, storms tearing the skies open. It was as if Leviathan itself was thrashing beneath the waves, angry and relentless. And in every story, every whisper, the fear of this creature echoed louder than the roar of the ocean. But Leviathan wasn't the only terror of the seas. Around the world, different cultures told of their own monsters, each as terrifying as the last. In Norse mythology, there was Jormungandr, the Midgard serpent, so large it could encircle the entire world. Just like Leviathan, Jormungandr represented something far greater than a mere sea creature. It was a sign of impending doom, of a world about to collapse under its own weight. Whenever the waters stirred and ships disappeared, people feared that Jormungandr was the cause, its massive body coiling beneath the ocean. Then, there were the Kraken of Scandinavian legend, described as a colossal octopus or squid that could pull entire ships to the bottom of the sea. Sailors would pray to escape its clutches, knowing that a sighting of the Kraken could mean certain death. Its tentacles, said to be long enough to wrap around ships, were like the coils of Leviathan, suffocating and pulling victims into the inky darkness below. These monsters, though varied in form, all shared a connection with Leviathan. They were manifestations of humanity's greatest fears: fear of the unknown, fear of chaos, fear of the deep. In every tale of a sea monster, there was an undercurrent of something deeper, the realization that no matter how much we conquer on land, the sea will always remain a mystery, and within it, forces beyond our control. Yet, while these mythical beasts stirred terror, there were also real creatures that fueled these stories. Sailors, venturing into uncharted waters, often encountered creatures that defied understanding. Giant squids, which today we know as real, were once thought to be myths. Their size, their massive eyes, and their tentacles resembled the descriptions of the kraken, leaving sailors convinced they had encountered a monster from the depths. Whales, too, played a part in these tales. Their massive size, when seen breaking the surface or washed ashore, was enough to convince many that they had witnessed Leviathan itself. But the line between myth and reality was always blurred when it came to the sea. Even today, as technology allows us to explore the ocean's depths, we are constantly reminded of how little we truly know. Strange creatures, with bioluminescent bodies and alien-like forms, are discovered in the darkest parts of the ocean. The deeper we go, the more we realize that perhaps the monsters of old were not as far-fetched as we once thought. Leviathan, with its ancient roots, continues to be a symbol of these fears. It stands as a reminder that the sea, in all its vastness, holds secrets we may never fully understand. But it is not just a symbol of fear, it is also a symbol of the power and unpredictability of nature. Leviathan, and the other sea monsters that followed in its wake, remind us that despite our advancements, we are still at the mercy of forces much larger than ourselves. As tales of Leviathan and other sea monsters were passed down through generations, they took on new meanings. In some stories, Leviathan was not just a beast to be feared, but a creature with a purpose. Its destruction at the end of days, as foretold in some religious texts, was seen as a sign of a new beginning, a world where chaos was finally defeated. Similarly, the kraken, Jormungandr, and other sea monsters were not just creatures of destruction, but symbols of the cyclical nature of life and death, of the balance between creation and chaos. Even now, in modern times, Leviathan and its king continue to capture the imagination. Movies, books, and artwork frequently revisit these creatures, portraying them as both terrifying and awe-inspiring. There is something about the sea, its depth, its mystery, that draws us in, even as it frightens us. And at every crashing wave, and every storm on the horizon, we are reminded of the monsters that might still lurk beneath the surface, waiting. Leviathan may have been born from ancient texts, but its legacy is alive and well. It is a part of a larger tapestry of sea monsters, both real and imagined, that have shaped the way we see the ocean. And as long as the sea remains vast and mysterious, Leviathan and its fellow creatures will continue to haunt our dreams, a reminder that no matter how much we learn, there will always be monsters in the depths, waiting for us to take notice. In the quiet moments before the end of all things, a great feast awaits, one not of celebration, but of an ancient and cosmic significance. The Leviathan, a creature so powerful that it once roamed the seas with unchecked ferocity, will be laid down on a table for all to consume. It is a meal unlike any other, and the very idea of this feast carries a weight that trembles in the hearts of those who hear it. Leviathan, once feared as the embodiment of chaos, will now be eaten, and in its consumption lies a powerful symbolism of transformation, victory, and renewal. The act of consuming something as mighty as Leviathan speaks to more than just survival or hunger. This is not a story of people or beings devouring a mere creature, but of consuming everything Leviathan represents. Chaos, fear, and the wild, untamed forces of nature, all of it will be taken in, digested, and, in a way, conquered. It is a moment that suggests the end of strife, the final taming of something once thought too powerful to control. Leviathan, once larger than life, is reduced to a meal, and in that reduction, we find a profound sense of closure. But there's more to this feast than simply the end of chaos. It is also a story of justice. For ages, Leviathan has been the source of terror, roaming the deep waters, untouchable and unchallenged. Its size, its power, it was a force that no man, no army, no king could stand against. And yet, in the afterlife, in this moment of the feast, everything changes. That which was untouchable is now in the hands of those who once trembled before it. It is as if the universe itself has turned the tables, granting power to those who were once powerless. The Feast of Leviathan becomes a moment of divine justice, a reversal of fortune that speaks to the ultimate balance of the cosmos. This act of consumption also carries the idea of unity. Leviathan, in being eaten, becomes a part of those who consume it. What was once external, an outside force of destruction, now becomes internalized. It's a strange and almost haunting thought that the very thing that brought so much fear is now inside the ones who feared it. But in this, there's a deeper meaning. By consuming Leviathan, those who partake in the feast are not just destroying it, they are becoming one with it. They are absorbing its power, its strength, and its history. And in doing so, they are transforming themselves. They are no longer just the victims or the survivors, they are now something greater, something stronger, something that carries within them the story of Leviathan. And what of Leviathan itself? In being consumed, it does not simply disappear. Its existence is not erased, but instead, it is transformed. The beast that once terrorized the world now serves a different purpose. Its strength, its chaos, its very essence is turned into nourishment for others. There is something strangely beautiful in this transformation, a creature of destruction becoming a source of sustenance. It's a reminder that even in death, there can be renewal. Even in the end, there is a kind of rebirth. For many, the idea of Leviathan being devoured speaks to the larger themes of redemption and hope. The world is filled with chaos, with forces that seem too powerful to overcome. But the Feast of Leviathan offers a promise that no matter how strong the forces of chaos may seem, they too will be overcome. They too will be tamed, consumed, and transformed into something that serves a greater purpose. It is a moment of ultimate redemption, where even the most fearsome creatures can be turned into something that brings life. The feast also carries a deep sense of intimacy. To eat is to share, to be connected to something on a physical level. In consuming Leviathan, those who partake in the feast are connected to its story, its power, its legacy. It is a deeply personal act, one that suggests a kind of communion, a shared experience of taking in something so much larger than oneself. In this way, the feast becomes a symbol of unity, not just with Leviathan, but with everyone who shares in the meal. It is a moment of collective transformation, where all who partake are bound together by the same experience, the same act of consumption. Leviathan's feast is also a symbol of finality. There is no coming back from this. Once consumed, Leviathan will not rise again. It is an end, a closing of a chapter that has lasted for eons. But in this end, there is peace. The chaos that once roamed the seas is now at rest. The terror that once gripped the hearts of all who lived near the water has been tamed. And in this peace, there is a sense of relief, a quiet, lasting relief that only comes when something too powerful to fight is finally laid to rest. As the feast comes to a close, there is a silence that follows, a silence filled not with fear or anxiety, but with a calm understanding that the world has changed. Those who consumed Leviathan are no longer the same. They carry with them the power of the beast, but they also carry its story, its legacy. They are marked by the feast, forever connected to the creature that once seemed too powerful to defeat. Leviathan's feast is not just about the destruction of a monster. It is about the transformation of chaos into order, fear into strength, and death into life. It is a story of redemption, of justice, of unity, and of peace. And in the end, it reminds us that no matter how powerful the forces of chaos may seem, they too can be tamed, consumed, and turned into something that brings life and hope to those who once trembled in their shadow. There is something terrifying about the way power can grow unchecked, like a massive creature lurking beneath the surface. You don't always see it coming until it's too late, until its shadow stretches over everything, swallowing the light. Leviathan, with its enormous, overwhelming presence, has long stood as more than just a sea monster. In the hearts of those who have lived under tyranny, Leviathan is not a creature of the deep but a living symbol of oppression, of rulers and empires that grow too vast, too cruel, too hungry for control. When people speak of Leviathan as a metaphor for tyranny, they are talking about a force that is too big, too strong for any single person to defeat. It's the feeling of being crushed under the weight of a system that only serves itself, a power so absolute that it devours everything in its path. There is no room to breathe under such a force, no space for freedom. Like Leviathan, it takes up everything, leaving only fear and submission in its wake. And in that fear, people begin to lose pieces of themselves. Oppressive rulers, throughout history, have often been compared to this monstrous creature. These rulers rise with promises of order and protection, but soon reveal their true nature, ruthless, controlling, and insatiable. Empires, like Leviathan, stretch their borders wider and wider, feeding on the land, the people, and their spirit. It is not enough for them to rule, they must dominate, devour all that stands in their way. The people under their rule are left helpless, small in comparison to the great beast that has taken hold of their world. There is something so cold, so heart-wrenching about living under tyranny. It's not just the physical oppression, the armies, the violence, the control, it's the mental and emotional grip it has on the people. Like Leviathan's many coils wrapping tighter and tighter, tyranny slowly suffocates hope. It teaches people to fear their own voice, to doubt their own strength. It forces them to bow down, not out of respect, but out of survival. It is in this forced submission that the true cruelty of Leviathan as a symbol for tyranny lies. People are made to believe that resistance is not only dangerous but futile. And yet, even under the shadow of Leviathan, there is a flicker of defiance. It may be small, hidden deep inside, but it's there. Tyranny cannot crush the human spirit entirely. Even in the darkest times, people find ways to push back, to resist the beast that tries to consume them. They whisper in the shadows, they gather in secret, they hold on to the belief that this great force, no matter how powerful it seems, is not invincible. There are moments when the beast seems too large, too strong, but history has shown that even the mightiest of Leviathans can be brought down. What makes Leviathan as a symbol of tyranny so powerful is its dual nature. It is terrifying, yes, but it is also fragile. Empires, like Leviathan, can grow too big, too heavy, until they collapse under their own weight. Tyrants, no matter how invincible they seem, eventually fall. The beast that once seemed so unstoppable begins to crack, to show its weaknesses. And in those moments, the people who have been waiting, suffering, find their strength. They rise, slowly at first, but with a force that grows, until they are no longer afraid. For those who have lived under such rule, the fall of tyranny is not just a victory, it is a rebirth. The crushing weight is lifted, and with it, a new world emerges. The scars of oppression remain, but they are no longer a source of pain. They become a reminder of resilience, of survival, of the strength that can be found in the most hopeless of places. The fall of Leviathan, the collapse of tyranny, is a moment of liberation, of renewal. It is the moment when people can finally reclaim their lives, their voices, their freedom. But there is always the warning, the reminder that Leviathan can rise again. Tyranny, like the beast it represents, is never truly gone. It slumbers, waiting for a moment of weakness, for the conditions to be right, and then it begins to grow once more. The challenge, for those who have tasted freedom, is to remain vigilant, to remember what it was like under the weight of Leviathan's shadow. They must fight to ensure that the beast does not return, that its hunger is not fed by complacency or fear. The metaphor of Leviathan as tyranny is not just about the past, about empires long fallen. It speaks to the present, to the world we live in today. There are still rulers, still systems of power that seek to control, to dominate, to devour. Leviathan's shadow stretches far and wide, and many still live under its oppressive rule. But the story of Leviathan, as terrifying as it is also a story of hope. It is a reminder that no matter how powerful the beast may seem, it can be defeated. It has been defeated before, and it will be defeated again. In the end, the image of Leviathan as a symbol of tyranny is one that resonates deeply. It speaks to the fears we all hold, the fear of losing control, of being swallowed by forces too large to fight. But it also speaks to the courage that lives within us, the courage to stand up, to resist, even when the odds seem impossible. Leviathan may be vast, may be powerful, but it is not invincible. And in that truth, there is hope. The water is dark, endless, and full of secrets. There is something unsettling about the way it moves, quietly, steadily, but with a power that is undeniable. And somewhere in that vastness, beneath the surface where the light no longer reaches, the Leviathan waits. Water is not just where Leviathan exists, it is part of what Leviathan is. The ocean, with all its mystery and might, reflects the creature's nature, both beautiful and terrifying, capable of giving life and taking it away without a trace. In every tale of Leviathan, water plays a central role. The deep, uncharted waters are its home, a place as ancient and unknowable as the creature itself. Water, in these stories, symbolizes chaos and fear, the kind that stirs in the human heart when faced with something too big to understand, something too powerful to fight. It's easy to feel small in front of an ocean, easy to feel powerless when faced with its endlessness. In that way, Leviathan and the water are one, forces that remind us of how fragile we are. But water is not only a symbol of chaos, it also symbolizes life. Just as the ocean nurtures the creatures within it, water sustains everything on earth. And yet, it is the same water that hides Leviathan, the same water that drowns ships and swallows entire cities when its tides rage. This duality, of water as both life-giving and life-taking, mirrors the nature of Leviathan itself. In its myth, Leviathan is both a creature of awe and terror, a reminder that power, no matter how magnificent, can destroy just as easily as it can sustain. Throughout history, the sea has always been something to fear and revere. Ancient civilizations looked to the waters and saw not just a source of food and travel but also a force beyond their control, a place where monsters like Leviathan might live. In those waters, the boundaries between the known and the unknown blurred, and it became impossible to tell what was real and what was imagined. The stories of Leviathan played on those fears, on the way the ocean seems to hide its secrets so well, making people wonder what lies beneath the surface, just out of sight. Leviathan, in many ways, is the embodiment of those fears, the fears of the unknown, of what we cannot see or control. Water, in its vastness, becomes the perfect home for such a creature. Its depth symbolizes the depths of our own uncertainties, our deepest fears and anxieties. The thought of something like Leviathan lurking in those depths strikes a chord because it taps into a universal truth that there are forces in this world, in our lives, that are beyond our understanding, forces we can't control or predict. And the water, vast and mysterious, becomes the perfect metaphor for that truth. But there is another side to this story. For as much as water is tied to fear and destruction, it is also a symbol of purification, of renewal. In many myths and religious traditions, water is a sacred element, one that cleanses and washes away the past, allowing for new beginnings. Leviathan, as terrifying as it may be, is also a part of this symbolism. Its presence in the water, while destructive, also reminds us of the cycles of nature, of life, death, and rebirth. Just as the waters rise and fall with the tides, so too does Leviathan's myth speak to the ebb and flow of power, of chaos, and ultimately, of balance. In religious texts, water is often seen as a testing ground, a place where humanity's faith and resilience are put to the test. The story of Noah and the flood is one such example, where the waters brought destruction but also the chance for a new beginning. Leviathan's connection to the water can be seen in a similar light. The creature may represent chaos, but in that chaos, there is also the potential for renewal. Just as storms can reshape the landscape, so too can Leviathan, through its overwhelming power, bring about change, sometimes destructive, but sometimes necessary. The symbolism of water in Leviathan's myth is also deeply tied to the idea of boundaries, those between land and sea, between order and chaos, between life and death. The water, in its constant motion, erases these boundaries, reminding us that nothing is ever truly separate or permanent. Leviathan, as a creature of the sea, embodies this fluidity, this blurring of lines. It is not just a monster, it is a symbol of the way power and chaos move through the world, unpredictable and uncontrollable. And yet, for all its terror, there is something captivating about Leviathan and the water it calls home. The ocean, with all its mysteries, draws us in, even as it frightens us. It's the same with Leviathan. We fear it, but we cannot look away. The stories of Leviathan are stories of awe, of standing at the edge of something so vast, so powerful, that we can barely comprehend it. In those stories, water is not just a backdrop, it is a character in its own right, shaping the creature and the fear it inspires. The water, like Leviathan, is untamable. It moves to its own rhythms, rising and falling with the tides, and different to the lives it touches. It can be calm one moment and raging the next, just as Leviathan can shift from a creature of the myth to a symbol of destruction in an instant. But in that unpredictability, there is also something profound, a reminder that life, like the sea, is full of unknowns, full of forces beyond our control. And while that might be terrifying, it is also what makes life so precious, so fragile. In the end, the water and Leviathan are inseparable. They are both symbols of power, of creation and destruction, of life and death. They remind us of the forces that shape our world, forces that are both beautiful and terrifying in their magnitude. And as we stand at the edge of the water, looking out at the endless horizon, we are reminded that we are small, that there are things in this world, like the Leviathan and the ocean it inhabits, that are far greater than ourselves. But in that smallness, there is also wonder. The human mind is a mysterious place, full of dark corners and hidden thoughts that we might not even understand ourselves. Beneath the surface of everyday life, something stirs, waiting to rise, something powerful and untamed. For Sigmund Freud and Carl Jung, Leviathan represented this unseen force within us. It is not just a creature from myth, but a symbol of the unconscious, the part of ourselves that we rarely acknowledge but can't escape. And like Leviathan, this force is overwhelming, capable of stirring fear, desire, and violence, all while lurking quietly beneath the surface. Freud believed that much of what drives human behavior lies beneath our awareness. He saw the mind as an iceberg, with the conscious mind as only the tip that is visible, while the larger, more dangerous part remains submerged in the unconscious. This unseen part of the mind holds our deepest fears, repressed memories, and uncontrollable urges. It's in this hidden world that Leviathan lives, an embodiment of everything we try to hide, everything that frightens us about ourselves. The Leviathan of Freud's interpretation is not just a monster of the sea, but a monster of the mind. It's the embodiment of those chaotic emotions that we try to suppress. Anger, lust, fear, all of these swirl together beneath the surface, and though we might believe we are in control, the reality is that this creature, this Leviathan within us, can rise without warning. Freud's vision of the unconscious is one of constant tension, where the civilized, controlled part of ourselves struggles to keep the monster at bay. Jung, on the other hand, saw Leviathan as something more than just fear or repressed emotions. For him, Leviathan was a symbol of the collective unconscious, a vast, shared pool of human experiences, myths, and archetypes. Leviathan, in Jung's view, was a primal force, a representation of the unknown depths that connect all of humanity. This creature isn't just within one person, it's within everyone, part of a universal truth that transcends individual experience. Jung's interpretation of Leviathan was more than just a warning of the dangers that lie within the mind, it was also a call to face those dangers. He believed that confronting the Leviathan within could lead to transformation, to a greater understanding of ourselves and the world around us. But the process of facing this internal monster is no easy task. It's like standing at the edge of a dark abyss, not knowing what will come out of it, but understanding that, sooner or later, we must face it. The unconscious, for both Freud and Jung, was not something to be taken lightly. It is a force of nature, as unpredictable as the ocean itself. The Leviathan, swimming in the depths of the mind, represents all that we fear about our inner selves, our capacity for destruction, for violence, for cruelty. But it also represents something more, our potential for growth. Just as Leviathan is feared for its size and power, it is also respected. It is a reminder that there is more to us than we know, that the depths of the mind are full of both danger and wonder. Freud saw the unconscious as a place where unresolved desires and conflicts resided, and he believed that these could erupt into our conscious lives at any moment. The idea of Leviathan fits perfectly into this vision. Like a sea monster emerging from the depths, the unconscious can break through into the conscious mind, creating chaos in its wake. It might show up as irrational anger, overwhelming anxiety, or destructive behavior. This eruption of the unconscious is terrifying because it shows us that, for all our efforts to control our lives, there is something within us that remains wild, untamable. Jung, however, saw the unconscious as not just a place of danger but also a place of wisdom. In his view, Leviathan is not just a monster but also a guide, a force that can help us navigate the unknown parts of ourselves. If we have the courage to face it, Leviathan can show us truths about who we are, truths that lie beyond the reach of the conscious mind. But facing Leviathan means confronting fear, chaos, and the possibility of destruction. It means venturing into the unknown, into the very depths of the soul, where the line between light and darkness blurs. Both Freud and Jung recognized that the unconscious is not something that can be fully controlled. Leviathan is a reminder of this fact, a symbol of the raw power that lies beneath the surface of our minds. It is a force that can overwhelm us, but it is also a force that, if understood, can lead to deeper self-awareness. The struggle between the conscious and the unconscious, between control and chaos, is one that every person must face at some point in their lives. There is something haunting about the idea that we are not fully in control of ourselves. The thought that, beneath the calm surface of our minds, something as powerful and terrifying as Leviathan waits is enough to send shivers down anyone's spine. But it is this very realization that makes the human experience so profound. We are not just rational beings, we are creatures of emotion, of instinct, of chaos. Leviathan, lurking in the unconscious, is a reminder of this duality. In many ways, the Leviathan of psychoanalysis is not a creature to be feared but a creature to be understood. Freud and Jung both believed that the unconscious, with all its terrors, held the key to understanding ourselves. Leviathan, as a symbol of that unconscious, is a force of both destruction and creation. It represents the parts of ourselves that we try to hide, the parts that scare us, but it also represents our potential for change, for growth. To confront Leviathan is to confront the unknown parts of ourselves, the parts we fear, the parts we don't understand. But in doing so, we open ourselves up to transformation. Freud saw this as a painful process, one filled with conflict and tension. Jung saw it as a journey toward wholeness, toward a deeper understanding of the self and the collective human experience. Leviathan, whether seen through Freud's lens of repression or Jung's vision of archetypal power, is a symbol of the unconscious that both terrifies and fascinates. It reminds us that, no matter how much we try to control our lives, there is something within us that remains wild and untamable. But in that wildness lies not just chaos, but also the possibility of profound understanding. Monsters. They have always lived in our imagination, haunting our thoughts and creeping into our nightmares. There's something about the idea of a massive, unstoppable force that grabs hold of us, leaving a trail of fear and awe in its wake. And perhaps one of the most ancient and powerful monsters to inspire this feeling is Leviathan. In modern monster mythology, Leviathan still looms large. Though its roots stretch far back into ancient stories, its presence is felt in nearly every terrifying beast we know today. The colossal size, the destructive power, the sheer terror, Leviathan embodies all that we fear in monsters. It has influenced everything from giant sea serpents to towering beasts that stomp through cities. This connection between Leviathan and today's monsters is not just about scale, it's about something deeper that speaks to our primal fear of the unknown. Leviathan represents chaos, a force that humans cannot control. In modern monster tales, this theme continues. Monsters often emerge from places we don't fully understand, the depths of the ocean, the darkness of space, or even the untapped corners of our own minds. These monsters, like Leviathan, remind us of how small we are in the grand scheme of things. No matter how much we advance, there's always something out there bigger, stronger, and more dangerous. Godzilla is a perfect example of how Leviathan's influence has echoed through time. This massive, city-destroying creature draws on the same themes of power and chaos that Leviathan does. Godzilla is more than just a monster, it's a force of nature, unstoppable and beyond human control. When we look at Godzilla rising from the depths of the ocean, we can almost hear the ancient whispers of Leviathan. Both creatures symbolize the unknown power of the natural world, reminding us that, despite all our technology and wisdom, we are vulnerable. But Leviathan doesn't just live in the ocean or in mythological tales of old. Its influence can be seen in monsters that challenge the very fabric of reality. Take the creatures in horror movies like Cloverfield or Pacific Rim, giant beings that descend upon us from unknown realms, wreaking havoc and throwing our lives into chaos. These monsters, much like Leviathan, seem beyond comprehension, their very existence a reminder of forces that we cannot hope to control. Yet, Leviathan's influence extends beyond the physicality of these monsters. The terror it invokes is rooted in something much more emotional, the feeling of helplessness. Monsters like the alien xenomorph from Alien or the kaiju from Pacific Rim don't just threaten life, they bring with them an overwhelming sense of doom. Their presence fills the screen not just with terror, but with the understanding that there is no easy escape. Much like Leviathan, these modern monsters represent the darkest fears within us, the fear that, no matter how hard we fight, we might not be able to survive what's coming. Leviathan has also shaped the monsters that hide within human stories. In Stranger Things, the Demogorgon is another echo of Leviathan's influence. The creature, a horrific, otherworldly being that lurks in the shadows of an alternate dimension, reflects the unknowable, the terror that lies just beyond the reach of our senses. Like Leviathan, it emerges from a hidden world, a place where normal rules no longer apply, where chaos reigns and the creatures within are beyond our understanding. Its very existence speaks to the ancient fears that Leviathan once inspired, a world where humanity is powerless against forces it cannot understand. And what about the creatures in Stephen King's It? The shape-shifting monster that preys on the town of Derry is another reflection of Leviathan's influence. Though it doesn't live in the ocean, it dwells in the shadows, in the places where people are too afraid to look. Like Leviathan, it is vast, powerful, and terrifying. Its ability to change form, to become whatever it needs to be to elicit the most fear, speaks to the same primal dread that Leviathan once inspired. It's the monster under the bed, the darkness in the corner of the room, something we know is there, but we're too scared to face. In Game of Thrones, dragons bring their own echo of Leviathan's ancient power. Though they fly through the sky rather than slither through the ocean, these creatures carry the same immense presence. Dragons, like Leviathan, are forces of destruction and change, capable of reshaping entire kingdoms. They represent the untamable, the wild force that humans may try to control but often fail to harness. Even in the world of video games, Leviathan's influence is clear. From giant bosses in Shadow of the Colossus to the massive sea creatures in Subnautica, these beings embody the same themes that Leviathan carried. They are larger than life, capable of instilling awe and fear in equal measure. The act of facing such a monster often reflects our own internal struggles, our fear of the unknown, our desire to conquer, and the realization that some things are simply beyond our reach. Leviathan's mark on modern monster mythology isn't just about creating bigger or scarier creatures. It's about tapping into something deeper, something that has always lived inside us. The idea of a monster that can rise from the depths, whether those depths are in the ocean, in space, or in our own minds, speaks to a timeless fear. It's the fear that there are things in this world, in this universe, that we will never be able to control. Monsters like Leviathan remind us of our limitations, our fragility in the face of forces that we can't fully understand. But they also remind us of our strength. For as much as Leviathan and its modern counterparts inspire fear, they also inspire courage. The stories of these monsters often revolve around humanity's struggle to survive, to fight back, even when the odds seem impossible. The monsters may be enormous, but so is the will to survive. Leviathan may be an ancient creature, born from myths that are thousands of years old, but its influence on modern monsters remains undeniable. Whether we're watching a giant creature tear through a city, or feeling the creeping dread of something unseen and lurking in the shadows, Leviathan is there. It is a reminder that the monsters we create today, no matter how different they may seem, are tied to a fear as old as humanity itself, the fear of the unknown, and the realization that sometimes, the monsters are far bigger than we ever imagined. Leviathan stands in the shadows, haunting the edges of our thoughts, creeping into the spaces where certainty falters. In postmodern literature and philosophy, this ancient beast finds new life, a reflection of the fragmented world we live in. It's not just a monster anymore, not just a creature of the sea. Leviathan becomes a symbol of the chaos that surrounds us, the brokenness of truth, and the endless struggle to find meaning in a world that seems to have lost it. In the shifting landscape of postmodern thought, Leviathan emerges as more than just a fearsome creature. It becomes a metaphor for the overwhelming forces of society, power, and knowledge. The way it twists and turns through the murky waters of postmodernism mirrors the uncertainty we face in life today. Every step we take forward feels as though Leviathan is there, beneath the surface, reminding us that nothing is truly fixed, that the very ground we stand on can shift at any moment. In the minds of postmodern thinkers, Leviathan takes on new layers of meaning. The idea that something so vast, so powerful, can exist in the unseen depths speaks to our collective anxieties. We live in a world where the lines between reality and illusion blur, where the stories we once told ourselves about truth, about right and wrong, begin to unravel. Leviathan, in this context, symbolizes the collapse of certainty. It is the force that pulls us down into the unknown, the very embodiment of a world where the old structures no longer hold. The great philosophers of the postmodern era, those who sought to tear down the grand narratives that once gave life meaning, found in Leviathan a kindred spirit. Just as Leviathan moves beneath the surface, unseen but always present, so too does the force of uncertainty in postmodern thought. Everything we believed in, everything we thought we knew, now seems fragile in the face of this monstrous truth. In literature, too, Leviathan takes on a new form. It becomes not just a creature of terror, but a reflection of the fractured identities that postmodernism often explores. Characters lose themselves in a world that feels larger than life, as though Leviathan is looming just beyond the page, waiting to pull them under. The vastness of the creature reflects the vastness of the human experience in a postmodern world, fragmented, unknowable, and at times terrifying. Consider the way postmodern writers like Thomas Pynchon or Don DeLillo have used themes of chaos, uncertainty, and hidden forces in their work. In novels like Gravity's Rainbow or White Noise, there is a sense that something immense is lurking beneath the surface of everyday life, just out of reach, but always felt. This force, this unknowable presence, could be seen as a modern Leviathan, a creature born not from the sea but from the depths of the human psyche, from the fears and anxieties that define our age. And it's not just literature where Leviathan rears its head. In the philosophies of postmodern thinkers like Jean Baudrillard or Michel Foucault, we find echoes of the beast. Baudrillard's ideas about simulacra and hyperreality, where the real and the imagined blend together until they are indistinguishable, feel like the ripples of Leviathan's tail in the water. There is something monstrous in the way reality itself has become elusive, and the way we no longer know where the real ends and the artificial begins. Leviathan, in this sense, becomes the symbol of that blurred line, the reminder that what lies beneath may not be what we expect. Foucault, too, speaks to the power of unseen forces in his work on knowledge and power. His idea that power operates not through grand, visible structures, but through subtle, hidden networks, feels very much like Leviathan. The beast's power is not always in its visible form, but in the knowledge that it exists, somewhere out there, shaping our world even when we cannot see it. The way Leviathan lurks just beneath the surface mirrors the way power, in Foucault's view, operates, quiet, subtle, but always present, always in control. Leviathan, in postmodern thought, also speaks to the loss of meaning, the sense that nothing is certain anymore. The creature's very existence challenges the idea of fixed truths, of solid foundations. It is the embodiment of chaos, of a world where the old rules no longer apply, where we are left adrift in a sea of uncertainty. Postmodernism often grapples with this sense of dislocation, with the idea that meaning is not something fixed, but something we must constantly search for, even as it slips through our fingers. Leviathan, in this context, becomes the ultimate symbol of that search, vast, unknowable, and endlessly shifting. And yet, even in its monstrous form, there is something oddly comforting about Leviathan. It reminds us that we are not alone in our uncertainty, that the chaos we feel is not something new but something ancient, something that has always been there, lurking beneath the surface. The postmodern world may feel fractured and broken, but Leviathan tells us that this is not a flaw, it is simply the way things are. The creature's presence in postmodern thought is a reminder that uncertainty is not something to fear, but something to accept, to live with, and perhaps even to embrace. Leviathan's relevance in postmodern literature and philosophy speaks to the timeless nature of the fears it represents. The chaos, the power, the uncertainty, it all feels so familiar, so much a part of the world we live in today. In the shattered narratives and fragmented identities of postmodern thought, Leviathan finds new life, a new purpose. It becomes not just a monster but a mirror, reflecting the brokenness of the world back at us and challenging us to find our way through the chaos. And so, Leviathan swims on, through the dark waters of our time, a creature of ancient power that still speaks to the deepest parts of our souls. Its presence in postmodern thought is a reminder that, no matter how much the world changes, some fears will always remain. The monster may change its form, but the terror it inspires will always be with us. And in that terror, in that uncertainty, there is something profoundly human. Leviathan, after all, is not just a creature of the sea, it is a creature of our minds, a reflection of the fears and doubts that have always lived within us. There is a creature that stirs beneath the surface, its movements rippling through the waters like an unspoken warning. Leviathan, once feared as a mythical beast, now emerges in the minds of many as a haunting symbol of something even more terrifying: environmental collapse. The world trembles as this ancient figure takes on new meaning, not as a creature of the depths, but as a harbinger of destruction, a reflection of humanity's relentless assault on nature. The forests burn. The oceans rise. Species vanish from the earth, one by one, like distant stars flickering out of existence. And Leviathan watches, its presence looming larger and more powerful with every forest felled, every river poisoned, every breath of air tainted with smoke. It is not the creature itself that is destroying the world, but it has become the face of that destruction, a mirror to the chaos we have unleashed upon the planet. In today's world, Leviathan represents the unstoppable force of environmental destruction, a symbol of how nature, once abundant and full of life, is now being consumed by our insatiable desires. The creature embodies the devastation that creeps closer every day. Its form, once described in awe and fear, now reflects the dangers lurking in our polluted oceans and the vanishing wildlife. As we continue to ravage the earth, Leviathan grows in power, feeding on the havoc left in our wake. The devastation is everywhere, relentless and undeniable. The seas that once teemed with life are now suffocating under the weight of plastic, oil spills, and toxic waste. What was once vibrant has turned deadly, a poisoned grave for marine life. Leviathan, the ancient beast of the waters, now seems to rise from this wreckage, as though summoned by the destruction we have wrought. It is a reminder, a living testament to the fact that we are at war with the very earth that sustains us. The imagery of Leviathan entwined with environmental collapse is not just a story. It's a reflection of the guilt and fear that many feel today. We are losing more than just forests or rivers, we are losing the delicate balance of life itself. In Leviathan's eyes, we see the consequences of our actions, the irreversible damage we are doing. The destruction of the natural world is not some distant tragedy, it is happening now, and it is happening to all of us. Leviathan rises from the depths as a symbol of the earth fighting back. The storms grow fiercer, the droughts longer, and the wildfires more devastating. It's as if the creature's immense power is manifesting in the real world, unleashing nature's fury in the form of hurricanes, floods, and raging infernos. What once seemed like a distant myth now feels all too real. Leviathan's presence in the world of environmental collapse feels like an ancient warning we ignored for far too long. There's a cruelty in the way Leviathan's symbolism has shifted. Once, it was a reminder of nature's awe-inspiring power, the wildness and beauty of the seas. Now, it is a symbol of what we have lost, a warning of what's to come if we do not change. The sea, which has always been Leviathan's home, is now suffocating under the weight of human indifference. The creature's rage is not just nature's rage, it is the rage of a world being pushed past its limits. In every storm that tears across the land, every wildfire that devours the forests, every drought that leaves the earth cracked and dry, we can almost feel the presence of Leviathan. It is as though the creature's very essence has seeped into the elements, transforming the earth itself into a force of destruction. The balance that once existed between humanity and nature is shattered, and Leviathan, once a distant myth, now seems like a shadow hovering over all that we have done. And yet, there is a profound sorrow beneath Leviathan's immense power. The creature's destruction is not one of malice, but of inevitability. It is a reflection of how far we have strayed from harmony with the earth. The world is unraveling before our eyes, and in Leviathan's endless gaze, we see not only the wrath of nature, but also its pain. The earth is dying, and Leviathan is the embodiment of that death, a symbol of the world we are leaving behind for future generations. There is something heartbreaking about the thought that Leviathan, a creature that once symbolized the untamable wildness of the natural world, now stands as a symbol of its downfall. Its powerful form, once a thing of myth and legend, now rises from the ashes of a world consumed by greed and carelessness. It is as though Leviathan itself has been wounded by the destruction, its majestic presence twisted into something darker and more tragic. Every day, the earth groans under the weight of human exploitation. The air grows thicker with pollution, the oceans more lifeless, and the forests quieter as animals vanish forever. Leviathan stands as a symbol of the point of no return, the moment when the damage we have caused becomes too great to reverse. The creature's presence is a reminder of what we are losing, of how close we are to a world where nature no longer flourishes but fights back in desperation. Leviathan's role as a symbol of environmental collapse forces us to confront uncomfortable truths. We are not separate from nature, we are part of it. And when we destroy it, we destroy ourselves. The beast, once a terrifying force of nature, now reflects the very terror we have unleashed upon the earth. It is a reminder that we are in the midst of a great unraveling, that the Leviathan of our time is not just a creature of the sea, but the living embodiment of a world on the brink of collapse. As we look at the devastation around us, it's easy to feel overwhelmed, powerless in the face of such vast destruction. But Leviathan's presence also serves as a reminder that the earth is not passive. Nature, even in its wounded state, is still powerful, still capable of fighting back. The storms, the wildfires, the rising seas, all of these are a reflection of that power. Leviathan's wrath is not only a symbol of destruction but also a warning, a call to action before it's too late. Leviathan watches from the depths, and with every passing day, it grows stronger, more powerful, as the world around us falters. Its immense form is a reminder of the consequences of our actions, of the choices we have made, and of the fragile line between life and death, destruction and survival. And as the earth continues to suffer, Leviathan's shadow looms larger, a symbol of the world we are losing, and the terrifying future that awaits if we do not change. There is a force within us, a primal energy that stirs from the depths of our very being. It is vast, overwhelming, and often terrifying. This force has been given many names throughout history, but none resonate as powerfully as Leviathan. More than a creature of myth, Leviathan stands as an archetype, a symbol of chaos, untamed power, and the shadow within. It speaks to something ancient inside us all, something we can't fully control but feel its presence. In the world of myths and legends, Leviathan is not just a sea monster. It embodies the unknown forces that have haunted humanity since time began. the storm that rages on the horizon, the darkness beneath the surface, the churning waters of our fears. Leviathan is all of these, an archetype that captures what lies beyond the limits of our understanding. In the face of Leviathan, there is no safety, no certainty, only the raw terror of what we cannot grasp. But Leviathan is not merely a creature to be feared. It also represents the part of us that is wild and free, the untamable aspects of our psyche that refuse to be bound by rules or reason. It is the force that challenges order, the storm that sweeps through the carefully constructed walls of our minds, breaking down what we thought was secure. Leviathan is chaos, but it is also transformation. Through it, we confront the parts of ourselves that we try to hide, and in that confrontation, we find growth. In psychology, Leviathan speaks to the unconscious mind. It is the shadow self, the dark, uncharted part of our soul that contains our deepest fears, desires, and memories. Sigmund Freud and Carl Jung saw this archetype as a reflection of the inner conflicts that every human experiences. Leviathan, in this sense, is not just a monster of the sea but the monster within us all. It holds the emotions we repress, the parts of ourselves that we refuse to acknowledge. Yet, in confronting this inner Leviathan, we find the opportunity for healing, for understanding who we truly are beneath the surface. The Leviathan archetype emerges in the struggles we face every day. When we feel overwhelmed by life's challenges, when the weight of the world feels too much to bear, we are confronting our own Leviathan. It is the chaos that swirls around us, threatening to pull us under. It is the fear of losing control, the fear of being consumed by something bigger than ourselves. Yet, as terrifying as it is, Leviathan also represents the possibility of survival. Through the storm, we learn what we are truly capable of. Leviathan's power lies in its ability to challenge the known. In mythology, it was often the enemy of gods, a force that had to be overcome to bring order to the world. In many ways, this reflects the human experience. We are constantly in a battle between chaos and order, between the wildness within and the need for structure in our lives. Leviathan, as an archetype, embodies this struggle. It is the force that reminds us that life is not always safe, not always predictable. It forces us to confront our fears and grow stronger in the process. In every myth where Leviathan appears, there is a sense of awe and fear. People look upon its vastness, its raw power, and feel small in comparison. This feeling is not just about the creature itself, but about what it represents in our own lives. Leviathan is the things we cannot control, the parts of life that make us feel powerless. And yet, it is precisely in these moments of feeling powerless that we discover our true strength. In facing Leviathan, we face ourselves, our deepest fears, our most profound doubts. Throughout history, cultures have used Leviathan to explain the chaos in the world. In times of war, famine, or disaster, Leviathan becomes a symbol of the destructive forces that seem beyond human control. But even in these stories, there is always a glimmer of hope. Leviathan is not just a bringer of destruction, it also symbolizes the possibility of renewal. After the storm comes calm. After the darkness, there is light. In this way, Leviathan teaches us that chaos, though frightening, is not the end, it is a part of the cycle of life. In mythology, Leviathan is often depicted as a serpent or dragon, creatures that have long been associated with both danger and wisdom. This duality speaks to the heart of the archetype. Leviathan is dangerous, yes, but it is also wise. It represents the knowledge that comes from facing the unknown, from stepping into the darkness and coming out the other side. The archetype teaches us that in order to truly grow, we must face the things we fear the most. It is through this confrontation that we find wisdom, strength, and transformation. There is something both terrifying and comforting about the Leviathan archetype. It reminds us that we are not in control of everything, that life is full of unpredictability and chaos. But it also reminds us that this chaos is necessary. Without it, there can be no growth, no change. Leviathan teaches us that it is okay to feel fear, to feel overwhelmed, but that these feelings are not the end. They are a part of the process of becoming who we are meant to be. In modern interpretations, Leviathan continues to speak to the struggles we face. Whether it's the pressures of daily life, the weight of societal expectations, or the inner battles we fight with ourselves, Leviathan is there, lurking in the shadows. But rather than running from it, we are called to face it, to embrace the chaos and see what it has to teach us. In doing so, we tap into a deeper understanding of ourselves and the world around us. Leviathan, as an archetype, is not just a symbol of chaos and destruction. It is also a symbol of transformation and growth. It challenges us to confront the things we fear the most and to come out the other side stronger and wiser. It reminds us that life is not about avoiding the storm, but about learning to weather it, about finding our strength in the midst of chaos. And in this way, Leviathan is not just a monster of myth, it is a part of all of us. What if the vastness of the ocean held secrets so terrifying that they could shatter our understanding of reality? What if there were beings lurking in the depths, beyond the reach of light, waiting to emerge and challenge everything we thought we knew? The Leviathan, a creature steeped in myth, embodies this fear. Its influence has rippled through literature and art, shaping the landscape of science fiction in ways that provoke deep unease and wonder. In the realm of cosmic horror, the Leviathan is a potent symbol. It embodies the unknown, the vastness of the universe, and the existential dread that accompanies it. Authors like H.P. Lovecraft have harnessed this imagery, painting terrifying pictures of ancient beings that defy human comprehension. These creatures, like Leviathan, are not just monsters, they represent the darker corners of existence where humanity's insignificance is laid bare. They remind us that there are forces in the universe that we cannot control, that our understanding is but a thin veil over the chaos of reality. Consider the depths of the ocean. For centuries, it has been a source of both awe and terror. We know more about outer space than we do about the ocean floor, and this mystery is fertile ground for fear. Leviathan serves as the ultimate embodiment of that fear. It is not just a creature, it is the very ocean itself, a swirling mass of power and uncertainty. Science fiction takes this ancient fear and weaves it into narratives that confront our vulnerabilities. The notion that something could rise from the depths, something that defies our understanding, strikes at the heart of our existence. Leviathan's influence extends beyond the depths of the ocean. In stories like The Call of Cthulhu, the blending of ancient mythology with the vastness of space creates an atmosphere where the familiar becomes grotesque. The monsters in these tales often echo the form of Leviathan, with their massive, tentacled bodies that seem to belong to the darkness itself. They remind us that our reality is just one layer, a fragile skin over an abyss filled with unimaginable horrors. These creatures often symbolize the fears we have about our own limitations, both in understanding the universe and in confronting our inner demons. In many science fiction narratives, the ocean becomes a metaphor for the subconscious. Just as Leviathan lurks in the depths, our fears and anxieties hide within us. The encounters with these sea monsters often reflect internal struggles. Characters may confront a monstrous creature, only to realize that it represents their own fears or guilt. This connection between the external and the internal gives rise to powerful storytelling, allowing readers to see themselves in the struggles against the Leviathan. The tension between humanity and the Leviathan plays out in thrilling ways. Stories of brave sailors facing giant sea monsters echo throughout literature. From Melville's Moby Dick to contemporary adaptations, the chase and struggle against the Leviathan symbolize humanity's fight against overwhelming forces. The white whale, much like Leviathan, becomes a symbol of obsession and the fight against nature's uncontrollable power. The fear of what lurks beneath the waves captures our imagination, reminding us that the natural world is often indifferent to our struggles. As science fiction has evolved, so too has the interpretation of Leviathan. In modern narratives, we often see a blend of technology and the monstrous. Stories like Pacific Rim, where massive robots battle sea monsters, showcase the battle not just with nature, but with the very essence of chaos itself. The Leviathan becomes a representation of what happens when humanity pushes too far, creating machines to control nature, only to face the consequences of its hubris. This battle reflects a deeper truth about our relationship with the natural world. The more we try to conquer it, the more we awaken the Leviathan. Moreover, the presence of Leviathan in science fiction often serves as a mirror, reflecting societal fears. In a world grappling with climate change, the concept of an unstoppable force rising from the ocean resonates deeply. As we witness the consequences of environmental neglect, the Leviathan transforms from myth into a metaphor for the very real threat of ecological collapse. In this way, the creature becomes a symbol of our own making, a warning of the chaos that can arise when we disregard the balance of nature. The emotional weight of these stories cannot be understated. When characters confront Leviathan, they are not just battling a monster, they are facing their deepest fears, their insecurities, and the fragility of their existence. Each encounter becomes a rite of passage, a moment of self-discovery. In their struggle against the Leviathan, they find resilience, courage, and ultimately, a deeper understanding of themselves. This emotional core elevates these tales, allowing readers to connect on a personal level. The Leviathan's legacy continues to influence new generations of storytellers. The creature remains a powerful archetype, transcending time and culture. Whether it emerges from the depths of the ocean or the far reaches of space, its presence reminds us of our vulnerability in the face of the unknown. It is a force that challenges us, pushing the boundaries of what we believe is possible. In the end, the Leviathan stands as a testament to our fears and our capacity for growth. It serves as a reminder that while we may not understand everything about the universe, it is through facing our fears, both external and internal, that we find our strength. The stories inspired by this ancient creature resonate because they tap into something universal, the struggle against the unknown and the quest for understanding in a chaotic world. As long as we continue to grapple with our fears, the influence of Leviathan will endure, shaping the narrative of human experience for generations to come. What if the worlds we escape to in fantasy are not just about knights and dragons, but also about the shadows lurking beneath the surface? The Leviathan, a creature of immense power and mystery, has left an indelible mark on the fantasy genre, shaping stories that capture our imagination and stir our emotions. From the depths of oceans to the far reaches of mystical lands, Leviathan embodies the fears and wonders that make fantasy literature so captivating. The presence of Leviathan in fantasy often evokes a sense of awe and terror. It's not merely a monster but a symbol of chaos, representing the uncontrollable forces that can shatter even the strongest heroes. When a character faces the Leviathan, it's a moment filled with tension. The reader feels the weight of their fear and uncertainty, the heart racing as the creature looms larger than life. The Leviathan's sheer size and power make it a formidable opponent, embodying the struggles we all face in our lives against overwhelming odds. Consider how this creature has influenced legendary tales. In stories of epic quests, the heroes often encounter great beasts that test their courage and resolve. The Leviathan stands as a reminder that even the bravest warriors can feel small and insignificant in the face of such might. This theme resonates deeply, reflecting our own struggles against challenges that seem insurmountable. When we read about a hero confronting the Leviathan, we can't help but cheer for them, feeling our own hopes intertwined with their journey. We root for them not just to defeat the monster, but to discover their own strength. Fantasy literature thrives on world building, and the Leviathan plays a crucial role in shaping these imagined realms. Oceans become vast and mysterious, filled with creatures that spark both fear and fascination. The depths of the sea, where the Leviathan reigns, offer a setting ripe for adventure. Characters can embark on journeys across treacherous waters, facing storms and the unknown. Every wave becomes a heartbeat, every splash a reminder of the danger lurking just beneath the surface. This adds layers of tension and excitement to the narrative, making the ocean a character in its own right. Moreover, the Leviathan's symbolism extends beyond mere physicality. It often represents internal struggles, a reflection of the chaos within ourselves. Fantasy literature uses this creature to explore themes of fear, guilt, and the unknown parts of our psyche. When a character battles Leviathan, it can mirror their fight against personal demons. They may be wrestling with their fears, insecurities, or past mistakes, all while facing a creature that embodies these very struggles. The battle becomes not just against a monster, but against the darkest corners of their soul, creating a deeply emotional experience for readers. Throughout fantasy stories, the Leviathan serves as a catalyst for transformation. Characters who confront it often emerge changed. The struggle against the creature can symbolize a rite of passage, pushing heroes to their limits and forcing them to confront who they truly are. It's in these moments of conflict that they find courage, wisdom, and resilience. As readers, we witness their growth and feel inspired by their journey. We see parts of ourselves reflected in their struggles and triumphs, forging a connection that resonates long after the last page is turned. In many tales, the Leviathan is intertwined with the very fabric of the world. Its presence often signifies an imbalance, a disruption of nature that must be confronted. In this way, the creature becomes a metaphor for the consequences of hubris, greed, or neglect. When characters face the Leviathan, they must reckon with the impact of their actions on the world around them. This theme echoes in our own lives, reminding us that we are all part of a larger ecosystem where our choices matter. The stories challenge us to reflect on our relationship with nature and the responsibility we bear toward it. Fantasy literature also invites us to dream of the impossible. The Leviathan, in all its grandeur, symbolizes the mysteries that lie beyond our understanding. It ignites our imaginations, encouraging us to envision worlds where magic exists and anything is possible. These narratives invite us to escape the mundane, to plunge into the depths of the ocean or soar through the skies. The creature embodies the wonder of the unknown, urging us to embrace curiosity and explore the limits of our imagination. It reminds us that, despite the darkness we may encounter, there is beauty in discovery. The Leviathan's impact on fantasy literature is also evident in its ability to inspire creativity. Writers draw on its rich symbolism to craft intricate plots, develop complex characters, and create immersive worlds. From classic tales to modern interpretations, the creature continues to evolve, taking on new forms and meanings. It influences not only literature but also art, film, and gaming, becoming a cultural touchstone that resonates across generations. The Leviathan's legacy is one of innovation, challenging creators to push boundaries and craft stories that captivate our hearts and minds. As readers, we are drawn to the stories that feature the Leviathan because they touch on universal themes. They explore our fears, our aspirations, and the human condition in ways that are both profound and relatable. Each encounter with the creature serves as a reminder of our own struggles and triumphs. We are reminded that, like the heroes we read about, we too can face our own Leviathans, whether they be fears, challenges, or the unknowns that lie ahead. In the end, the Leviathan is more than just a creature of myth. It is a powerful symbol woven into the very fabric of fantasy literature. It embodies the chaos of the universe, the struggles within ourselves, and the beauty of transformation. Its presence in stories sparks imagination, ignites courage, and invites us to reflect on our place in the world. Through the lens of the Leviathan, we discover that the battles we fight, both external and internal, shape who we are and who we can become. Each tale is a testament to the resilience of the human spirit and the enduring power of storytelling. The moment you stand on the edge of a vast ocean, feeling the salt spray on your face and the ground tremble beneath your feet, you are struck by a profound truth: nature is both beautiful and terrifying. This duality is embodied in the figure of the Leviathan, a creature that evokes both awe and fear, reminding us of the power and unpredictability of the natural world. The Leviathan represents not just a monster of the deep but the sublime force of nature that can inspire wonder while also instilling a deep sense of vulnerability. As the stories of the Leviathan unfold, they paint a picture of a creature that is both magnificent and dreadful. Its size and power are staggering. Imagine being a sailor on a small boat, the waves crashing around you, when suddenly you see the silhouette of the Leviathan rising from the depths. The ocean churns and roars, and in that moment, you feel insignificant against the backdrop of something so vast and powerful. It's a moment that grips your heart, filling you with an exhilarating mix of terror and awe. The Leviathan embodies the sublime, that delicate balance between beauty and fear. It symbolizes the natural world's ability to inspire and frighten. This creature exists in the space where wonder meets dread, reminding us that nature is unpredictable. We are drawn to the ocean for its beauty, its shimmering waters and serene horizons, but we also know it can be ruthless, capable of violent storms and monstrous waves. The Leviathan becomes a metaphor for this duality. It is both a guardian and a threat, a representation of the very forces that shape our existence. When we think of the sublime, we often reflect on moments when we feel small in the face of nature's grandeur. Standing before a towering mountain, gazing at a raging waterfall, or witnessing a fierce thunderstorm can evoke emotions we struggle to put into words. The Leviathan encapsulates these experiences, representing nature's ability to humble us while simultaneously lifting us into a realm of wonder. It forces us to confront our own limitations and the reality that, despite our achievements and advancements, we remain vulnerable to the raw power of the natural world. The image of the Leviathan evokes a sense of the unknown, a reminder that there are depths in nature we may never fully understand. Just as we can't predict the ocean's moods, we also grapple with the unpredictability of life itself. This uncertainty can be daunting. We often cling to the illusion of control, but the Leviathan teaches us that surrendering to the forces beyond our understanding can lead to profound moments of insight and growth. In stories where the Leviathan appears, characters often confront their fears, learning valuable lessons about humility and resilience. When a hero faces the creature, it isn't just a battle against a physical beast, it becomes a journey into the depths of their own soul. The confrontation reflects the struggle to accept our place in the world, to recognize that while we may be small, we can still find strength in vulnerability. In the face of the Leviathan, characters discover courage they didn't know they had, illustrating the transformative power of confronting fear. Nature's beauty can also serve as a reminder of the cycles of life and death. The Leviathan, as a creature of the deep, symbolizes the mysteries that lie beneath the surface. The ocean is a world teeming with life, yet it can also be a graveyard, holding secrets and stories long forgotten. When we think of the Leviathan, we are reminded that nature is a cycle of creation and destruction. Each wave that crashes against the shore carries echoes of both beauty and brutality, a testament to the forces that shape our planet. This relationship with the sublime invites us to reflect on our connection to nature. The awe we feel in its presence can inspire a sense of responsibility toward the environment. Recognizing the power of the Leviathan encourages us to respect and protect the natural world. We understand that our actions can have consequences, shaping the very ecosystems that sustain us. The creature stands as a guardian of nature's balance, urging us to acknowledge our role within it. The stories surrounding the Leviathan evoke a rich tapestry of emotions. As readers, we are drawn into a world where the struggle against the creature reflects our own battles. The awe and terror that accompany its presence mirror our experiences of fear and wonder in the face of life's challenges. We find ourselves rooting for the heroes as they confront their own Leviathans, feeling their courage as they navigate the treacherous waters of uncertainty. This emotional connection is powerful. When we engage with the stories of the Leviathan, we tap into something deeply human, the desire to understand the unknown, to confront our fears, and to find beauty in the struggle. The creature's embodiment of the sublime invites us to embrace both the light and dark aspects of life, reminding us that it is in the tension between the two that we truly grow. As we reflect on the Leviathan's role in our understanding of the sublime, we recognize that it serves as a bridge between humanity and nature. It challenges us to confront our fears while celebrating the beauty of the world around us. In the presence of such a creature, we find ourselves at the intersection of awe and terror, humility and strength. The Leviathan calls us to acknowledge the vastness of nature, to recognize our place within it, and to honor the power it holds. In this way, the Leviathan is not just a monster of the sea, it is a reflection of our deepest fears and greatest aspirations. It teaches us that while we may be small, we are part of something much larger. As we grapple with our emotions in the face of nature's splendor, we find a sense of connection and purpose that transcends the fear of the unknown. The Leviathan, as a representation of the sublime, reminds us that in embracing the awe and terror of nature, we discover the true essence of what it means to be alive. In the quiet moments of reflection, when the world seems to fade away, many find themselves searching for something deeper, something that connects them to the universe. This yearning for understanding and meaning often leads people to ancient symbols and stories, and one such figure that continues to resonate today is the Leviathan. This powerful creature, rooted in mythology and scripture, has taken on new significance in modern spirituality, representing both the struggles and the triumphs of the human spirit. The Leviathan, often depicted as a massive sea serpent, embodies the chaos of the waters and the mysteries of existence. It is a creature that elicits both fear and fascination. In contemporary spiritual practices, this duality mirrors our own inner battles. Many people today grapple with feelings of anxiety, uncertainty, and disconnection in a rapidly changing world. The Leviathan stands as a symbol of these struggles, reminding us that chaos exists not just outside us, but also within. When we encounter the Leviathan in spiritual contexts, it often represents the obstacles we face on our personal journeys. This creature is a metaphor for the inner demons that threaten to overwhelm us. Just as the Leviathan can create monstrous waves and storms, our fears can create turbulence in our lives, tossing us around in uncertainty. In this way, the Leviathan becomes a spiritual teacher, challenging us to confront our fears rather than shy away from them. In many spiritual movements today, there is a strong emphasis on self-discovery and healing. The Leviathan symbolizes the deep waters of our subconscious, where unresolved pain and fears often lie hidden. To confront the Leviathan is to embark on a journey of self-exploration, diving into the depths of our own emotions. In this way, the creature encourages us to look within, to acknowledge our vulnerabilities, and to transform them into sources of strength. The stories of the Leviathan often illustrate the struggle between light and darkness. This battle reflects the human experience, where we constantly navigate between hope and despair. In today's spiritual practices, the Leviathan embodies this tension, serving as a reminder that darkness is not inherently evil but a part of the human experience. Embracing the shadow side of ourselves allows us to heal and grow. By acknowledging our fears and struggles, we can rise above them, just as heroes in ancient tales conquered the Leviathan. Furthermore, in modern spiritual movements, the Leviathan serves as a symbol of transformation. Just as the creature can be defeated or tamed, we, too, can transform our fears into allies on our spiritual paths. This transformation is not about erasing our struggles, but learning to dance with them, integrating them into our lives in meaningful ways. The Leviathan teaches us that there is beauty in chaos, that even the darkest waters can give rise to new insights and wisdom. Many spiritual traditions emphasize the interconnectedness of all beings. The Leviathan, with its ties to the ocean, represents this connection. The ocean is a vast, living entity, teeming with life and energy. It mirrors our own interconnectedness with the world around us. By recognizing the Leviathan's role in our spirituality, we acknowledge our relationship with nature and the universe. This awareness fosters a sense of responsibility toward the environment, encouraging us to protect and honor the natural world. In rituals and practices today, the Leviathan can be invoked as a powerful symbol of release and surrender. During times of emotional upheaval or uncertainty, connecting with the essence of the Leviathan can help individuals find solace. Many spiritual seekers engage in meditative practices that involve visualizing the Leviathan, allowing its energy to wash over them like ocean waves, cleansing them of fear and doubt. This connection can evoke a sense of comfort, reminding us that we are not alone in our struggles. As modern spirituality continues to evolve, the Leviathan has also found its way into various forms of art and literature. Artists and writers explore the themes associated with this creature, delving into its symbolism to express the complexities of the human experience. These creative interpretations resonate with audiences as they evoke emotions and reflections on personal battles, healing, and transformation. The Leviathan becomes a bridge between the ancient and the contemporary, linking timeless wisdom with modern-day challenges. The presence of the Leviathan in spiritual discussions also invites contemplation about the collective unconscious. Carl Jung, a prominent figure in psychology, believed that archetypes like the Leviathan reside in the shared human experience. As such, the Leviathan represents not only personal struggles but also the universal themes of fear, chaos, and transformation. This connection fosters a sense of belonging, reminding us that our individual journeys are intertwined with the greater tapestry of human experience. In moments of doubt or despair, the image of the Leviathan can serve as a source of strength. It reminds us that even in the depths of chaos, there exists the possibility for growth and renewal. The journey to confront our inner Leviathans may be daunting, but it is also profoundly transformative. As we face our fears, we discover our resilience and the capacity to rise above challenges. The Leviathan teaches us that every struggle has the potential to lead to profound self-discovery. In this way, the Leviathan stands as a powerful symbol in today's spirituality, embodying the chaos, fears, and transformative potential within us all. It invites us to embrace our vulnerabilities and navigate the turbulent waters of life with courage and grace. As we acknowledge the presence of the Leviathan in our spiritual journeys, we learn to dance with our fears, recognizing that they are not enemies to be vanquished, but teachers guiding us toward deeper understanding and connection. This connection to the Leviathan ultimately leads us toward healing, empowerment, and a profound sense of belonging in the vast sea of existence. The sound of crashing waves and the salty breeze of the sea have long inspired both fear and awe in the hearts of humanity. Among the stories that emerge from this vastness, the legend of the Leviathan stands out as a powerful symbol that has traveled through time and across cultures. This creature, often depicted as a colossal sea serpent, captures our imagination and evokes deep emotions, reminding us of the struggles, triumphs, and complexities of existence. From the ancient texts of the Hebrew Bible to modern interpretations in literature and art, the Leviathan has woven itself into the fabric of human experience. It represents more than just a mythical beast. It symbolizes chaos, power, and the eternal battle between good and evil. In the stories of the Leviathan, we find echoes of our own fears and aspirations. It reminds us that, just as the tides rise and fall, life is a constant ebb and flow of challenges and triumphs. In the Bible, the Leviathan is portrayed as a formidable creature, a manifestation of God's power over chaos. Its very existence serves as a reminder of the mysterious forces of nature that lie beyond human control. For many, this symbolizes the deeper struggles we face in our lives, challenges that can feel overwhelming, just like the raging sea. The image of the Leviathan evokes feelings of vulnerability, but also strength. It shows us that even in our darkest moments, there is the potential for redemption and hope. As we move through history, the legacy of the Leviathan extends beyond religious texts into mythology and folklore from various cultures. In Mesopotamian mythology, a similar creature called Tiamat embodies the chaos of the primordial sea. Her story echoes through the ages, demonstrating how cultures have grappled with the unknown forces of nature. In ancient Greece, the Leviathan-like monster known as the Kraken captured sailors' imaginations, reminding them of the perilous adventures at sea. Each culture, in its own way, has taken the idea of the Leviathan and shaped it to express their understanding of the world around them. In modern literature and film, the Leviathan continues to thrive, evolving into a creature that embodies our contemporary fears and societal issues. The monstrous nature of the Leviathan has transformed into various interpretations of sea monsters, reflecting humanity's relationship with the environment. These representations serve as powerful metaphors for the struggles we face today: climate change, environmental destruction, and the fear of the unknown. By engaging with the story of the Leviathan, we are prompted to confront these pressing issues and recognize our role in the larger narrative of life. The Leviathan's influence also extends into philosophy and psychology. The creature embodies the concepts of the unconscious and the unknown aspects of the human psyche. The great thinkers like Freud and Jung have drawn connections between the Leviathan and the chaotic elements of our minds. In acknowledging our inner Leviathans, the fears, traumas, and hidden desires, we can embark on a journey towards self-discovery and healing. The Leviathan becomes a mirror, reflecting our struggles and inviting us to confront the darker corners of our existence. In today's spiritual movements, the Leviathan is often invoked as a symbol of transformation. It represents the chaos that lies within each of us and the potential for growth that comes from facing our fears. Many find solace in the story of the Leviathan as it resonates with their personal experiences of overcoming obstacles and embracing change. By connecting with the Leviathan, individuals can find strength in vulnerability and learn to navigate the turbulent waters of life with resilience. Through all these iterations and interpretations, the Leviathan has left an indelible mark on our collective consciousness. Its legacy serves as a reminder that life is an intricate dance between order and chaos. The Leviathan captures the essence of our fears, struggles, and aspirations, offering a lens through which we can understand our own existence. It encourages us to confront our inner monsters, reminding us that, just as the Leviathan can be both a threat and a guide, so too can our own challenges lead us to profound growth. The emotional weight of the Leviathan's legacy resonates deeply within us. It stirs feelings of awe and terror, connecting us to something greater than ourselves. In the depths of its symbolism lies a shared human experience, a narrative that transcends cultural boundaries. The Leviathan is not merely a myth, it embodies the universal themes of fear, power, transformation, and resilience. As we reflect on its enduring presence, we are reminded that we are part of a larger story, a story that encompasses the struggles and triumphs of humanity across time and space. The Leviathan has become more than a creature of the deep, it is a lasting symbol of our shared journey. Whether we encounter it in ancient texts, contemporary art, or personal reflection, the Leviathan invites us to engage with our fears and embrace our potential for growth. It reminds us that, even in the face of chaos, there exists a thread of hope and possibility that we can follow. This legacy continues to inspire and challenge us, urging us to navigate the depths of our own lives with courage and grace, as we seek to understand our place in this ever-changing world.